皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ. Hello and welcome to this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and I'm so excited to start this Japanese learning journey together with you. I have studied Japanese for over 6 years. I have studied, worked, and lived in Japan, so I have immersed myself into Japanese culture and Japanese language. And now that I'm working as a Japanese teacher, I am so happy to share my knowledge with other people and see their progress. So I hope that we can learn many new things together. So without further ado, let's get started. So what I would like us to start off with is the Japanese writing system. So what do we need to know about the Japanese writing system is that it consists out of 3 writing scripts. The first one is hiragana. Hiragana, hiragana. The second one is katakana, katakana, katakana. And the third one is kanji, kanji, kanji. So you might ask, why do we need 3 writing scripts? Why isn't one enough? Because each of these writing scripts play a significant role in this Japanese writing system. So let's take a look. What role does hiragana, katakana, and kanji play? So first of all, hiragana, it is used to write down purely Japanese words, grammatical endings, and honorifics. So we use it for conjugating verbs and things like that, and writing down purely Japanese words. How can we distinguish hiragana from other writing scripts is that it looks very elegant, the lines are very soft, and I will show you how it looks like later on. For katakana, it is used to write down foreign words. So for example, people's names, names of places, food, names of cities, and etc. All foreign words. Okay? And kanji, kanji came from ancient China, and it is used to write down a word or a concept. Okay? So let's take a look at how these 3 writing scripts would look in a sentence. Let's read the sentence together. Arison-san wa keiki o tabemasu. Arison-san wa keiki o tabemasu. Arison-san wa keiki o tabemasu. So, Arison-san means Allison. So, Arison is Allison, and san is a prefix that we use next to people's names to make it sound more polite, like Mr., Mrs., and etc. Wa is a topic particle that I will talk about later on. Keiki means cake. Tabemasu will eat. So, Arison will eat cake. Now, which out of all these letters, out of all of these characters that you see on your screen, which of them are hiragana? Well, it would be these. These circled characters would be written in hiragana. So what you can see here, that sanwa is written in hiragana, and it has very soft, curvy lines that we can distinguish from other characters. Also particle o and grammatical endings for verbs. So yes, for katakana, it's more sharp. It's not as elegant. So we use it to write down foreign words like names, like Allison, Arison, or names of food like cake, keiki, keiki. Very good. And last one, kanji. We use it to express a concept or a word. So this is to eat, okay? But if we write down only kanji, we will not know is this present tense, past tense, what is happening. That's why we need grammatical endings to conjugate the verbs, and we will write that in hiragana. Very good. So now, without further ado, let's get started and let's start learning our first writing script, hiragana. Hiragana. Now, our main base of hiragana will be 5 vowels. A, I, u, e, o. So we have a, I, u, e, o. A, I, u, e, o. Okay, 5 vowels. Now, we need to also know the way how to write them, okay? So we need to know the stroke order. So I will show you the stroke order right now. So our first stroke would be a horizontal stroke, left to right. 1, 1, very good. Our second stroke would be 2, 2, very good. And our third stroke would be this curve, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Now for E. Our first stroke will be a small hook. 1, 1. And our second stroke will be this line. Ching, ching. So we have hook and ching. Very good. For U, our first stroke would be this one. 1, 1. And our second stroke would be this wave. 2, 2. So we have 1, 2. Very good. For E, our first stroke would be this one. 1. And then we would have 2. This long stroke. 1, 2. So the first part of 2 is like a Z. 1, and then it becomes a curve. 1, 2. Perfect. And for O, our first stroke is horizontal stroke, 1. Our second stroke is this one, 2 with the curve, and this is 3. Ching. So you have 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So this is our A, I, U, E, O. A, I, U, E, O. Very good. Let's move on to our second line, the K line. And K line is like this. Ka, ka, ki, ki, ku, ku, ke, ke, ko, ko. Ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Very good. Now, let's learn how to write them down. Let's learn the stroke order. You ready? Let's go. Our first stroke would be this one, 1. Second stroke would be top to bottom, 2. And this would be our third stroke, 3. So we have 1, top to bottom, 3. Perfect. This is our ka. For ki, we have a first stroke here, 1. Then we have a second stroke here, 2. Then we have our third stroke, 3. And we should stop around here. And then leave an empty space in between and then go 4. Why am I saying this to you? Because this is a printed key letter. When we're writing it down in a handwritten way, it will look differently. So it will have a little space in between. So imagine 1, 2, 3. Someone stops you here. Then you make a little break here. And then you continue 4. 1, 2, 3. And you continue here 4. Very, very good. For ku, ku, imagine that it's a small bird flying to your left. 1, 1, 1. That's just one stroke. Very good. Ke, ke. We have stroke number 1, 1. Stroke number 2, 2. And stroke number 3, top to bottom. So we have top to bottom here, left to right here, top to bottom here. This is our ke. Perfect. And for ko, we have 1, and then we have 2, continuing 1, 2. This is also not a handwritten letter. So for handwritten letter, you would need to continue until here, then leave a break, and then continue here. Very good. So we have our ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Very good. And now it's time for our S line. And in our S line we have sa, sa, shi, shi, s, s, se, se, so, so. Sa, shi, su, se, so. Sa, shi, su, se, so. Very good job. So now let's look at the stroke order of the S line. So the first stroke for sa would be 1, left to right, horizontally. 1. Then we would go 2, and we would stop around here, and then we would leave a little break, and we would start here. 3. Yes, I know that this little break is not visible here, but when we are handwriting it, it will look differently. So we have 1, 2, stop here, 3, continue. Perfect. Let's move on to she. So she basically is like a small hook. Imagine that you're going fishing. So it's just like 1, 1, 1. Very easy. Let's move on to su. So we have a horizontal line, 1, 1. And the second stroke would be 1 with a curve going down. So 1, and then with a curve going down. So this is stroke number 1. Stroke number 2 for su. Now let's move on to se. So first we have a horizontal stroke, left to right, 1, 1. Then we have top to bottom, 2, 2. And we have 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. This is our set. And for so, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically it's one stroke. Look, 1, 1. Perfect. So this is our S line. Sa, shi, su, se, so. Sa, shi, su, se, so. Perfect. Now, let's take a look at our T line. So we have ta, chi, tsu, te, to, ta, chi, tsu, te, to. Perfect. Now let's look at the stroke order of ta. So first we have left to right, 1. Top to bottom, 2. And we have 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. This is our ta. For chi, we have horizontal line, left to right, 1, 1. And our second line would be 2, 2. With the like a little wave here. So 1, 2. This is our chi. Perfect. For tsu, we have a small wave. 1, 1. This is our tsu. For te, we also have only one stroke. 1, 1, 1. Very easy. And last one is to. So we have stroke number 1, 1. And stroke number 2, 2. 1, 2. Amazing. Very good. So we have ta, chi, tsu, te, to. Ta, chi, tsu, te, to. Now let's move on to our N line. And here we have na, ni, nu, ne, no, na, ni, nu, ne, no. Na, ni, nu, ne, no. Very good. And now let's take a look at the stroke order of na. So we have 1, 2. So left to right, top to bottom. Then this one here, 2. And then a little ribbon here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. This is na. For ni, we have here 1. I know that you cannot see it here, but it should be like a small hook going back up. So 1 and then 2. 1 and 2. So this is ni. For n, our first stroke would be here, 1. And our second stroke would be like this, 1 and. So we have 1 and then 2. So we have only 2 strokes, but a lot of curves, so be careful. 1 and 2. This is nu. For ne, our first stroke would be top to bottom, 1. And second stroke would be like a Z and then curving up here. So 1 and then 2 curving up. This is ne. And for no, we start here and it's only 1 stroke. 1. 1, like a bagel. 1. Perfect. So we have our end line. Na ni nu ne no. Na ni nu ne no. Very good. Here we have our H line. Ha, ha, he, fu, he, ho, ha, he, fu, he, ho, ha, he, fu, he, ho. Let's start off with ha. So we start here with small hook, 1, 1, and again here you cannot see it because it's a typed letter. And a second stroke is here, 2, and a third stroke is here, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. This is ha. For he, we only have 1 stroke. 1, 1, 1. Perfect. For fu, this is our first stroke, 1. This is our second stroke, 2. Third stroke, 3. Fourth stroke here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good. This is fu. For he, we only have 1 stroke, so we have 1, 1, 1. The right side is a bit longer, as you can see. This is he. And for ho, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So this is ho. So this is our H line. Ha, he, fu, he, ho. Ha, he, fu, he, ho. Very good. Now let's learn the hiragana M line. So let's start off. Ma, mi, mu, me, mo. Mami, mu, me, mo. Mami, mu, me, mo. And now let's look at the stroke order. So the first stroke for ma would be horizontal stroke left to right, 1. Second stroke would be also horizontal stroke left to right, 2. And the third stroke would go through both of them, 3 with a little knot. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Now let's take a look at mi. The first stroke would look like this. 1. Very good. One more time. 1. And the second stroke would be like this. 2. So we have 1, 2. Mi. For mu, the first stroke is a horizontal stroke left to right. 1. And the second stroke is a very long stroke. 2. And going up to here. And the third stroke is here. So we have 1, 2, 3. Very good. This is mu. For me, the first stroke is 1. And the second stroke is 2. 1, 2. Perfect. This is me and mo. So this is stroke number 1, stroke number 2, and the last stroke. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. This is our M line. Mami, mu, me, mo. Mami, mu, me, mo. Now let's take a look at these 3 sounds. Ya, y, yo, yo. Ya, you, yo. Very good. So now let's learn the stroke order of ya. So the first stroke is this one. 1. Second stroke is this one. 2. And then 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Pay attention to this curve here. So this is ya. For you, the first stroke is this one, 1. And this is the second stroke, 2. So we have 1, 2. This is you. And for yo, the first stroke is here, left to right, 1. And this is the second stroke, 2. 1, 2, yo. So this is our ya, you, yo. Ya, you, yo. Very good. Let's take a look at the R line. So we have ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Pay attention here that the R sound is not as harsh as in English, so it's not like r, not like R, but it's very soft in between L and R. So like ra, ri, ru, re, ro. It's quite soft, okay? So let's start off with ra. What is the stroke order? So the first stroke would be this one, 1. And the second stroke would be 2. So we have 1, 2, 1, 2. This is ra. So the stroke order for ri, we have 1 with a little hook and 2 going down. 1 with a little hook, 2 going down. This is ri. For ru, there is only 1 long stroke. So we start here, 1. This is 1 stroke. 1. Very good. So this is ru. Now let's take a look at re. The first stroke is top to bottom, 1. And the second stroke is very long as well, 2. So it starts off as a Z, but then goes up and it's like a wave with a curve. So 1, 2, this is re. And ro also has only 1 stroke, so 1. This is ro. So this is our R line. Ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Very good. Now we have wa, wo, wa, wo, So let's take a look at the stroke order for wa. Our first stroke goes top to bottom, 1. Our second stroke is only 1 stroke and it's like a Z, but then it's like a wave coming inside. So we have 1, 2, 1, 2. This is wa. For wo, the first stroke is horizontal stroke left to right, 1. The second stroke is this one, 2. And the third stroke is a hook, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is wo. And for there's only 1 stroke, 1. Perfect. So this is wa, wo, wa, wo, Perfect. So this is wa, wo, wa, wo. And now let's learn about the diacritical marks. So there are 2 types of diacritical marks in Japanese language. One type has 2 small lines like this, ten, 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 ten. And another type is this small little bubble. So what role do these diacritical marks play in Japanese language? Well, instead of creating new characters for hiragana and katakana to express new sounds, we instead add them to the letters and characters that we already have to create new sounds. Yes, I will show you how it will look like very soon. First of all, there are 2 specific names for these diacritical marks. So the first one is dakuten, but I like to call it just ten, 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 ten. It's easier to remember. And this little circle, little bubble is called handakuten. But these 2 names are very scientific and very specific, and for you learning Japanese language, it's not important to know them. So just remember ten, ten and little bubble, and then you should remember what role and what sounds will they create, okay? Let's take a look. So, do you remember what letter is this? Yes, this is hiragana letter ka, ka. If we add the small diacritical mark 10, 10, 10, 10, this ka will turn into ga, ga. Okay, so it will create a new sound. So instead of ka, it will sound like ga, ga. Perfect. Now, let's take a look at these letters. So if ka turned into ga, what will happen to ki, ku, ke, ko? I will give you 5 seconds to think about it before we look at the answers. Yes, so they will turn into gi, gi, gu, gu, ge, ge, and go, go. So we will have ga, gi, gu, ge, go, ga, gi, gu, ge, go. Very good. And as you can see, we will write these marks next to the letter on the right side, okay? Very good. And as you can see, we will write these diacritical marks next to these letters on their right side, like this, okay? Very good. Now, let's take a look. So before, this was our S line. This was sa, shi, su, se, so. But when we added these diacritical marks, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, these letters became za, za, ji, ji, z, z, ze, ze, and zo, zo. Very good. So we have za, ji, z, ze. So we have za, ji, z, ze, zo. Very good. Now, the T line, ta, chi, tsu, te, to, will turn into da, da, ji, ji, z, z, de, de, do, do. So, da, ji, z, de, do, da, ji, z, de, do. Very good. Our H line, ha, hi, fu, he, ho, will turn into ba, ba, bi, bi, bu, bu, be, be, bo, bo. Ba, bi, bu, be, bo. Ba, bi, bu, be, bo. However, if we write a little bubble next to the H line, it will become pa, pa, pi, pi, pu, pu, pe, pe, po, po. Pa, pi, pu, pe, po. Pa, pi, pu, pe, po. Very good. Now, let's learn about another thing in Japanese language. This thing will be called contracted sounds. So first, let's take a look at these letters. Ya, ya, yu, yu, yo, yo. So now let's take a look at these contracted sounds. So what do I mean by contracted sounds? So this ya, yu, yo will become very small. So this ya, yu, yo for contracted sounds will be half of the size of normal ya or normal hiragana letter. So if you can see, the size of ya and size of ki are very different, right? Okay. And when we will add this ya, yu, or yo to a normal hiragana character like ki, so ki plus ya will not be kiya. It will be kya, kya, kya. And that's why we will call it contracted sounds, because we will contract them, okay? So here we have kya, kya. Now let's take a look at how this would look like with ki and then afterwards with gi. So ki plus ya would be kya, kya. Ki plus yu would be kyu, kyu. Ki plus yo would be kyo, kyo. Gi plus ya would be gya, gya. Gi plus yu would be gyu, gyu. Gi plus yo would be gyo, gyo. So we have kya, kyu, kyo, gya, gyu, gyo. Very good. Now with she and with G. So we will have sha, sha, sh, sh, sho, sho, ja, ja, j, j, jo, jo, sha, shu, sho, ja, ju, jo. Very good. Now with chi and with ni. So we have cha, cha, chu, chu, cho, cho, nya, nya, nyu, nyu, nyo, nyo. Very good. Now with H line, we will have hya, hya, hyu, hyu, hyo, hyo, bya, bya, byu, byu, byo, byo, pya, pya, pyu, pyu, pyo, pyo. Very good. Now with mi and with ri. Mya, mya, myu, myu, myo, myo. Rya, rya, ru, ru, ryo, ryo. So we have mya, myu, myo, rya, ru, ryo. Very good. Now that we have learned about contracted sounds, let's take a look at prolonged vowels. So, if we want to have prolonged a, prolonged e, prolonged u, prolonged e, or prolonged o, what do we need to do? Well, if we want to have prolonged a, let's say we have the word okasan, so we have ka here. If we want prolong this a sound to ka, we need to add one more a, and then it will be okasan, okasan. So a will sound like this, a. So to make a double, you need to add an extra a. To make e double, let's say we have the word oni-san. So we have oni, we have ni. We need to add an extra e to make it oni-san, oni-san. To make it like this, to make it e. If we want to make a double u, we need to add an extra u. So let's say we have the word suji. So after su, we need to add extra u to make it longer. So suji, suji. Very good. So it becomes like this. Now to make double e, it's a bit tricky. So we can either add an extra e, like one-san, one-san. So after ne, we add an extra e, so it's ne. It's like this, ne-san. Or it can be like this, ega, ega. So we have word movie, ega. So after e, we add e. And we don't say ega, we say ega, ega. Very good. And to make it double o, we need to add either u, either o afterwards. So let's look at the word boshi, boshi. So after bo, we add an extra u, and it becomes boshi. Becomes like this, boshi. Or we have the word toka, to. So afterwards, we can add o, toka, and it also becomes double. So it depends on the situation. Now, we learn how to make prolonged vowels. Let's look at how to make double consonants. So, let's take a look at this word, katta, katta. So this is small tsu, this is not big tsu. If it would be big tsu, we would say katsuta. But this is small tsu, it's half the size of a normal hiragana letter. If it's half the size of a normal hiragana letter, it works as a tool to make the consonant coming afterwards double. So we don't pronounce it at all, we just make the consonant coming afterwards double. So if we have T, it becomes double T, katta. If we have mat and te, it will be matte, matte, T will become double. If we have su and pai, the P will become double, supai, supai. So if you write a small tsu, it will make a double consonant, like double T, double P, double K, or double S. And there's one more way. If we're talking about consonants like N, like N, so we need to add an extra N to na, ni, nu, ne, no. So if we have word yonnen, nen is ne, so we need to add an yonnen, so it's double N. Very good. Now let's practice. You will see a hiragana letter on the screen and I will give you 5 seconds to think about what letter is this, okay? If you feel like you need more time, feel free to pause the lesson, okay? Let's go. So what letter is this? A. A. Very good. What letter is this? O. O. What letter is this? Ru. Ru. What letter is this? Ro. Ro. What letter is this? Ne. Ne. What letter is this? Re. Re. What letter is this? Wa. Wa. What letter is this? Chi. Chi. What letter is this? Chi. Chi. What letter is this? Su. Su. What letter is this? Me. Me. What letter is this? Nu. Nu. What letter is this? I. I. What letter is this? She. She. What letter is this? Mo. Mo. What letter is this? Ma. Ma. What letter is this? Ha. Ha. What letter is this? Ho. Ho. What letter is this? Sa. Sa. What letter is this? Ki. Ki. What letter is this? Ga. Ga. What letter is this? Za. 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 What letter is this? Pa. Pa. What letter is this? Bo. Bo. What letter is this? Po. Po. What letter is this? Ba. Ba. What letter is this? Z. 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 What letter is this? Zo. Zo. What letter is this? G. G. What letter is this? Go. Go. How do we pronounce this? Kyo. Kyo. Ki plus yo. Kyo. Kyo. How would we pronounce this? Kyo. Kyo. because this is a contracted sound, kyo, kyo plus u, so it's prolonged. Kyo, kyo. How would we pronounce this? Mya, mya. Mi plus ya would be mya, mya. How would we pronounce this? Myo, myo. Mi plus yo, myo. How would we pronounce this? Myo, myo. Because we have myo plus u, so it's prolonged. Myo. Now let's practice. Let's try to write down these letters in Japanese. I will give you 5 seconds, but feel free to pause this lesson here to take as much time as you need to write it down, okay? Let's go. Ao, ao. It would mean blue. I love. Ao, ao, to meet. Very good. How about these words? Ame, ame, rain. Ashi, ashi, leg. Asa, asa, morning. Ie, ie, house. Uta, uta, song. Eki, eki, train station. Oto, oto, sound. Okay, now let's try these words. Kau, kau, to buy. Kita, kita, north. Kuma, kuma, bear. Keshiki, keshiki, view. Koko, koko, here. Okay, let's try these ones. Sakana, sakana, fish. Shika, shika, deer. Suika, suika, watermelon. Semi, semi, cicadas. Sora, sora, sky. Okay, let's try these words. Take, take, bamboo. Chikai, chikai, near. Tsuki, tsuki, moon. Te, te, hand. Tori, tori, bird. These words. Namae, namae, name. Niwa, niwa, garden. Inu, inu, dog. Neko, neko, cat. Nori, nori, glue. Okay, let's try these words. Hana, hana, nose or flower. Hikoki, hikoki, airplane. Fune, fune, boat. Hebi, hebi, snake. Hon, hon, book. Let's try out these words. My, before or in front of. Michi, michi, street. Mushi, mushi, insect, bug. Me, eye. Momo, momo, peach. Let's try out these words. Yaku, yaku. Yuki, yuki, snow. Yoru, yoru, evening. Now let's try to write down these words. Rainen, rainen, next year. Risu, risu, squirrel. Saru, saru, monkey. Rekishi, rekishi, history. Rosoku, rosoku, candle. And our last words, let's do this. Wakame, wakame, seaweed. O, particle wo. Nen, nen, years. Otsukare-sama desu. You have worked so hard. So otsukare-sama desu is otsukare-sama desu is like a ritual phrase that people say after they work hard and finish work. They say it to each other every day. So I'm paying my respect to you because you have worked so hard and you have learned hiragana. So otsukare-sama desu and omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, you have finished your first lesson of this course. So I will see you in our second lesson. Mata ne! Minasan, Nihongo koso e yokoso. Hello and welcome to your second lesson of the Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and let's get started. So I want us to review the Japanese writing system. So the Japanese writing system, as we have discussed before, consists of 3 writing scripts. So the first one is hiragana, hiragana, and we have learned hiragana in our previous lesson already. And the second one is katakana, katakana, which we will learn today. And the third one is kanji, kanji. So do you remember what we use each of these writing scripts for? So yes, hiragana is used for purely Japanese words, grammatical endings, or writing honorifics. Katakana is used for foreign words, people's names, names of places, food. So basically all the words that came from other countries. And the last one is kanji, kanji, which came from ancient China. And kanji, they can show us a word or they can show us a concept of something. So let's analyze this sentence one more time. Arison-san wa keiki o tabemasu. Arison-san wa keiki o tabemasu. Arison-san, Allison, keiki, cake, tabemasu, will eat or eats. So san wa, o, and bemasu are all written in hiragana. Hiragana. We can see it because they're very curved, very elegant, they're not sharp at all. However, Arison name Allison, and keiki, keiki, cake, they're both written in katakana, and we can see it because katakana is really sharp compared to hiragana. And the last part, tabe, this is a kanji. Very good. So let's start off with the first 5 sounds of hiragana. A, I, U, E, O. So we have A, I, U, E, and O. So now let's look at the stroke order. So the first stroke would be here, 1 with this sharp angle, 1. And the second stroke would go top to bottom, 2. So we have 1 and 2. For E, we have stroke from top to left, like 1, and it goes to the right side. and it goes to the left side, 1. And then we have top to bottom, 2. So 1 and 2. Very good. For katakana U, the first stroke would be here, 1. The second stroke would be here, 2. And the third stroke would be 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. Perfect. For E, we have first stroke here, 1. Left to right horizontal, 1. Then top to bottom, 2. And 3 would be the same line as here, but a bit longer. 3, left to right horizontal. So 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Now let's move to O. Our first stroke would be left to right horizontally, 1. Second stroke would be 2. And this would be our third stroke, 3. 1, 2, 3. Great. Let's move on to our K line, which is ka, ka, ki, ku, ke, and ko. So we have ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Very good. So let's start off with our strokes. The first stroke will be 1. 1. And our second stroke would go top to bottom, 2. 1, 2. Perfect. For ki, we have left to right, 1. Left to right, second one, but a bit longer, 2. And then top to bottom, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. Very good. For ku, this would be our first stroke, 1. 1. And our second stroke would be here, 2. So 1 and 2. Perfect. That's our ku. For ke, this would be our first stroke here. So top to bottom, 1. Left to right, 2. And then 3. Top to bottom again. So we have 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And last one, ko. We would have 1, 2. 1, 2. So we have this angle, 90 degrees, 1, and then 2. Perfect. So we have ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Great. Let's move on to our S line. And here we have sa, sa, shi, shi, su, su, se, se, and so, so. So we have sa, shi, su, se, so. Sa, shi, su, se, so. So our first stroke for sa would be horizontal stroke, 1. So the first stroke for sa would be here, left to right horizontally, 1. Our second stroke would be here, top to bottom, 2. And it's quite short, so don't make it too long. 2. And our third stroke would be like this, 3. So we have left to right, top to bottom short, top to bottom with a curve. Perfect. Now moving on to shi. Shi. So our first stroke would be here, 1. Our second stroke would be here, 2. And our third stroke, and this is very important, it has to go up. So like this, up, up. So we have 1, 2, and then we're going up. Perfect. And this is very important to remember the stroke order of shi, because we will have another katakana character which will be quite similar, and the stroke order will define their differences. Okay? Perfect. Now let's move on to su. The first stroke will go like this. 1, 1. And the second stroke will be here. 2. So we have 1, 2. Perfect. That's our su. For se, our first stroke would be here. 1, 1. And our second stroke would be 2. So we have 1, 2. Perfect. And for so, our first stroke would be here. 1. And our second stroke would be top to bottom. Top to bottom. So 1, top to bottom. Please also remember this one, because we will have a character that will look alike with so as well. Okay, so here we have sa, shi, su, se, so. Very good. Now let's move on to T line. T line. So here we have ta, chi, tsu, te, to. Ta, chi, tsu, te, to. Ta, chi, tsu, te, to. Very good. Now let's look at the stroke order. So for ta, the first stroke would be this one, top to bottom, 1. The second stroke would be this one, 2. And the third stroke would be this one, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Moving on to chi. The first stroke would be right to left, 1. The second stroke would be left to right, 2. And then we would go top to bottom. So we have right to left, left to right, and top to bottom. Perfect. Moving on to tsu. Tsu, and if you remember our shi, they look alike. They both look like smiley faces, right? So the stroke order for this one, we have 1, 2, and then we would go top to bottom. 1, 2, top to bottom. Perfect. For te, the first stroke would be a horizontal stroke, so we have 1. The second stroke would be also a horizontal stroke, but a bit longer than the one before, 2. And this would be our third stroke, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. Perfect. That's our te, te. And for to, the first stroke would be top to bottom, 1. And this would be our second stroke, 2, 1, 2. Perfect. So this is our T line. Ta, chi, tsu, te, to. Now let's move on to our N line, where we have na, ni, nu, ne, no. Na, ni, nu, ne, no. Na, ni, nu, ne, no. Very good. Now let's look at the stroke order. So for na, the first stroke is a horizontal stroke, left to right, 1. And the second stroke is top to bottom, 2. So we have 1, 2. Perfect. Second stroke, for ni, the first stroke would be 1. And the second stroke would be a bit longer, but also horizontal, 2. So we have 1, 2. Very easy. For nu, however, the first stroke would be like this. 1, 1. And second stroke would be 2, 2. So we have 1, 2. For ne, the first stroke is the top stroke. 1. The second stroke is 2. The third stroke is 3. And this is 4. So we have 1 top to bottom, 2, 3 top to bottom, 4. Amazing. And for no, we just have top to bottom. 1. Amazing. So here we have na, ni, n, ne, no. Now let's move on to our H line, where we have ha, hi, fu, he, ho. Ha, hi, fu, he, ho. Ha, hi, fu, he, ho. So for the stroke order of ha, we have 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Very good. For he, our first stroke would be this one, left to right. 1. 1. And our second stroke would be this one, 2. So we have 1, 2. For fu, it's just one stroke, so it's very easy. 1, 1. For he, it's also only one stroke. 1, 1. And for ho, we have 4 strokes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have horizontally going 1, vertically going 2. Then we have 3 and 4. So this is our H line. Ha, hi, fu, he, ho. And now let's move to our M line. So we have ma, mi, m, me, mo. Ma, mi, m, me, mo. Ma, mi, m, me, mo. Okay, let's look at the stroke order of ma. So the first stroke is 1. 1. And the second stroke is 2. So we have 1, 2. Very good. For mi, we have 3 strokes. So we have 1, 2, 3. So we have 1 short, 2 short, and 3 is the longest one. 1, 2, 3, 10, 10, 10. Very good. Our third one, mu. So the first stroke would be this one. 1, 1, 2. Second stroke. First stroke, second stroke. 1, 2, 1, 2. Very good. Me. The first stroke would be 1, 2. First stroke, second stroke. First stroke, second stroke. This is me, me. And for mo, we have first stroke, second stroke, third stroke. First stroke, second stroke, third stroke. Mo, mo. So we have ma, mi, mu, me, mo. And that's our M line. Very good, guys. So now let's take a look at these 3 ones. So now let's take a look here. We have ya, you, yo, ya, you, yo, ya, you, yo. Perfect. So the first stroke for ya would be this one, very sharp. 1, 1. And the second one would be top to bottom, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. And this one is a bit to the side, as you have noticed. Very good. So this is ya, ya. For you, we have 1. So this is our first stroke. 1. And 2 is this one, long one. 1, 2. This is you, you. And for yo, we have 3 strokes. So this is our first one. 1, 1, 2, 2. And this is 3, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3. Very good. Ya, you, yo, ya, you, yo. Now we are moving to our R line. So here we have ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Ra, ri, ru, re, ro. So the stroke order for ra, 1. This is our first one, horizontal stroke, 1. And our second stroke would be this one, 2. 2. And if you take a look here, the bottom part looks exactly like katakana fu, fu. Okay? So you have 1, and 2. Perfect. Now ri. So our first stroke is this one, 1, 1, and the second one is 2 with the curve. 1 and 2 with the curve. That's ri, ri. For ru, ru, the first stroke is this one, 1, 1, and the second one is 2, 2. Ru, ru. For re, we only have one stroke, which is 1, 1, 1. This is re, re. And for ro, we have 3 strokes. We have 1, 2, 3. So we're writing like a little square. We're making a square. So we have 1, 2, 3. And this is our ro, ro. So we have ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Very good. Now we have 2 more. We have wa and n. Wa and n. So for wa, the stroke order would be like this. 1, 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. This is wa, wa. And for n, we have stroke 1. And number 2 would go up. 2. 1 and 2. So we have wa and Now, just like in hiragana and katakana, we also have diacritical marks. So we have these 2, 10, 10, 10, 10, and we have this one, a round one. And if you remember, these 2 diacritical marks, they help us to make new sounds without actually making new letters, you know? Let's take a look. So this is 10, 10, and its original name is dakuten, 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 and this is a little circle, a little bubble, and its name is handakuten, handakuten. But you don't need to remember these ones because they're quite scientific, you know. So just remember how to write them and how to use them. So how to write them, you just do 10, 10, 2 little lines, and here you make a small bubble. Very good. Now, do you remember what letter is this? This is hiragana, ka, ka. We add dakuten, it becomes ga, ga, and we write it on the right side, right? So it from ka, it becomes ga, ga. Now, if ka became ga when we use these diacritical marks, what would these, so ki, ku, ke, ko, into what sound would they turn? Let's think about it. I will give you 5 seconds. So yes, they would turn into gi, gi, gu, gu, ge, ge, and go, go. Very good. So we have ga, gi, gu, ge, go. Ga, gi, gu, ge, go. Now here we had sa, shi, su, se, so. But with diacritical marks, these sounds become za, za, ji, ji, z, z, ze, ze, zo, zo, za, ji, z, ze, zo. Very good. Now T line, ta, chi, tsu, de, to would become da, da, ji, ji, z, z, de, de, do, do. So it would become da, ji, z, de, do. Da, ji, z, de, do. For H line from ha, hi, fu, he, ho, they would become ba, bi, bu, be, bo. Ba, bi, bu, be, bo. So we have ba, bi, bu, be, bo, bo. Very good. Now, if we add that little circle, the H line would become pa, pi, pu, pe, po, pa, pi, pu, pe, po, pa, pi, pu, pe, po. Very good. Now, just like in hiragana and katakana, we also have contracted sounds with ya, yu, and yo. If you remember, we need to write these contracted sounds ya, yu, yo, very small, very small. So if normal ya would be big like this, for contracted sounds, it would be half of a real letter, okay? Half the size. Let's take a look. So if we have katakana ki, and we add ya, please take a look at how this one is smaller than normal katakana letter. Together, if we put them, it becomes kya. So ki plus ya is not kia, it's kya. Very good. Now let's take a look at examples of contracted sounds in katakana. Kya, kyu, kyo, and with diacritical marks, gya, gyu, gyo. So we have kya, kyu, kyo, gya, gyu, gyo. Kya, kyu, kyo, gya, gyu, gyo. Very good. Other contracted sounds, sha, shu, sho, and with diacritical marks, ja, ju, jo. So we have sha, shu, sho, ja, ju, jo. Sha, shu, sho, ja, ju, jo. Very good. Then we have cha, chu, cho, cha, chu, cho. Nya, nyu, nyo, nya, nyo. So we have cha, chu, cho, nya, nyo. Cha, chu, cho, nya, nyo. And for our H line, we have hya, hu, hyo, bya, bu, byo, pya, pu, pyo. Hya, hu, hyo, bya, bu, byo, pya, pu, pyo. Great job. And mya, mu, myo, mya, myo, rya, ru, ryo, ra, ru, ryo. So we have mya, myo, ra, ru, ryo, mya, myo, ra, ru, ryo. Very good. Now, just like in hiragana, in katakana as well, we have prolonged vowels. So let's take a look. When we have prolonged so let's say we have sound ka. If we want to make it sound double, in hiragana we would add an extra a. But in katakana, we add this line, and then we know that it's prolonged. So then we pronounce it as ka, ka, and it becomes double like this, and we can transcribe it like this. Ka, ka. Now for double E, in hiragana we would add an extra E, but in katakana, again, we add this long line. So if we have sound ki and we add this, it will sound ki, ki, like this, prolonged. For double U, we have sound so. So if we want to make it sound longer, we add this line, and then it sounds like su, 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 like this. For double E, let's say we have ke, ke, we want to prolong it, we add this line, and it sounds ke, 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 like this. And for double O, let's say we have bo, bo, we add this line, it sounds bo, bo, like this. So we have ka, ki, su, ke, bo. So we need to add this line to prolong our vowels. So now, just like hiragana, katakana also has double consonants, and when we were talking about hiragana, we added a small tsu, and we do the same thing with hiragana, and we do the same thing with katakana. We add a small tsu, but katakana tsu, the smiley face. Okay, 1, 2, 3, to make the consonant coming after double. So let's take a look at this word, saka, saka, saka. So because of the small tsu, K becomes double, and because of this prolonged line, we have a prolonged vowel, ka. So we have saka. Very good. Take a look at this example, kapu, kapu. So P becomes double because we have a tsu in between. Because we have tsu before, kapu. Now kitchen, kitchen. We have small tsu before ch, ch, chi. So we have kitchen. Very good. So T becomes double, P becomes double, K becomes double, S becomes double, and chi becomes double. Okay, so all the consonants become double if we write small tsu before them. So now, because katakana is used to write down foreign words, sometimes we still have problems, for transcribing what is written. So sometimes we need to make special sounds in katakana to write down foreign words, okay? So these are katakana foreign sound combinations. Let's take a look. So we have u and small e next to it, and then we would say that it's we, like we. Then we have u and e, small e, so we, like this, we. Then we have u and o and wo, like this. She and e, she, ji and e, je, chi and e, che. So we have we, wo, she, je, che. We make these special sounds to write down foreign words. Again, we have fa, fi, fe, fo, fa, fi, fe, fo, and ti, di, du, ti, di, du, fa, fi, fe, fo, ti, di, du. So, sounds like this. Now let's practice. You will see a katakana letter on the screen, and I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. What letter is this, okay? Let's go. Shi, tsu, hi, re, no, so, i, o, な、な、は、は、ま、ま、ゆ、ゆ、ろ、ろ、わ、わ、ん、ん、て、て、じ、じ、ず、ず、ぱ、ぱ、ぼ、ぼ、ぽ、ぽ、で、で、じ、じ、ぞ、ぞ、ぜ、ぜ、げ、げ、きょ、きょ。So ki plus yo, kyo, kyo. Mia, mia. Mi plus ya, mia, mia. Myo, myo. Mi plus yo, myo, myo. Now, let's practice. Let's try to write down these words in katakana. Are you ready? If you need more time, feel free to pause this lesson here and take as much time as you need, okay? But right now, I will give you around 10 seconds. Let's go. Now, if you wrote down America, America, イギリス、イギリス、ウクライナ、ウクライナ、エレベータ、エレベータ、オーストラリア、オーストラリア. You are correct. So the first one is United States, second one is England, third one is Ukraine, fourth one is elevator, and the last one is Australia. Very good job. Now let's try to write down these combinations of these katakana letters, okay? I'll give you 5 seconds. If you want, you can pause it here as well. Let's go. Ao, ao, ai, ao, ao. Okay, next one. Ame, ame, ashi, ashi, asa, asa. Very good. Ie, ie, utta, utta, eki, eki, otto, otto. Very good. Kau, kau, kita, kita, kuma, kuma, keshiki, keshiki, koko, koko. Sakana, sakana, shika, shika, suika, suika, semi, semi, sora, sora. Take, take, chikai, chikai, tsuki, tsuki, te, te, tori, tori. Namae, namae, niwa, niwa, inu, inu, neko, neko, nori, nori. Hana, hana, hikoki, hikoki, fune, fune, hebi, hebi, hon, hon. Mae, mae, michi, michi, mushi, mushi, me, me, momo, momo. Yaku, yaku, yuki, yuki, yoru, yoru. Rainen, rainen, risu, risu, saru, saru, rekishi, rekishi, roso, rosoku, rosoku. Wakame, wakame, nen, nen. Wakame, nen. Otsukare-sama desu. You have worked so hard and you have finished learning hiragana and katakana, 2 out of 3 Japanese writing scripts. I am so proud of you and I can't wait to see you in our next lesson. Until then, please review what you have learned and get ready to learn even more new things together. Omedetou gozaimasu, and I will see you in our next lesson. Mata ne! Minasan, Nihongo courseへようこそ. Hello and welcome to your 3rd lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie and let's get started. So in today's lesson we will learn about greetings or aisatsu. Aisatsu. Aisatsu in Japanese. So let's get started. The first one, you probably have heard of it in movies or in anime, and it means hello or good afternoon. So it will sound like this. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. And the most important thing here is that we have and ni. So we have double N. And please don't skip it, because if you skip this N, then it will sound like this. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa. But it's quite important for people to hear this part as well. So it's like konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Okay, very good. Let's move on to introducing ourselves. If we want to introduce ourselves, we could say like this. Watashi wa desu. Namae means name. So here you can insert your name. I will use my name as an example, okay? Watashi wa Roji desu. Watashi wa Roji desu. I am Rosie. So watashi. Watashi means I or me. Wa is a particle which defines our topic, and we would translate this as for me, I am Rosie. And des means is or am. So one more time. Watashi wa Roji desu. Very good. Another way to introduce ourselves is to say Watashi no namae wa Roji desu. Watashi no namae wa Roji desu. My name is. So watashi no means my. Namae means name. Here we insert our name into this namae in brackets, and then des means is. So my name is. Let's try one more time. Watashi no namae wa Roji desu. You can try to say this sentence with inserting your name here. I will give you 5 seconds to try it. How did it go? Was it all good? Great. Then let's move on. How can we ask, what's your name? What's your name? We would ask it like this. Onamae wa nan desu ka? Onamae wa nan desu ka? Onamae wa nan desu ka? Very good. So namae means name. O is a honorific particle. So if we're talking about someone else's name, we're asking someone else's name, we want to make it sound very polite. So we add o before namae. Onamae wa nan desu ka? Nan means what? Des means is, and ka is a question marker. So, what is your name? Onamae wa nan desu ka? Very good. Now, when we want to say nice to meet you, there are two ways in Japanese to say nice to meet you. Okay? So the first one is はじめまして。はじめまして。はじめまして。Very good. And the second one is よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。Although this one ends in su, we don't say お願いします. We say お願いします. So as if the u disappears, okay? So how these two nice to meet you are different? Well, はじめまして is the first word that we would say when we're meeting someone for the first time. We wouldn't say like, hello, good morning, good afternoon. We would say, はじめまして. Nice to meet you. はじめ means beginning, to start something in Japanese. So it means that we're starting something. We're meeting for the first time, okay? Very good. And after asking for someone's name, after replying what's our name, where we are from, at the very end we would say, よろしくお願いします. It's nice to meet you. Please treat me favorably. Okay? So, はじめまして will go at the beginning of our introduction. And よろしくお願いします would go at the very end. Very good. Now, 練習. 練習 means practice. So, the first thing we would say when we're meeting someone would be はじめまして. はじめまして. Now you can try. How did it go? Good. The second thing that we could say, お名前は何ですか? お名前は何ですか? What's your name? And the third thing would be introducing ourselves. 私の名前はリオです. 私の名前はリオです. My name is Rio. So here, let's take a look. When we say はじめまして, usually the other person will reply はじめまして as well. And then one of you will ask, お名前は何ですか? What's your name? And then the other person will reply and then ask the same question, お名前は何ですか? And then you will reply your name. 私の名前はリオです. Very good. Now, this is how this conversation would look like, okay? I will read the black dialogue and you will read the red one. So we will go like this. I will say this word and then you will say this one. I will say this one and you'll say this one. And then I'll say this one and you will say this one, okay? Let's go. はじめまして。私はリオです。よろしくお願いします。Very good. So here I said nice to meet you. You said nice to meet you. I introduced myself without waiting for someone to ask for my name. And then you introduced yourself as well right away. And then I said nice to meet you again. And you said nice to meet you again. Very good. Do you want to try one more time? But this time you would be the black one. All right. So you will begin and I will continue, okay? Let's go. はじめまして。私はたけしです。よろしくお願いします。Very good job. All right. Let's move forward. Now, I will be black one and you will be red one. Okay? Let's try this out. はじめまして。私の名前はリオです。よろしくお願いします。お名前は何ですか? Very good. Now let's take a look at this dialogue. I said, nice to meet you. My name is Rio. nice to meet you again. And then you said, nice to meet you, okay? But then you didn't mention your name. And sometimes that happens if there are like many people, like 5 people meeting for the first time, So then I ask you, お名前は何ですか? What's your name? And then you reply to me, my name is Takahashi. Very good. Let's move on. How to say good morning in Japanese. So this is an informal way to say good morning. Ohayo, ohayo, ohayo. A more formal way of saying good morning is Ohayo gozaimasu, ohayo gozaimasu, ohayo gozaimasu. So we add gozaimasu to make it more formal. If we're saying ohayo gozaimasu, we can say it to anyone older than us, to people that we don't know so well. But ohayo, only this part, we can say only to people that are very close to us, our family members or friends, okay? So again, good afternoon. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Good evening would be konbanwa, konbanwa, konbanwa. So although here, this is hiragana ha, but sometimes we pronounce it as wa, wa. Good night in an informal way would be oyasumi, oyasumi, oyasumi. Good night in a formal way would be oyasumi nasai, oyasumi nasai, oyasumi nasai. Very good. Long time no see. Ohisashiburi desu. Ohisashiburi desu. So when we say it very fast, like ohisashiburi, but slowly it would sound like this. Ohisashiburi desu. So if you know someone really well, you can just say ohisashiburi. But if you don't know someone that well, or they're older than you or higher in status, you can say ohisashiburi desu. Ohisashiburi desu. Very good. Now, how would we ask, how are you? O genki desu ka? O genki desu ka? O genki desu ka? So genki in Japanese means healthy, energetic, full of energy. O is the honorific particle. And this means is, are, ka is a question marker. So how are you would be O genki desu ka? If you want to reply that you are fine or good, you can say genki desu, genki desu, genki desu, genki desu. And if you want to ask and you and yourself, you can insert the name here and then say san wa. So san is a prefix that we add after someone's name to make it more respectful, like Mr., Mrs., Mrs. Okay, so we always need to add it after someone else's name, and then wa. So let's say I want to ask, and how about Rio? I would say Rio-san wa, Rio-san wa. So I tell the person's name and then I add san and wa, because saying just and you would be very, very rude and impolite in Japanese. Alright, so now let's practice. Let's do renshu. I will be black and you will be red. Let's go. Ohisashiburi desu. Hai, genki desu. B-san wa? Very good. So what we talked about here, I said long time no see, and then you said long time no see, how are you? And then I replied, oh yes, I'm good. And you? So like B is like presumably someone's name, and then you replied, I'm good. Very good. Now let's switch roles. I will be red and you will be black, okay? Let's go. お久しぶり。お元気ですか? And now let's switch role. お久しぶりです。お元気ですか? 元気です。Very good. Now, how to say goodbye in Japanese. I know that a lot of people have heard this way of saying goodbye in movies and TV and etc. And how we pronounce it is sayonara, sayonara, sayonara. It means goodbye. But Japanese people wouldn't say this very often, like they wouldn't say it among friends or family members because sayonara, it sounds like you're not going to see someone ever again. It's like goodbye forever. So it's useful knowing it, but I wouldn't use it because it's a bit weird. Usually people say like bye bye, bye bye, like in the English way, right? Or the most commonly used phrases are see you later, and we have a lot of them. So see you can be じゃあね、じゃあね、じゃあね. So it's very informal. It's like among friends and you're like see you, じゃあね, or じゃあ. Now if you want to say to someone see you tomorrow, you can say また明日, また明日. Mata means again, 明日 means tomorrow. So また明日, see you tomorrow. Another way to say see you can be またね, またね, またね. And I really like using this one. And there's another one, see you later. And see you later would be また後でね, また後でね, また後でね. Ato means later, mata means again. So again later. また後でね means see you later. Very good. Now let's review what we have learned today. こんにちは。こんにちは。私はロージーです。私はロージーです。私の名前はロージーです。私の名前はロージーです。So here and here you can just insert your name when you're reviewing, okay? お名前は何ですか? お名前は何ですか? よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。おはようございます。おはようございます。はじめまして。はじめまして。こんばんは。こんばんは。お久しぶりです。お久しぶりです。お元気ですか? お元気ですか? 元気です。元気です。さんはさんはさようなら。さようなら。バイバイ。バイバイ。またね。またね. Good job on your review. Now let's practice a little bit more. Okay, so I will be Gray and I will give you some time to ask me a question before I start replying my next answer, okay? So first of all, I will go here. はじめまして. Good. So if you reply to me はじめまして, that's very good. Now, what question would you ask? So I would reply like this. If you asked お名前は何ですか? お名前は何ですか? What's your name? That's perfect. And then I would reply 私の名前は花です。私の名前は花です。My name is Hannah. And then I would say よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。And you can reply also よろしくお願いします。Very good. Now, let's practice like this. I will be red and you will be black. Let's go. はじめまして。 私は花です。お名前は何ですか？ゆいこさんですね。よろしくお願いします。Very good. Now let's analyze what we have talked about here. So I said nice to meet you and you replied as well, nice to meet you. Then I said 私は花です. I'm Hannah. お名前は何ですか? What's your name? And then you replied 私はゆいこです. I'm ゆいこ. And then I replied ゆいこさんですね. Ah, you're Yuiko. Okay, so it's like me checking if I got their name right. And then I said, Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Nice to meet you. And you replied as well, Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Okay, let's try out this dialogue. I will be red and you will be black. Let's go. Ohisashiburi. Genki desu. Yuiko-san wa? Very good. So I said, oh, long time no see. And you said, oh, long time no see. How are you? And I said, oh, I'm good. And how about you, Yuiko? And you replied, oh, I'm good. Otsukare-sama desu. You worked so hard and you have finished your lesson about greetings. So now you will be able to greet in Japanese. I'm so proud of you. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations. And I will see you in our next lesson. Mata ne. 皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ. Hello and welcome to your fourth lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie and let's get started. So let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. Review in Japanese is 復習, 復習, 復習. I will repeat every word twice. こんにちは, こんにちは. 私はロジです。私はロジです。So right here where we have 名前 or empty space, you can just put your name, okay? 私の名前はロジです。私の名前はロジです。お名前は何ですか？お名前は何ですか？よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。おはようございます。おはようございます。はじめまして。はじめまして。こんばんは。こんばんは。お元気ですか？お元気ですか？元気です。元気です。さんはさようなら。さようなら。バイバイ。バイバイ。またね。またね。Great job. And now let's start our new topic. So our new topic is manners. Let's get started. So the first word we will learn today is お願いします。お願いします。お願いします。So it means please. And what it literally means is I'll ask you to do me an honorable favor. I'm asking you to do something for me. 使い方。使い方。How to use it. So the first way to use it is when you ask someone else to do something for you or you are counting on them to do something, okay? So let's read this first sentence. ワインをお願いします。ワインをお願いします。So wine means wine. お願いします please. So you can say wine please and it would mean, oh, could you please bring me wine? But this would be very, very, very polite. ワインをお願いします。Another way to use it could be もう一度お願いします。もう一度お願いします。One more time, please. So let's say you're talking to a native Japanese speaker and they're talking a bit too fast and you want them to repeat what they have just said. You can just say, もう一度お願いします. One more time, please. Second way to use it, and you already know when, is when you're meeting someone for the first time and it translates as nice to meet you, or please be nice to me, or please treat me favorably. And it is よろしくお願いします. よろしくお願いします. So it comes with this よろしく. よろしくお願いします. Third way to use it is when someone says they're going to do something or help you in some way, and when you say お願いします, it's like, oh, please do that. That's so nice of you. So let's take a look at this example. 本当ですか? 本当ですか? じゃあお願いします. じゃあお願いします. 本当 means really. 本当ですか? Really? じゃあ then お願いします. Please do that. So as you can see, there are so many ways to use this word お願いします, and it will be used every day in Japanese language. So I highly recommend using it. And another thing is that if you're working with Japanese people, using お願いします or よろしくお願いします will be very important, because it can also mean like thank you for your valuable time, or let's start working hard together. So it's a very, very important phrase. Moving on to ください. 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 Kudasai also means please, but please in a sense when you're asking for someone to give you something or do something for you. And then you need to use this particle o before the word kudasai. So we have o kudasai, o kudasai. Very good. Tsukaikata, tsukaikata. So the first way to use it is when you're asking for someone, please give me something, or please do something for me. So you can say それをください. それをください. それ means that. So それをください, that please. So please give me that. Or お茶をください. お茶をください. Ocha means tea in Japanese. So tea please. Please give me tea. So this is the first way to use it, is when we use it with noun and o kudasai. Noun and o kudasai, please give me something. The second way to use it is when we will use it with a verb, and then we will use te form, which we will learn later on. So something te kudasai. So it would mean please do something for me. The third word is dozo. 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 Here you go. So it's like please when you're giving someone something, like you're giving a gift and you're like, dozo. Tsukaikata. Tsukaikata. So it's please when a person brings something that is yours. So for example, これをどうぞ. これをどうぞ. So let's say someone has your coat and they're giving it to you, and they would say これ, this, どうぞ, this please. So they're giving it to you. これをどうぞ. Another common way to use どうぞ is こちらへどうぞ. こちらへどうぞ. This way please. こちら, this way. こちらへどうぞ. Our next word is thank you in an informal way. ありがとう. 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 Very good. Thank you very much, or thank you in a formal way. ありがとうございます. 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 Very good. Now, how would you say you're welcome in Japanese? どういたしまして。どういたしまして。どういたしまして。Very good. Another way to say you're welcome is like いえいえ。いえいえ. So いえ, if alone by itself, means no. But if you repeat it twice, it will mean you're welcome. いえいえ. I'm sorry. ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。Excuse me, I'm sorry. すみません。すみません。すみません. So you use すみません when you want to get someone's attention and when you're like, oh, excuse me, can I ask you a question? And things like that. But the one before, ごめんなさい, would be used more commonly if you bump into someone. And すみません is a bit more formal. Another word that Japanese people use is いただきます。いただきます。いただきます. They say this before the meal. So it's like a ritual phrase which actually doesn't mean anything. But if you translate it, it would mean thank you for the meal before eating. いただきます. And after the meal, you would say ごちそうさま。ごちそうさま。ごちそうさま in an informal way, and in a more formal way you would sayごちそうさまでした。ごちそうさまでした。ごちそうさまでした. Thank you for the meal after eating. Now, let's try to practice. I will read to you some situations and try to guess which word would we use in these situations, okay? So the first one, you are walking in a store and accidentally nudge someone as you pass by. You say, すみません or ごめんなさい. ごめんなさい. So I think ごめんなさい would be more commonly used in this situation, because すみません is more like excuse me, sorry, but some people might use this one as well. Our second situation is you are sitting in a restaurant and want some more water and you need to call over the waiter. You say, すみません。すみません。すみません. Yeah, you use すみません because it's like, oh, excuse me. Our third situation is you are hungry and you eat your roommate's last homemade cookie, not knowing which she was saving it. You say, ごめん, ごめん or ごめんなさい. ごめんなさい. So ごめんなさいis I'm sorry, but a bit more formal. And ごめん is short version of ごめんなさい. So if you are very close to your roommate, you can say ごめん. ごめん. And if you're not as close, you can say ごめんなさい. ごめんなさい. And now let's learn some new vocabulary. So coffee in Japanese would be コーヒー. 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 Water would be 水. 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 Beer, ビール. 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 Can you bring me something? Noun, をください. Noun, をください. So we will put the name of the thing that we want someone to bring for us, okay? Beer, water, or coffee, okay? So something をください. This is a very common way to ask for it. Okay, so now let's practice. How would you say, can you bring me beer? Think about it. I will give you 5 seconds. Beerをください. Beerをください. Beer, please. Please bring me beer. Very good. How could we ask, can you bring me water? 水をください. 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 Water, please. Can you bring me coffee? コーヒーをください. 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 Coffee, please. Very good. お疲れ様です. You have worked so hard and you have finished another lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. おめでとうございます. And I will see you in our next lesson. またね. Minasan, Nihongo koso e yokoso. Hello and welcome to our 5th lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and let's get started. So first of all, let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. And review in Japanese is fukushu, fukushu, fukushu. I will repeat every word twice. Let's go. Onegai shimasu, onegai shimasu. くださいくださいどうぞどうぞありがとうありがとうありがとうございますありがとうございますどういたしましてどういたしましていえいえいえいえごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。すみません。すみません。いただきます。いただきます。ごちそうさまでした。ごちそうさまでした。Great job! And today we will learn about numbers or 数字。数字 in Japanese. 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 3 3 3 3 4 4 4 4 I wrote down other 2 readings, yo and shi, just so you would keep them in mind because we will use them in the future. 5 5 5 5 6 6 6 6 7 7 7 7 8 8 8 8 9 9 9 9 10 10 10 10 11. So here we will write 10 and we will add 1 afterwards. So we will say 11. So 10, 1. 11, 11. 12. Also the same. 12, 12, 12. 13, 13, 13, 13. 14, 14, 14, 14. 15, 15, 15, 15. 16, 16, 16, 16. 17 17 17 17 18 18 18 18 19 19 19 19 20 20 20 20. So when we're doing 20, 30, 40, we need to add 2, 3, 4 in front of the 10, okay? 21 21 21 22 22 22 23 23 23 24 24 24 25 25 25 26 26 26 27 27 27 28 28 28 29 29 29. Now, if we want to continue with 30, it would be exactly the same. So we would add 3 in front of the 10, and then it would be 30, 30. And then afterwards, to 30, we just add 1, 2, 3. So 31, 32, 33, and etc. Same thing goes with 40. 40. 41 would be 41. 42 would be 42. 50. 50. 51 would be 51. 52. 52, and etc. 60. 60. 61. 61. 62. 62. 70. 70. 71. 71. 72. 72. and etc. 80. 80. 81. 81. 82. 82. 90. 90. 91. 91. 92. 92. 100. 100. 100. 100. So I want to pay your attention here to this. We have he and ya. So it's ha, 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 100. Okay? So 100 is 100. 200. 200. 200. 200. 300. 300. 300. 300. 400. 400. 400. So I want to pay attention here to B because it turns into B. So it's not 300 but 300. Bia, bia, 300. Very good. 400. 400. 400. 400. 500. 500. 500. 500. 600. 600. 600. 600. So here another exception, it becomes P. P. 600. 600. 700. 700. 700. 700. 800. 800. 800. 800. So here we have not only P but also small t. 800. So P becomes double. P. 800. 900. 900. 900. 900. Very good. And now 1000 is sen. 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 Or isen. 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 2000. Nisen. 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 3,000, sanzen, sanzen, sanzen. It's an exception here with the Z. 4,000, yonsen, yonsen, yonsen. 5,000, gosen, gosen, gosen. 6,000, rokusen, rokusen, rokusen. 7,000, nanasen, nanasen, nanasen. 8,000, hassen, hassen, hassen. So we have an exception here with small t and s, hassen. 9,000, 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. And 10,000 would be ichiman, ichiman. So man means 10,000. So 10,000 would be ichiman. And then we just need to add number here. How many 10,000s? And then we say man, man. Now let's practice. You see a number on the screen and please try to think of it in Japanese. How would you say it in Japanese, okay? I will give you 10 seconds to think about it, okay? Okay, so let's go. 24. 24, 24. Very good. 18. 18, 18, 18. Very good. So we have 10 and 8. 39. 39, 39, 39. So we have 3, 10 and 9. 39. 100. 100, 100, 100. 324. 324, 324. So we have 300, 2, 10, 4, 24. 324. Very good. 610. 610, 610. So 600 is our exception. 600, 600, 10. 850. 850, 850. So 800, 800. Go 5, 10. Very good. So 800 is our exception. 850. 3,000. 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. This is our exception with zen. 8,600. 8,600, 8,600, 8,000, 8,000 with exception. 600, 600 also exception. 101. 101, 101. 10,800. 18,800, 18,800. 20,000. 2,000, 2,000. So we have 2 10,000s. So 2,000, 20,000. 7. 7, 7. 4. 4, 4. 14 14 14 17 17 17 70 70 70 54 54 54 very good job 13 13 13 240 240 240 890 890 890 431 431 431 very good 9 Q 66 66 66 91 91 91 25 25 25 76 76 76 Now, if you feel the need to practice again, feel free to read. Now, if you feel like you need to practice again, feel free to go back to the beginning and practice those numbers again. But so far, you have worked so hard. Otsukaresama desu. You have learned a lot of new numbers, so you will be able to do so many things when you know numbers. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, and I will see you in our next lesson. Mata ne. 皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ Hello and welcome to your 6th lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie and I'm so excited about this lesson. You might ask why, because in this lesson we will learn new grammar and we will learn a ton of new vocabulary. So without further ado, let's get started. If you feel the need to review what we have learned in our previous lesson, feel free to go back and review it, but now we will start learning about grammar. And grammar in Japanese is bunpo, bunpo, bunpo. Very good. The first thing that we will learn today is particle wa. So as you can see, we write it as hiragana ha, but we pronounce it as a particle as wa, wa. Very good. So what is particle wa? Particle wa is a topic marker. So it indicates the topic of our conversation. It indicates what the conversation is about. So we can translate it as for, and wa is usually put after a noun. Let's take a look. So here you can see an empty sentence with 2 empty circles. Something wa, something des. Des means is, are, am, in general, to be. So something wa, as for something, it is something. So here we can put a noun, someone's name, an object, anything you want. And here we can put noun, adjective, and etc. Let's take a look at example sentence. Watashi wa gakusei desu. Watashi wa gakusei desu. Watashi wa gakusei desu. Watashi means I or me. Gakusei means student. Although we write it as gakusei, we pronounce it as gakusei, gakusei, as if the u from ku disappears. So, as for me, watashi wa, As for me, I am a student. Or I am a student. Very good. Another example sentence. これは野菜です。これは野菜です。これは野菜です。これ means this right here. So これは as for this. 野菜 means vegetable or vegetables. Is a vegetable. So this is a vegetable. Very good. Now, how to make a question in Japanese. So first, let's take a look at the sentence what we have just analyzed. これは野菜です。これは野菜です。As for this, it's a vegetable. So this is a vegetable. Now, what we need to do if we want to make a question, we need to empty the space after wa. So we need to take out our object. So yasai, we take it out. And we need to add an empty space after this. Now, why do we do this? Because instead of this first empty space, we put the word nan. Nan. Nan means what in Japanese? So, これは何ですか? Ka is a question marker that we put at the end of the sentence. When you see ka, you know it's a question. So, これは何ですか? As for this, what is it? So, what is this? That's how we make our question. And if you want to give an answer, instead of nan, you put your answer here. So let's say yasai, and you just remove ka. So we just leave this. And the answer would sound like this. これは野菜です. This is a vegetable. Very good. Now, again, let's take a look at the sentence. これは何ですか? So, ka indicates a question. This is very important because when we will be learning how to make questions, we will always need ka. And nan, we will also use it very often in sentences and questions. Nan, what? Perfect. And now let's learn Japanese words for this, that, and that over there. Okay? So this would be これ, これ, これ. That would be それ, それ, それ. And that over there would be あれ, あれ, あれ. Very good. So we use これ, これ, when we don't actually say this wallet, this house, this flower, when we don't name the object, okay? So we just want to say this, okay? So if I have a wallet next to me, I would just say これ, これ, this. However, I could also use it in a sentence like this. これは, as for this is a wallet. 財布です. 財布です. Okay? But you couldn't say これ財布, これ財布, this wallet. It wouldn't be logical in Japanese because there's another word to use it like that, okay? So now, let's start off with this. これ, これ, これ. Now, we use this word when we are talking about an object that is next to the speaker. Okay? So let's imagine we are the speaker, like you are the speaker or I am the speaker, and this wallet is next to me. So I would say これ, これ, this. And if I would want to say this is a wallet, I would say これは財布です. これは財布です. But I couldn't use it as this wallet, okay? Keep it in mind. Very good. Now, we have our second word, それ, それ. So we are the speaker and we are here, and the listener or our partner is here. And so the object that is next to her for us would be それ, それ, that. So it's a little bit far away from us, but not so far away. So it would be それ, それ, that. And if we would want to say that is a wallet, we would say それは財布です。それは財布です。That is a wallet. Okay, very good. Now, are is that over there. So it means it's far away both from the speaker and the listener. So we are here and the wallet is over there. And we would say, あれは that over there. And if we would want to say that over there is a wallet, we would say, あれは財布です。あれは財布です。Very good. And now let's learn a Japanese word for this, that, and that over there when we're using it together with a noun. What do I mean together with a noun? When we want to say this wallet, that over there. Because before we learned this, that over there for saying just this, that, without the noun. And now when we want to name it very clearly, we will use these words. Kono, kono, sono, sono, ano, ano. So again, let's imagine that you are the speaker here. The wallet is next to you and you want to say this wallet. You would say, この財布、この財布、この財布. Very good. Now let's say the wallet is next to your friend, to the listener. For you, it would be that wallet. Right here, right? その財布、その財布、その財布. Amazing. And that wallet over there, far away from both of you, would be あの財布、あの財布、あの財布. That wallet over there. Perfect. Now, if we want to ask which one, we need to use the word どの、どの、どの. So let's say we have 3 wallets and we want to ask which one. Then we would say どの財布ですか? どの財布ですか? Don't know which one. Then we name the object, wallet. Is it? So which wallet is it? Which one? Very good. Now we also have words here, there, and over there. So let's imagine you are right here and the house is here. You would say here, ここ, ここ. And if you want to say it's here, like right here, you can say ここです, ここです by adding is, are, ここです. Now over there, now there would be そこ, 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 そこです. So again, it depends on the distance that you are away from the place. So you are here, listener is here, so then it would be そこ, そこ. And if you're both far away from the place and it's really far away, you would say あそこ, 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 あそこ. And you can ask, is it over there? Then you can say あそこですか? あそこですか? Is it over there? And if you want to ask where is something, the word is どこ, どこ, どこ. Where? So どこですか? どこですか? Where is it? どこですか? And now, let's start learning new vocabulary. So food in Japanese is 食べ物, 食べ物, 食べ物. Tabe is a part of the word to eat and mono is a thing. So tabemono means edible things. Tabemono. Bread, pan, pan, pan. Rice, kome, kome, kome. I need to pay attention here that kome is uncooked rice. We have another word for cooked rice. And our word for cooked rice is gohan, gohan, gohan. Egg in Japanese is tamago, tamago, tamago. Meat is niku, niku, niku. Pork is butaniku, butaniku, butaniku. Buta means pig and niku means meat. So pork is butaniku. Toriniku, toriniku, toriniku. Chicken. So tori is bird and niku is meat. So toriniku. Gyuniku, gyuniku, gyuniku. Beef. Fish. Sakana, sakana, sakana. Vegetables. Yasai, yasai, yasai. Lettuce. Retasu, retasu, retasu. Onion. Tamanegi, tamanegi, tamanegi. Garlic. Garlic, garlic, garlic. Pepper, as in spices. Kosho, kosho, kosho. Carrot. Ninjin, ninjin, ninjin. Tomato. Tomato, tomato, tomato. Fruit. Kudamono, kudamono, kudamono. Apple. Ringo, ringo, ringo. Banana. Banana, banana, banana. Watermelon. Suika, suika, suika. Strawberry. Ichigo, ichigo, ichigo. Grapes. Budo, budo, budo. Drink. Nomimono, nomimono, nomimono. Nomi is a part of the verb to drink and mono is thing. So drinkable thing is a drink. Nomimono. Milk can be said in two different ways. The first one is gyunyu, gyunyu, gyunyu. Second one is milk, milk, milk. Tea is ocha, ocha, ocha. Sugar, sato, sato, sato. Honey, hachimitsu, hachimitsu, hachimitsu. And now I will ask you some questions and we will practice together. So I will ask you what is it and you will see something on the screen. As you can see now, some vegetables, and you will need to reply to me in Japanese, okay? So do you remember? If we have a question, これは何ですか? When we're giving the answer, we need to remove ka and instead of na, put our answer, okay? So I will give you 5 seconds to answer. So I will give you 5 seconds to answer each question. If you feel like you need more time, feel free to pause this lesson, okay? To take your time to think, no rush. So I will ask you the question now. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これは野菜です。これは野菜です。So as for this, it's vegetables. Yasai, yasai, vegetables. So these are vegetables. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これは果物です。これは果物です。These are fruit. これは何ですかこれは何ですかこれはお茶です。これはお茶です。It's tea. これは何ですかこれは何ですかこれはぶどうです。これはぶどうです。It's grapes. これは何ですかこれは何ですかこれはスイカです。これはスイカです。It's watermelon. And now I want to teach you another thing. So how to say I want something when we're talking about a noun. So it's not like I want to do something, but I want something. Like I want, I don't know, strawberries, I want watermelon, I want tea, okay? So something, a noun here, が欲しいです。が欲しいです。欲しい means to want. 欲しいです。Okay, so let's try to think. Okay, but before we start making our sentences, I need to tell you one thing. This way of saying I want something is very, very direct, so it might not be considered very polite. So you might use it among your friends or family members when you want to say something very directly. But Japanese people, when they're with people that they're not very close with, they wouldn't say this. People would think this is a bit childish way of saying I want something, but for beginner learners, this is totally okay. Okay. So if I want to say I want bread, I would say パンが欲しいです。パンが欲しいです。I want bread. And another way, but a more polite way of saying I want something is something をください。something をください。So something please or something をお願いします。something をお願いします。So をください and をお願いします。If we're looking at levels of politeness, をください would be less polite, but this is already very polite. But をお願いします is like begging someone in a very, very polite way. So let's take a look. If I want to say I want milk, I can say 牛乳をください。牛乳をください。Nice. And now let's practice. So we see a girl, a speaker, and we see a flower next to her, okay? And we want to say, this is a flower. This is a flower. What word would we use here in Japanese? Do you remember we learned これ、この、ここ? One of these words. But pay attention that here I just want to say this. This. This is a flower. I don't want to say this flower. I just want to say this is a flower. So if you feel like you need more time to think, feel free to pause this lesson here. But I will give you 5 seconds to think about the answer, okay? Let's go. これは花です。これは花です。So 花 is a flower. And we would use word これ, これ, because これ means this. So これは as for this, this is a flower. Very good. And now we have a listener here. So the flower is next to the listener. What word would we use to describe that? That. That is a flower. Let's think about it. それは花です。それは花です。So that, as for that, that is a flower. Very good. And last one, the flower is far away from both the speaker and the listener. How would we say that over there is a flower? あれは花です。あれは花です。Very good job. And now we want to name particularly the object. So we want to say this wallet. Okay, so it's next to the girl, so we want to say this wallet. What word would we use here? この財布. この財布. This wallet. Very good. So when we use it with a noun like this, we need the word この. この. Okay? And now the wallet is next to the listener. So what word would we use here? その財布. 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 Very good. And lastly, the wallet is far away from both the speaker and the listener, and we want to say that wallet over there. What word would we use here? あの財布. あの財布. Very good. And now, I will ask you a question. どこですか? どこですか? Where is it? So we have a camera, yeah? And we want to say it's here, it's there, or it's over there. So if the camera is next to the speaker, what word would we use to describe its location? ここです. ここです. It's here. Very good. Now, if the camera is next to the listener, what word would we use here? どこですか? どこですか? そこです. そこです. Very good. And if it's far away from both of them and we want to say it's over there, what word would we use here? あそこです. あそこです. Great job. And now I will ask you what is it, and I will give you 5 seconds to answer what is it in Japanese. Okay, let's go. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これはパンです. これはパンです. It's bread. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これは人参です. これは人参です. It's carrots. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これは卵です. これは卵です. It's an egg. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これは魚です. これは魚です. It's fish. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これはトマトです. これはトマトです. It's a tomato. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これはリンゴです. これはリンゴです. It's an apple. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これはバナナです. これはバナナです. It's bananas. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これはぶどうです. これはぶどうです. It's grapes. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これはいちごです. これはいちごです. It's a strawberry. これは何ですか? これは何ですか? これは玉ねぎです. これは玉ねぎです. It's an onion. お疲れ様です. You have worked so hard and you have finished yet another lesson of this course. I'm very, very proud of you. おめでとうございます. Congratulations, and I will see you in our next lesson. またね. 皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ. Hello and welcome to your 7th lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie. Now let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. I will repeat every word twice as always. Let's go. これ、これ、それ、それ、 あれ、あれ、この、この、その、その、あの、あの、ここ、ここ、そこ、そこ、あそこ、あそこ、どこ、どこ、食べ物、食べ物、パン、パン、米、米、卵、卵、肉、肉、豚肉、豚肉、鶏肉、鶏肉、牛肉、牛肉、魚、魚、野菜、野菜、レタス、レタス、玉ねぎ、玉ねぎ、ガーリック、ガーリック、胡椒、胡椒、人参、人参、トマト、トマト、果物、果物、リンゴ、リンゴ、バナナ、バナナ、スイカ、スイカ、いちご、いちご、ぶどう、ぶどう、飲み物、飲み物、牛乳、牛乳、お茶、お茶、砂糖、砂糖、はちみつ、はちみつ。So in today's lesson, we will learn everything about the time, or as we call it in Japanese, 時間、時間、時間. Okay, so let's get started. So how do we ask in Japanese, what time is it now? Let's read this sentence. すみません、今何時ですか？すみません、今何時ですか？ So すみません, as you already know, is excuse me, sorry. 今 means now in Japanese. 今. Nan means what. じ means hour. ですか? So this means is. Ka indicates a question. So excuse me, now, what hour is it? So what hour is it? What time is it? Very good. すみません、今何時ですか? And now let's learn how to call hours in Japanese. So hour is ji, ji, ji. So it can be hour or o'clock. And then before ji, before hour, we need to add a number. What hour is it? Okay. So if we want to say it's 1 o'clock, we would say ichiji, ichiji, ichiji. Very good. 2 o'clock would be niji, niji, niji. 3 o'clock would be sanji, sanji, sanji. 4 o'clock would be yoji, yoji, yoji. Pay attention here that it's not yon, it's not she, but it's yo, yo, yoji. Very good. 5 o'clock would be goji, goji, goji. So we have ichiji, niji, sanji, yoji, goji. Very good. Now let's take a look at hours from 6 to 10 o'clock. So 6 o'clock would be rokuji, rokuji, rokuji. 7 o'clock would be shichiji, shichiji, shichiji. 8 o'clock would be hachiji, hachiji, hachiji. 9 o'clock would be kuji, kuji, kuji. And 10 o'clock would be juji, juji. So let's take a look at 7 o'clock. Keep in mind that it's shichi, shichiji, not nanaji. Okay? And take a look at 9. It's not Q, but it's kuji, kuji. So we have rokuji, shichiji, hachiji, kuji, juji. Very good. And 11 o'clock would be juichiji, juichiji, juichiji. And 12 o'clock would be juniji, juniji. So we have juichiji and juniji. Perfect. Now another thing that we need to learn is how to say AM, PM, and half past in Japanese. So AM in Japanese would be gozen, gozen, gozen. And PM would be gogo, gogo, gogo. And half past would be han, han, han. And han literally means half. It can also mean half of something. Now we have learned hours. Let's take a look at minutes. So 1 minute in Japanese would be ippun, ippun, ippun. Take a look here that we have a small tsu, so it makes the P coming after double. Ippun. Very good. And minutes in Japanese will be pun or fun. So let's take a look at how it will change depending on the minute. So 1 minute would be ippun, but 2 minutes would be nifun, nifun, nifun. We have fun, fun here. 3 minutes would be sanpun, sanpun, sanpun. 4 minutes would be yonpun, yonpun, yonpun. 5 minutes would be gofun, gofun, gofun. 6 minutes would be roppun, roppun, roppun. Take a look here. Again, we have small tsu. It makes the P coming after double. Roppun. 7 minutes would be nanafun, nanafun, nanafun. 8 minutes can be happun, happun, or hachifun, hachifun, depending on the context, but I think the first one is used more commonly, happun, with the small tsu here. 9 minutes would be kyufun, kyufun, kyufun. 10 minutes could be juppun, juppun, or jippun, jippun. But the first one is more commonly used, juppun. Take a look here. Here we have ju, contracted sounds. And after the contracted sounds, we have small tsu and then pun. So it's juppun. And here also we have ji. And after ji, small tsu, jippun. 11 minutes would be ju-ippun, ju-ippun, ju-ippun. 12 minutes would be ju-nifun, ju-nifun, ju-nifun. 13 minutes would be ju-sanpun, ju-sanpun, ju-sanpun. 14 minutes would be ju-yonpun, ju-yonpun, ju-yonpun. 15 minutes would be ju-gofun, ju-gofun, ju-gofun. 16 minutes would be ju-roppun, ju-roppun, ju-roppun. 17 minutes, ju-nanafun, ju-nanafun, ju-nanafun. 18 minutes could be said in two different ways, in ju-happun, ju-happun, or ju-hachifun, 18分 19 minutes 19分19分 20 minutes 20分20分 or 20分20分 13 minutes 30 minutes 30分30分 or 30分30分 Now, there is order of telling the time in Japanese, while in English, when we're saying the time, we usually say 6 p.m., 6 a.m. So a.m., p.m. goes after the hour. However, in Japanese, it's the opposite. Firstly, we would need to say, is it a.m. or p.m.? Then we would need to say the number plus the hour word, ji, so o'clock. And then lastly, we would tell the minutes, or if it's half past, okay? So we have AM, PM, number plus hour word, and then minutes or half past. So let's practice. I will ask you, what time is it now? Ima nanji desu ka? And you will see time written here on the screen. And I will give you 10 seconds to think about it and tell me the answer. If you feel like you need more time, feel free to pause this lesson here and take your time to think. There's no rush, okay? Let's get started. Ima nanji desu ka? Ima nanji desu ka? Gogo 1時半です。Gogo 1時半です。So first of all, we would say gogo, p.m. Then we would say ichi, 1, ji, so 1 o'clock, okay? And then, only then, we would say half past, han. So we would say it like this. Gogo 1時半です。Gogo 1時半です。It's 1:30 now. 今何時ですか？今何時ですか？午前7時半です。午前7時半です。It's 7:30 a.m. So first we would say a.m. 午前 then 7時 7 o'clock and then han half past. Very good. Next one. 今何時ですか？6時36分です。6時36分です。Very good. 今何時ですか？午前4時です。午前4時です。午前 a.m. 4時4 o'clock. Very good. 今何時ですか？午後9時半です。午後9時半です。今何時ですか？今何時ですか？午前8時19分です。午前8時19分です。午前 a.m. 8時8 o'clock. 19 19 分 minutes. And then this would mean is. Very good. Even more practice. 今何時ですか？4時半です。4時半です。Very good. 今何時ですか？9時です。9時です。Very good. 今何時ですか？7時半です。7時半です。7:30. Very good. 今何時ですか？ 4時25分です。4時25分です。今何時ですか？3時15分です。3時15分です。今何時ですか？4時10分です。4時10分です。Perfect. 今何時ですか？8時15分です。8時15分です。Nice. 今何時ですか？12時半です。12時半です。お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished a very important lesson. Now you will learn how to tell the time in Japanese. So, おめでとうございます。And I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ Hello and welcome to your 8th lesson of his Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie again, and I'm so excited to learn even more new things with you today. So if you feel the need to review what we have learned in our previous lesson, please go back and review it. But today, let's start learning new things right away. So today we will learn how to ask for someone's age. How old are you, right? So let's take a look at the first question. 何歳ですか？何歳ですか？何 what? 歳 years for age, for years old when we're talking about someone's age. And this means is, RM, and ka question marker. So 何歳ですか？何歳ですか is a very common question to ask for someone's age. Now, what I didn't know when I went and started living in Japan is that there's one more way to ask for someone's age, and usually when someone asked me for my age, they asked in the second way, and the second way sounds like this. おいくつですか？おいくつですか？It also means how old are you is just another way to ask it. So keep this one in mind as well, okay? 何歳ですか and おいくつですか Very good. Now, let's learn how to say years for age from 1 to 10, okay? Because it will not always be like 1, 2, 3. There will be some exceptions. So let's get started. 1歳1歳1歳 1 years old 2歳2歳2歳 2 years old 3歳3歳3歳 3 years old 4歳4歳4歳 4 years old 5歳5歳5歳5 years old 6歳6歳6歳 6 years old 7歳7歳7歳 7 years old and our second exception is 8歳8歳8歳 8 years old 9歳9歳9歳 9 years old and for 10 years old there are two ways to say it. The first one is 10歳10歳10歳 and the second way is 10歳10歳10歳 Pay attention here that here we have these small tsu that make the consonant coming afterwards sound double, and the same goes for 8歳 and 1歳. Very good. Now for 11 years old, it would be 11歳 11歳. And afterwards, we would just add a number to number 10. And another exception is 20. So if you want to say you're 20 years old, you would say 20歳 20歳です hatachi. Now if we're talking about 30, 40, 50, we just add 3, 4, 5, whatever in front of number 10. So it would look like this. 30. So 30 years old would be 30歳, 30歳. 40 years old would be 40歳, 40歳. So 4, 10, and years old. 40歳. Now, I'll ask you a question. 何歳ですか? 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 How old are you? And you can reply in two ways. The first way is 私は歳です. So let's say I would want to say I'm 25. 私は25歳です. 私は25歳です. Or you can just reply like this. 25歳です. 25歳です. So now, can you try to answer this question by yourself? I will give you 5 seconds to answer this question. 何歳ですか? How did it go? Was it all good? Okay, now we can move forward. And now we will learn months in Japanese. Let's start off from January. 1月 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 February 2月 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 March 3月 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 April 4月 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 May 5月 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 So month in Japanese is called gatsu. Gatsu. Very good. And as you can see, we have an exception with April. So as you can see, we have an exception with April. It's not yongatsu, it's not yogatsu, it's shigatsu. Shigatsu. Very good. So we have 1月 2月 3月 4月 5月 Now let's take a look at other 6 months from June. 6月 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 July 7月 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 August 8月 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 September 9月 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 October 10月 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 So from all of those 6 months, we have 2 exceptions with July, where it's not nana, but it's 7月 7月 and with September, where it's not Q, but it's 9月 9月 Very good. So we have 6月 7月 8月 9月 10月 Very good. Let's take a look at the last 2 months. So November will be 11月 11月 and December will be 12月 12月 Very good. Now let's learn days of the month from the first day to the 10th day. So we do not say like ichi, nichi, ni nichi, san nichi, because that wouldn't make sense. Days of the month in Japanese have specific names for them from the first day to the 10th day, okay? So let's start off with the first day. 1日 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 The second day would be 2日 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 The third day would be 3日 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 with a small tsu right here. So that's why the consonant coming after becomes double. 3日 And the same goes for the fourth day, where it's 4日 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 We have a small tsu again. And the fifth day would be 5日 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 The sixth day would be 6日 muika, muika. The 7th day would be nanoka, nanoka, nanoka. The 8th day would be yoka, yoka, yoka. 9th day would be kokonoka, kokonoka, kokonoka. And the 10th day would be toka, toka. Very good. So I know that it might be difficult to memorize all of the names of these 10 days. So what you can do, you can make a short rhyme to memorize it easier, or you can try to say them very, very fast. All right, so what I did, I made like a short rhyme to memorize them faster. And I want to share it with you. Maybe it will help you out as well. So it would be like this. 1日、2日、3日、4日、5日、6日、7日、8日、9日、10日. And then you try to do it as fast as you can. So like 1日、2日、3日、4日、5日、6日、7日、8日、9日、10日. Well, I hope it will help you out. And if not, maybe you will find your own way to memorize these days of the month. And now let's take a look at other days of the month. So when we move from 10, we move to 11th. And from 11th, it will be easier because we don't need to memorize special names. It will be just normal numbers, 11, 12, 13, etc. And then we will need to add nichi, nichi. So nichi is the Japanese word for day. So we will say 11, 11, and then nichi, day. And then it will be 11th day, and etc. So let's take a look. So 11th day would be 11日 11日. 12th day would be 12日 12日. 13th day would be 13日 13日. 14th day would be 14日 14日. So this yokka comes from the last 10 days that we learned before. Okay, 14日. 15th day would be 15日 15日. 16th day would be 16日 16日. 17th day would be 17日 17日. 18th day would be 18日 18日. 19th day would be 19日 19日. And the 20th day would be 20日 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 20日. So only for the 20th day would we use 20日. When we will be talking about 21, 22, then we would use 20 again. So now, how do we ask when is your birthday? So first we need to know the word for birthday. The word birthday in Japanese is 誕生日 誕生日. And if we want to ask when is your birthday, we would ask お誕生日はいつですかお誕生日はいつですか We add o and I marked it in red because it's like a honorific, that it makes 誕生日, it makes birthday sound more polite because we're talking about someone else's birthday. Very good. So before we learn how to talk about our own birthday, we need to learn a very important particle, particle no. Particle no is a possessive particle. It's pronounced as no, no, and it shows that something belongs to someone. Okay, so let's take a look at the first example. We have watashi no, watashi no. So we already know that watashi means I or me. If we add no to watashi, it becomes my or mine. Watashi no, watashi no. If we take a look at the second example, we have anata, anata no. Anata in Japanese means you. And if we want to say yours, we would say anata no, anata no. Then let's take a look at this one. We have watashi tachi no, watashi tachi no. So watashi tachi in Japanese means us. And if we say watashi tachi no, then it would mean our. And the last one, if we want to say that Rio's, we have a girl named Rio, we would say it like this. Rio-san no kaban. Okay, so it would be Rio's bag. Ryo's bag. So don't forget to add san to someone's name to make it sound polite. Ryo-san no. Now, the way we would reply to the question, お誕生日はいつですか? When is your birthday? Is the way it is written here in this sentence. 私の誕生日は月です. So, 月, so this is the number of the month, and then this is the day. So you can make a long answer like this. For example, I can say that my birthday is on the 1st of December. I would reply like this. 私の誕生日は12月1日です。12月1日です。December, and then 1st, 1日. Or I can skip this part, 私の誕生日は, and just say the month and the day. So here I would say 12月1日です. And that makes my answer way shorter. Okay, now let's practice. I would like you to tell me when is your birthday. So I will ask you when is your birthday and I will give you 5 seconds to reply. Okay, let's go. お誕生日はいつですか? How did it go? Was it good? Alright, then let's move forward. Here we have an example. 12月1日です。12月1日です。1st of December. Alright. And now I would like us to check here. 1月2日です。1月2日です。Which month and which day would it be? I will give you 5 seconds to think of the answer, okay? 1月2日です。So it's 2nd of January. Very good. 2月6日です。2月6日です。3rd of February. Very good. 3月7日です。3月7日です。7th of March. 4月8日です。4月8日です。8th of April. Very good. Our next one. 5月9日です。5月9日です。9th of May. 7月11日です。7月11日です。11th of July. 8月1日です。8月1日です。1st of August. Very good. 9月30日です。9月30日です。30th of September. 10月20日です。10月20日です。20th of October. Very good. 11月です。11月です。November. Perfect. And now let's learn days of the week from Monday to Sunday. So let's take a look. The part that will always repeat itself will be yobi, yobi, yobi. So yo means week, bi means day. So day of the week, okay? And the only thing that will change will be the beginning of the word, okay? So let's start from Monday. 月曜日、月曜日、月曜日。Tuesday. 火曜日、火曜日、火曜日。Wednesday. 水曜日、水曜日、水曜日。Thursday. 木曜日、木曜日、 木曜日 Friday 金曜日金曜日金曜日 Saturday 土曜日土曜日土曜日 Sunday 日曜日日曜日日曜日 Very good. So we have 月曜日火曜日水曜日木曜日金曜日土曜日 and 日曜日 Very good. And now I want you to try to remember these days, okay? I will give you 10 seconds. How did it go? Let's take a look. Did you remember them correctly? 月曜日火曜日水曜日木曜日金曜日土曜日日曜日 Very good. Now, how would we ask which day of the week is it? Let's take a look at this sentence and its structure. 今日は何曜日ですか?今日は何曜日ですか? So today means is 今日. So today is 今日. Wa is a topic particle. 今日は as for today. Nan means what. 曜日 day of the week. Des means is and ka is a question indicator. So what day of the week is it today? It would sound like this. 今日は何曜日ですか? And we would reply in this way. 今日は something 曜日です. 今日は something 曜日です. Or without 今日は we can just say something 曜日です. Very good. So how could we say it's Monday? I will give you 5 seconds and then we will check our answer. 今日は何曜日ですか? 月曜日です. 月曜日です. Monday. Very good. 今日は何曜日ですか? How about Tuesday? 火曜日です. 火曜日です. Very good. Now let's move on to Wednesday. 今日は何曜日ですか? 水曜日です. 水曜日です. Now Thursday. 今日は何曜日ですか? 木曜日です. 木曜日です. Now Friday. 今日は何曜日ですか? 金曜日です。金曜日です。Now Saturday. 今日は何曜日ですか? 土曜日です。土曜日です。And our last day, Sunday. 今日は何曜日ですか? 日曜日です。日曜日です。Great job. Now let's practice. I will ask you, how old are you? 何歳ですか? And you will see a number on the screen and I will give you 5 seconds to try to tell me the answer in Japanese, okay? 何歳ですか? 何歳ですか? 20歳です。20歳です。20 years old. Very good. 何歳ですか? 何歳ですか? 18歳です。18歳です。18. 何歳ですか? 何歳ですか? 21歳です。21歳です。21. 何歳ですか? 何歳ですか? 85歳です。85歳です。85. 何歳ですか？何歳ですか？25歳です。25歳です。25。何歳ですか？何歳ですか？46歳です。46歳です。46。何歳ですか？何歳ですか？55歳です。55歳です。55。お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have learned a lot of new vocabulary today. You have learned months, days of the week, and days of the month, and you learned how to tell your age. I'm very proud of you. おめでとうございます。Congratulations, and I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. It's your teacher Rosie again, and I'm so excited about today because we will learn a lot of new vocabulary. But before that, I would like us to practice what we have learned in the previous lesson. So let's have a short review, or as we call it in Japanese, 復習. So I will repeat every word twice. Are you ready? Let's go. 1月、1月、2月、2月、3月、3月、4月、4月、5月、5月、6月、6月、7月、7月、8月、8月、9月、9月、10月、10月、11月、11月、12月、12月、1日、1日、2日、2日、3日、3日、4日、4日、5日、5日、6日、6日、7日、7日、8日、8日、9日、9日、10日、10日、誕生日、誕生日、月曜日、月曜日、火曜日、火曜日、水曜日、水曜日、木曜日、木曜日、金曜日、金曜日、土曜日、土曜日、日曜日、日曜日。Very good. Now, today we will learn how to call different colors in Japanese, how to name animals. We will learn names of a lot of objects and things, and we will learn how to ask the question whose. Now, without further ado, are you ready? Let's do this. So we will start from things or objects. Mono, mono, mono. Car, kuruma, kuruma, kuruma. Book, hon, hon, hon. Pen, 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 pen. Chair, isu, isu, isu. Table, teburu, teburu, teburu. Bag, kaban, kaban, kaban. Ball, boru, boru, boru. Now, how do we call colors or color in Japanese? It's iro, iro, iro. So how do we ask what color is it in Japanese? We would say it like this. Nani iro desu ka? Nani iro desu ka? Nani means what in Japanese. Iro means color. Des means is, and ka is a question particle. So what color is it? Let's start from blue. Ao, ao, or aoi. So we have e in brackets because it can also be used as an adjective, e adjective. Okay? And I want to tell you one thing, that Japanese people sometimes use this color to describe what is color green for us. For example, the green light of a traffic light or the greenness of the grass. So this might be a little bit confusing. So it's green and blue at the same time, okay? Red, aka, aka or akai. Yellow, kiro, kiro or kiroi. Black, kuro, kuro or kuroi. White, shiro, shiro or shiroi. The real green would be midori, midori, midori. Brown would be chairo, chairo, chairo. Purple, murasaki, murasaki. Pink, pink, pink. Gray, hairo, hairo. Orange, 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 orange. Now let's practice. Let's do renshu, renshu in Japanese. So take a look at all of these colors and try to remember how would we call them in Japanese, okay? I will give you 10 seconds to remember all the names of these colors. If you need more time, feel free to pause or listen here. But I think it's a very, very good way to try to memorize colors, okay? Okay, so let's check. Aoi, akai, kiro or kiroi, midori, chairo, murasaki, pink, kuroi. Here it should be shiroi, hairo, and orange, orange. So I want to remind you one more time that colors ending in I, they can be treated as adjectives, as e-adjectives, okay? Now let's do a little practice. I have some things written here in English and I would like you to think, how could you say it in Japanese, okay? I will give you 5 seconds to think about it and then we will check our answer, okay? So red car. Akai kuruma, akai kuruma. Very good. Yellow pen. Kiroi pen, kiroi pen. Black book. Kuroi hon, kuroi hon. White ball. Shiroi boru, shiroi boru. Red wine. This will be an exception, but I want you just to try to guess how could we say it in Japanese. Aka wine, aka wine. So this is a set. So with wine, word wine, red color will always be aka, aka, not akai. Another exception, black cat. Kuroneko, kuroneko. So it's not kuroi neko, it's kuroneko. And now let's read some example sentences. Kusa wa ao desu. Kusa wa ao desu. Kusa in Japanese means grass, so as for grass, it is green. Take a look here. Ao, we use not midori. We use ao, color blue/green, and we don't use it fully. We don't use aoi. We just say ao, ao desu. Our next sentence is ao shingo, ao shingo. Shingo is a traffic light in Japanese. So green traffic light would be ao shingo. Again, we would use color ao, and we wouldn't say aoi. We would say ao, ao. And now let's learn about animals, or doubutsu, doubutsu, doubutsu. Cat, neko, neko, neko. Dog, inu, inu, inu. Bird, tori, tori, tori. Elephant, zo, zo, zo. Lion, shishi, shishi. Rayon, rayon. So you can choose which one you want to use. Bear, kuma, kuma, kuma. Bear, kuma, kuma, kuma. Horse, uma, uma, uma. Tiger, tora, tora, tora. Turtle, kame, kame, kame. Pig, butta, butta, butta. Cow, ushi, ushi, ushi. And now let's learn how to ask the question whose. So who in Japanese is dare, 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 and no is a possessive particle. It means that something belongs to someone. So if we add no to dare, it becomes dare no, whose. And if we want to ask whose something is it, we need to say dare no something desu ka? Dare no desu ka? So let's try to make questions with the nouns that we already know and that we have learned in this lesson, okay? How could we ask, whose cat is it? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Dare no neko desu ka? Dare no neko desu ka? Whose car is it? Dare no kuruma desu ka? Dare no kuruma desu ka? Whose dog is it? Dare no inu desu ka? Dare no inu desu ka? Whose turtle is it? Dare no kame desu ka? Dare no kame desu ka? Whose chair is it? 誰の椅子ですか誰の椅子ですか Whose bag is it? 誰のカバンですか誰のカバンですか Whose book is it? 誰の本ですか誰の本ですか Whose pen is it? 誰のペンですか誰のペンですか Whose tiger is it? 誰の虎ですか誰の虎ですか Very good. You have done a very, very good job with these exercises. And let's review right now what we have learned in this lesson, all of our vocabulary, okay? Mono, mono, kuruma, kuruma, hon, hon, pen, pen, 椅子、椅子、テーブル、テーブル、カバン、カバン、ボール、ボール、色、色、青い、青い、赤い、赤い、黄色 or 黄色い、黒 or 黒い、白 or 白い、緑、緑、茶色、茶色、紫、紫、ピンク、ピンク、灰色、灰色、オレンジ、オレンジ、動物、動物、猫、猫、犬、犬、鳥、鳥、象、象、獅子 or ライオン、熊、熊、馬、馬、虎、虎、亀、亀、豚、豚、牛、牛。お疲れ様です。You have really worked so hard in this lesson. You've learned a lot of vocabulary. So please take your time to review it by yourself and to take your time to process it all, okay? おめでとうございます。Congratulations, and I'll see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to your 10th class of his Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie again, and I'm so proud of you. Today we will start a very important lesson. But before that, if you feel the need to review what we have learned in our previous lesson, feel free to go back and review it. And now, let's start a new topic. So today we will learn about Japanese particles, or as we call them in Japanese, joshi. Joshi, joshi. On the screen you can see so many particles. So you can see wa, ga, e, ni, de, o, no, mo, to, ya, ne, yo. Wow, so many, right? And I know that some of them you already know. We have seen some of them already, like particle wa. So it will not be as difficult for you. Let's get started. So now, first of all, why do we need particles in general? Well, I know while some languages don't have particles, in Japanese language, particles play an essential role. So particles help us to understand sentences way better. Let's take a look. So here we have the word Tokyo. Tokyo, Tokyo. Yeah, and then we have verb 食べる, 食べる, to eat. 行く, 行く, to go, and いる, いる, to be, to exist, for living things. Now, to make sense of the first word coming together with the second word, we need the correct particle. Let's take a look at how that would look like. 東京で食べる, 東京で食べる. So we have 食べる to eat and Tokyo. If we write particle de, it means that we are already in Tokyo and we are eating there. So where are we eating? We are eating in Tokyo. If we write particle ni or e in between Tokyo and iku, it would mean that I am moving towards Tokyo. I am going to Tokyo, okay? So there would be motion. And if I would write particle ni again, it would mean that I am already there and I'm just located there. Now let's start off with our first particle, and it's a particle that you have already seen. It's particle wa, wa, wa. So this is a topic marking particle. It is pronounced as wa, wa, but we write it as hiragana, ha, ha. So when we use it as a particle, we pronounce it as wa. When we use it as a non-particle, we pronounce it as ha. And it can be translated as for, okay? So if it comes after a word, after a noun, we will know that that noun is the topic of our sentence. Let's take a look at how that would look like. 私は学生です。私は学生です。私, I or me. 私は, as for me. 学生, student. We write 学生, but we say 学生. Des is our. So as for me, I am a student. I am a student. That's how we would translate the sentence, okay? So we know that the topic of our sentence is watashi, I or me. Second example. 今日は水曜日です。今日は水曜日です。今日, today. 今日は, as for today. 水曜日, Wednesday is. So today is Wednesday. So we know that the topic of our conversation is 今日, today. 出身はどこですか? 出身はどこですか? 出身, a place where you come from, where you were born, your hometown. So 出身は, as for your hometown, どこ, where is it? ですか? So where is your hometown? Where do you come from? ロシアは寒いです。ロシアは寒いです。Russia, Russia. So as for Russia, 寒い, cold is. So it's cold in Russia, or Russia is cold. So we know that the topic of our conversation is Russia. ベトナムは暑いです。ベトナムは暑いです。ベトナム is Vietnam. 暑い is hot. So as for Vietnam, it's hot. Okay, so the topic of our conversation is Vietnam. Particle ni, ni, ni. So this particle has a lot of purposes and a lot of ways to use it. So it's very, very important. So the first way to use it is using it as a direction particle. The second way to use it is as location particle. The third way to use it is as time particle. So when we're talking about ni as direction particle, we use it with movement verbs like to go, to come back, okay? So it means that we are moving towards somewhere, we're going somewhere, but we are not there yet. So we're moving towards that direction. So I can say I'm going to Tokyo, I'm going to Kyoto, okay? If we use it as a location particle, it means that we are already there. And then we use it with statement verbs. Statement verbs like the ones you see written in yellow. Iru, aru, sumu. Iru and aru, it means that to be for living and non-living things. Iru for living things, aru for non-living things. So it means that we are located there. We are there already. Or the last verb, sumu, to live somewhere. So when we use it as location particle, it means that we are located there. When we're talking about ni as a time particle, we use it for hours, days of the week, months, okay? So we say the hour and then particle ni. But to make it more clear for you, let's take a look at those examples. Koko ni neko ga imasu. Koko ni neko ga imasu. Koko ni, here, for location, right? Neko ga imasu. Neko is a cat. Ga imasu, there is. So there is a cat here. It is located here. Tokyo ni sunde imasu. Tokyo ni sunde imasu. So we have Tokyo. Sunde imasu is a long form, like present continuous tense for the verb to live. Sumo. So where do I live? I live in Tokyo. So when we use it again as a location particle, we are located there, we live there. Teburu no shita ni kame ga imasu. Teburu no shita ni kame ga imasu. Teburu, table. Shita, under. So under the table, kame ga imasu. There is a turtle under the table. So it's also as a location particle. When we're talking about time, at, so we have kuji ni okimasu. Kuji ni okimasu. Okimasu, we'll wake up, we'll get up. So I will get up at 9 o'clock. So at what time? At 9 o'clock. So after telling the hour, I always need particle ni. Ni. If I'm talking about on, for example, on Friday, kinyoubi ni aimasu. Kinyoubi ni aimasu. Kinyoubi, Friday. Aimasu, will meet. So we will meet on Friday. After Friday or any day of the week, again, I always need particle ni. Ni. Very good. Particle no. 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 So this is a modifying particle. It is pronounced as no and it indicates possession. That something belongs to someone, okay? Let's take a look. So we can translate it as off, okay? Let's take a look. If I want to say roses, I would say roji no. Roji no, okay? So I say the name roji and then no. I can also add san to make it more polite, like roji-san no. If I want to say my or mine, I need to say the word I, watashi, watashi, and then add particle no, no. So my would be watashi no, watashi no. If I want to say it's my bag, I would say watashi no kaban desu, watashi no kaban desu. Kaban means bag. Kore wa watashi no desu. Kore wa watashi no desu. This is mine. So kore wa this. Watashi no, mine is. So this is mine. It can also work as an attribute marker. So for example, if I want to say, oh, I am a Japanese teacher, I would say Nihongo no sensei. Nihongo no sensei. Nihongo means Japanese language. Nihongo. Sensei, teacher. So, teacher of Japanese language. Nihongo no sensei. Nihon no kuruma ga suki desu. Nihon no kuruma ga suki desu. Nihon, Japan. Kuruma, car. So, car of Japan. So Japanese cars. Suki desu, I like. So I like Japanese cars. 友達の名前はさくらです。友達の名前はさくらです。友達 friend 名前 name. So friend's name is Sakura. Friend's name is Sakura. Particle e. So this is a direction particle. It is pronounced as e, but we write it as hiragana he. It indicates direction towards where we are heading. It's used with motion verbs like iku, kuru, kaeru. Example sentence. 京都へ行きます。京都へ行きます。Kyoto, Kyoto city, right? Ikimasu will go, so I will go to Kyoto. In this sentence, you could also use particle ni, because both of them are particles for movement, yes? So here we could use e or ni, both would be fine. 日本へようこそ。日本へようこそ。ようこそ welcome to Japan. In this sentence, the only particle that could be used here is e. You couldn't use any other particle here. It would be a mistake, so we couldn't use particle ni here. 家へ帰ります。家へ帰ります。家 home. 帰ります will return. Okay, so I will return home. Here you could also use particle ni. Both would be okay in this situation. Particle de. This is a location particle. It's pronounced as you have already heard, de. It marks where an action is taking place, and it can also identify means. I will explain to you more what do I mean by means. But let's start off talking about de as a location particle. カフェでコーヒーを飲みます。カフェでコーヒーを飲みます。Okay, カフェで in the coffee shop or at the coffee shop. Yes, cafe or coffee shop. コーヒー coffee. 飲みます will drink. So I will drink coffee. Where will I drink it? I will drink it at the coffee shop. So the particle explains where am I performing the action. So if I'm reading a book, where am I reading it? If I'm drinking coffee, where am I drinking it? Where am I located? Okay? And it means that I am already there. So with de, we know that you are 100% already there. With ni or e, we are only moving towards that direction, okay? 図書館で本を読みます。図書館で本を読みます。図書館 library. 本 book 読みます read. So I will read a book. Where will I read the book? At the library. 図書館で。コンビニでアイスクリームを買います。コンビニでアイスクリームを買います。コンビニで at the convenience store. コンビニ convenience store. アイスクリーム ice cream 買います will buy. So where will I buy the ice cream? I will buy it at the convenience store. ロンドンで会いましょう。ロンドンで会いましょう。会いましょう means let's meet. ロンドン London. So where shall we meet? We shall meet in London. Very good. And I have already mentioned that it can also work as a means particle. So let's take a look. バスで行きます。バスで行きます。バス means bus. 行きます will go. So how will I go? I will go by bus. By bus. So that's what I mean by saying it's a means particle. It will explain how will I get somewhere. 自転車で行きます。自転車で行きます。自転車 is a bicycle. So how will I go? I will go by bicycle. 日本語で言ってください。日本語で言ってください。言ってください means please say it. And if you say 日本語で in Japanese, 日本語で言ってください。リンゴをナイフで切ります。リンゴをナイフで切ります。リンゴ apple. ナイフ knife. 切ります will cut. So how will I cut the apple? I will cut it by using knife. ナイフで It explains my means. Particle お This is a grammatical object marker. It marks our grammatical object. Although we write it as wo, we pronounce it as o. It usually comes after the object of an action. So here is our structure: noun plus particle o plus verb. Let's take a look. 手紙を書きます。手紙を書きます。書きます will write. What will I write? I will write a letter. 手紙 So in between the noun and the verb, we need o to know what will we do with the object. Okay? お茶を飲みます。お茶を飲みます。お茶 tea. 飲みます will drink. So what will I do with the tea? I will drink it. So I also need particle o in between. 映画を見ます。映画を見ます。Movie will watch. So what will I do with the movie? I will watch it. Again, I need particle o. So I would know what action do I take on the object. 音楽を聴きます。音楽を聴きます。音楽 means music. 聴きます will listen. What will I do with the music? I will listen to it. Very good. 寿司を作ります。寿司を作ります。Sushi will make. What will I do with the sushi? Will I eat it? Will I buy it? No, I will make it. Again, I need particle o here. It marks our grammatical object. Particle mo means also or to as well. It is pronounced as mo, and usually it comes after a noun. So noun plus mo. Let's take a look. 私もアメリカ人です。私もアメリカ人です。私も I also or me too. アメリカ人 American am. So it would be I am also American. I'm also American. 私も行きたいです。私も行きたいです。I also, me too. 行きたいです want to go. So I also want to go. And here, this is a special form of the verb that you will learn later on when you want to do something, like to do some action. テレビも買いました。テレビも買いました。TV also bought. So I also bought a TV. Particle to. This is a connecting particle. It's pronounced as to, and it means and in English. It comes after each noun, except the last one, so keep that in mind, okay? Let's take a look. アイスクリームとかき氷が好きです。アイスクリームとかき氷が好きです。Ice cream and shaved ice I like. So I like ice cream and shaved ice. So this to would mean and in this situation. コーヒーとチーズケーキとお茶をください。コーヒーとチーズケーキとお茶をください。So, coffee, cheesecake, and tea, please. And if you can see here, after ocha, we don't have to anymore. So after the last noun, we do not write to. ワンピースと T シャツを買いました。ワンピースと T シャツを買いました。 I bought a dress and a t-shirt. Okay, to can also mean together or with someone, that you're doing something with someone. So let's take a look here. 友達と映画を見ました。映画を見ました。I watched a movie. But I say 友達と with a friend. So friend with. So with a friend, I watched the movie. Particle が This is a subject particle. It is pronounced as ga and it also can indicate existence. Let's take a look. When I'm talking about existence, it means that it comes with two verbs, arimasu or aru, imasu or iru. So aru and iru are short forms of arimasu and imasu. And these two verbs mean to exist, to be, for living and non-living things. For non-living things, arimasu. For living things, imasu. If we want to say that someone or something exists, we need to say name of something, then ga arimasu. Name of something, ga imasu. Let's take a look. Imoto ga imasu. Imoto ga imasu. Imoto is younger sister. If I say imoto ga imasu, directly it would mean, okay, younger sister exists. But when we use imasu, sometimes it means to exist, to be, but sometimes it means to have. So in this sense, this would mean I have a younger sister. Okay? Imoto ga imasu. Inu ga imasu. Inu ga imasu. I have a dog. Tomodachi ga imasu. Tomodachi ga imasu. I have a friend. Ginko ga arimasu. Ginko ga arimasu. There is a bank. Toshokan ga arimasu. Toshokan ga arimasu. There is a library. Sakana ga hoshii desu. Sakana ga hoshii desu. So with hoshii desu means I want something. This is a bit childish saying because it's very direct and Japanese people wouldn't say that directly. But if you want to say I want something, in a sense that you want a thing, so like a noun, you don't want to do an action, but you want, for example, you want sushi, you want a bag, you want fish, then you can say sakana ga hoshii desu. So always with the structure hoshii desu, I want something, you would say noun ga hoshii desu. So you would always need particle ga. Chocoreto ga hoshii desu. Chocoreto ga hoshii desu. I want chocolate. Okay, and another purpose why do we use ga is for making emphasis. Now let's take a look at these two short sentences. Watashi wa roji desu. Watashi wa roji desu. In English, this would mean I am Rosie. And the second sentence, Watashi ga roji desu. Watashi ga roji desu would also mean I am Rosie. So in English, there is no difference between these two sentences. However, in Japanese, there is a slight difference. If you say Watashi wa roji desu, you're not putting emphasis on anything. You're just saying, oh, I am Rosie. Okay? But if you're saying Watashi ga roji desu, you're putting emphasis on yourself. So it means that, okay, maybe there are many people around you, but you want to put emphasis that I am Rosie, you know? Maybe someone's asking, who is Rosie? And you want to say, I am Rosie, and put emphasis on yourself. Then you would say, Watashi ga roji desu. So with wa, all the most important information comes after wa, roji desu. For ga, the most important information comes before ga. Watashi, watashi. For example, tomodachi ga kimasu. Tomodachi ga kimasu. Who's coming? My friend is coming. I could say tomodachi wa kimasu. But I'm putting emphasis. Tomodachi ga kimasu. I'm putting emphasis on my friend. And it can also be used in special cases. For example, Nihongo ga wakarimasen. Nihongo ga wakarimasen. Nihongo, Japanese. Wakarimasen, I don't understand. So with I don't understand, when you want to say I don't understand something, you would use particle ga. Something ga wakarimasen. Nihongo ga wakarimasen. I don't understand Japanese. Or Nihongo ga suki desu. Nihongo ga suki desu. I like Japanese. So with suki desu, which means I like, with this we will always use ga. Something ga suki desu. So I like something. Very good. And ga can also mean but. But we will learn about this a bit later. It's a bit more complicated grammar, but I just want to show you how it would look like in a sentence. このレストランで食べたいですが、お金がないです。このレストランで食べたいですが、お金がないです。このレストラン means in this restaurant. With de it means in this restaurant. 食べたいです。I want to eat. So I want to eat in this restaurant, but お金がないです。I don't have any money. お金 means money. Very good. Particle yo. This is used at the end of the sentences. It's pronounced as yo. And you use it when you're telling someone something that they weren't aware of. So you're placing emphasis on the information. You can also use it for rhetorical questions or statements. But I think it will make a little bit more sense if we take a look at the examples, right? 明日ですよ。明日ですよ。明日 means tomorrow. This is. But if I add yo, I'm putting emphasis like, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. So maybe you plan something with someone and they're asking you when, and you're like, it's tomorrow. Like, 明日ですよ。明日ですよ. So you're putting emphasis like, oh, it's tomorrow already, you know? そうですよ。そうですよ. This would mean, yes, it's like that. Yeah. 勉強した方がいいですよ。勉強した方がいいですよ。勉強した方がいいです means, oh, you should study more, but in a very direct way. So to make it softer, someone would add yo. It's like, oh, I think you should study more. 勉強した方がいいですよ。痛いよ。痛いよ。痛い means it hurts. But if you want to put emphasis that it hurts, you're like, 痛いよ。Particle ne. Just as yo, it's also put at the end of the sentence. It's pronounced as ne. And it's like an attention-getting sound. It can also be rhetorical. It can mean like, right? Don't you think? It's like looking for agreement. Let's take a look. あのね. This one would be quite informal, and it would be like, you know what? いいですね. This one is like, oh, it's good, right? It's good, isn't it? Like, good for you. 大変でしたね. Oh, it was so hard, so difficult for you, right? そうですね. Yeah, it's like that. It's like agreeing with someone. かわいいね. Oh, so cute. Particle ya. So this one is for listing nouns as examples. It means and it is pronounced as ya. So let's take a look at these examples. ヨーロッパでどこに行きましたか? ヨーロッパでどこに行きましたか? ヨーロッパで in Europe. どこ where 行きましたか? Where did you go in Europe? And there are two ways to answer this question. イタリアとスペインに行きました. イタリアとスペインに行きました. I went to Italy and Spain. This is the first way to answer it. The second way to answer it is イタリアやスペインに行きました。イタリアやスペインに行きました。イタリアやスペインに行きました。And in English it would also mean I went to Italy and Spain. No difference, again. But in Japanese there's a slight difference. If you say イタリアとスペインに行きました, it means that in Europe you only went to Italy and Spain. That's it. You named them all. If you're saying イタリアやスペインに行きました, it means that you went to many countries, you visited many countries, but you only named these two. You see the difference? One more example. ピザやハンバーガーが好きです。ピザやハンバーガーが好きです。I like pizza and hamburgers, right? I like pizzas and hamburgers. Both of them are the same. But if with ya and to in English, but if you're saying with ya, it means that you like more types of food, but you only named pizzas and hamburgers. If you're saying to, it means that you only like pizzas and hamburgers. That's the slight difference. Now let's practice. What particle do you think we should write in here? I will give you 5 seconds to think about it after I read the sentence for you, okay? コンビニ、コカ・コーラを買いました。コンビニ、convenience store. コカ・コーラ、Coca-Cola. 買いました。I bought Coca-Cola. So where did I buy Coca-Cola? What particle would I use? コンビニでコカ・コーラを買いました。Very good. Where did I buy Coca-Cola? At the convenience store. 私、イタリア人です。私、イタリア人です。I, Italian am. What particle would I use here? 私はイタリア人です。Very good. As for me, I am Italian. 寿司食べました。寿司 ate. What particle would I use here? パーティクルを寿司を食べました。映画好きです。映画好きです。Movies I like. So what particle do we always use with 好きです？映画が好きです。映画が好きです。Very good. 9時起きました。9時起きました。9 o'clock, I got up. So what particle do we always use with time? 9時に起きました。9時に起きました。I woke up at 9 o'clock. Very good. 友達、スペインに行きました。友達、スペインに行きました。I went with my friends. So what particle do I use when I want to say with? 友達とスペインに行きました。Very good. ロシア、寒いです。ロシア、寒いです。Russia is cold. What particle would I use here? ロシアは寒いです。ロシアは寒いです。As for Russia, it's cold. Very good. 今日、木曜日です。今日、木曜日です。Today, Thursday is. What particle would I use here? 今日は木曜日です。As for today, it's Thursday. Very good. 郵便局あります。郵便局あります。Post office is. So what particle do we always use with あります with existence? 郵便局があります。郵便局があります。Very good. 彼氏います。彼氏います。Boyfriend exists or I have a boyfriend. What particle do we always use with existence? います 彼氏がいます。彼氏がいます。Very good. 日本ようこそ。日本ようこそ。Welcome to Japan. What particle can we use here? 日本へようこそ。日本へようこそ。Welcome to Japan. Very good. 本読みます。本読みます。Book will read. So what will I do with the book? 本を読みます。I will read it. Very good. 東京、京都に行きました。東京、京都に行きました。Tokyo, Kyoto, I went. 東京や京都に行きました。I went to Tokyo and Kyoto. You could also use particle ni here. It wouldn't be a mistake. お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished one of the most important lessons of this course. And this is a really important part of Japanese learning journey because particles are so important. So, おめでとうございます。Congratulations, and I'll see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. It's your teacher Rosie again, and let's start learning new things. So, today we will learn about verbs, or in Japanese, 動詞, 動詞, 動詞. Very good. So, today we will learn Japanese verb conjugation. So the first thing you need to know about the Japanese verbs is that there are 3 types of verbs. The first type is る verbs. る verbs. Second type is う verbs. う verbs. And the third type is irregular verbs. Irregular verbs. Very good. So how can we know if a verb is a る verb or an う verb? So first let's take a look at る verbs. So る verbs, as we can see from the group name, they end in る. る. So let's look at some examples. The first one is 食べる. 食べる. 食べる, to eat. So it ends in る. 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 The second one is 見る. 見る, to see, to look, to watch. It also ends in る. 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 And the third one is 寝る. 寝る. 寝る, to sleep, to go to bed. Also ends in る. So it's very easy, okay? But for う verbs, they usually end in う, but sometimes they end in る. And that's where things get tricky, okay? Because if the verb ends in う, like 買う or 書く or 飲む, it's quite easy to know that it's an う verb. But if it ends in る, like 乗る, 帰る, 作る, we need to know already if it's a る verb or an う verb to conjugate it correctly. So the only way is to memorize, alright? But first, let's take a look at う verbs that end in う. So the first one is to drink. 飲む, 飲む, 飲む. So it ends in む, む, but after M we have う. む, mu, the syllable, yes? Very good. Second one is to buy. 買う, 買う, 買う. It ends in う, う. And the third one is 書く, 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 to write. It ends in く, く. Okay? Very good. Now let's take a look at う verbs that end in る. So we have 乗る, 乗る, to get on a vehicle. 帰る, 帰る, to return, to come home. And 作る, 作る, to make, to prepare food. Very good. So, I already mentioned that る verbs end in る, but also, very often before the last る, they have an I or E vowel sound before the る. Most of the time, not always. There will be exceptions, but let's take a look at these two. So we have 見る, 見る, to look, to watch. And before the last る, we have I. We have I, I. Okay, so we have a vowel So then we can know, okay, this is a ru verb. It has a vowel I, I. For deru, to exit or to go out, we have I, a before ru, eru. So we can also know it's a ru verb. So now let's take a look at u verbs. So while ru verbs had an I or E vowel sound before the ru, u verbs usually have a, u, o, so a, u, o vowel sound before the ending syllable. Okay, let's take a look. We have verb utau, utau, to sing. So we have a, we have a before the last sound. And for yomu, yomu, to read before the last mu, we have o, we have o. So that's how we can also distinguish if it's a ru or u verb. Now let's learn some ru verbs. To eat, taberu, taberu, taberu. To watch, to look, miru, miru, miru. To get up, okiru, okiru, okiru. To sleep, neru, neru, neru. For u verbs, we have nomu, 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 to drink. To read, yomu, yomu, yomu. To talk, to speak, hanasu, hanasu, hanasu. To listen, to ask, kiku, kiku, kiku. To go, iku, iku, iku. To return, kaeru, kaeru, kaeru. Irregular verbs, to do, suru, suru, suru. To come, kuru, kuru, kuru. Now let's learn the formal present tense conjugation for ru verbs, okay? So let's take this verb, kiru, 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 to wear, okay? So this is dictionary form, kiru. From this dictionary form, kiru, we need to take away ru, ru. So we will have left only ki, ki. So the left ki will be our word stem, okay? Now, to make present tense affirmative form to this word stem ki, we need to add mas, mas. I know that we write masu, but we say mas, mas. So when we add mas to ki, we have kimas, kimas. Very good. And for the negative form, to ki, we add masen, masen, and then we have kimasen, kimasen. Now, another ru verb, iru, iru, iru. To be, to exist, for living things. So from iru, we take away ru and we have I left, I, I. So I is our stem. So to make affirmative, we add mas. So we have I plus mas, imas, imas. Now to make negative, we add masen, masen. So we have imasen, imasen. Very good. Now another word, to eat, taberu, taberu, taberu. So from taberu, we take away ru, we had tabe, tabe left. Tabe is our stem. To tabe we add mas, and we have tabemas, tabemas. Now to make negative, we add masen again, so we have tabemasen, tabemasen. Miru, miru, to watch, to look. So from miru, we take away ru, and we have mi. Mi is our stem. To make affirmative, we add mas, mi plus mas, so we have mimas, mimas. If we want negative, we add masen, masen. So we have mimasen, mimasen. Very good. Now let's take a look at U verbs. So for U verbs, it's a little bit different. Let's take a look. So we have kau, kau, to buy. So from kau, we need to take away U, U. And then we have ka left. But to ka, we need to add the letter that comes before U in the hiragana line. Do you remember? Our first hiragana line was a, I, U, E, O. So before U, we have I, I. So I will come here. And our stem will be kai, kai. Now to make affirmative, we add mas. So we have kaimasu, kaimasu. And to make negative, we add masen. So we have kaimasen, kaimasen. Very good. Now, this is our hiragana chart. So to explain what I was explaining before, but in a bit more clear way, let's take a look here. So we have our hiragana line of U, 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 U. So we have U, Ku, Su, Tsu, Nu, Fu, etc. All of them are in U line. Now, when we are conjugating U verbs, we go one line back. So if we are here, U will become I. If we are here, Ku will become Ki. Su will become Shi. Tsu will become Chi, and etc. Okay? So always keep in mind this hiragana chart where we will go one step back. Perfect. Our next word is iku. Iku, to go. So we have iku, ku. Yeah? So before ku we have, let's think, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. So we have ki. So instead of iku, it becomes iki, iki. So to make affirmative, we add mas. So we have ikimasu, ikimasu. And to make negative, we add masen. And it's ikimasen, ikimasen. You see, we had ku here, we went back. Perfect. Our next verb is to drink. Nomu, nomu, nomu. Let's think about the hiragana line. Ma, mi, mu, me, mo. So before mu, we have mi. So from nomu, it becomes nomi, nomi. So to nomi, we add mas, and it's nomimas, nomimas, present affirmative. Present negative, we add masen. It will be nomimasen, nomimasen. Great. Okay, so we had mu, it became mi. Now, irregular verbs to do. Suru, suru. So usually irregular verb suru comes with a noun. So if we have noun, let's say sports, sports, sports. To do sports would be supportsu suru, supportsu suru. Okay? Let's take a look. So, present affirmative form of suru, irregular verb suru, would be shimasu, shimasu. And negative form would be shimasen, shimasen. Now we have another irregular verb to come, kuru, kuru. Present affirmative would be kimasu, kimasu. And present negative would be kimasen, kimasen. Now let's practice. Let's try to conjugate these verbs. I will give you 5 seconds for each verb to make it into mas and masen form, okay? If you feel like it's not enough time for you, feel free to pause this lesson here, okay? Okay, let's get started. So let's conjugate taberu. Okay, so it's ru verb. So we need to take away ru, and we have our stem tabe. To tabe, we need to add mas to make it present affirmative, and it will be tabemas, tabemas. To make it present negative, we add masen. So we have tabemasen, tabemasen. Very good. Example sentence. Watashi wa tabemasu. Watashi wa tabemasu. I will eat. Okay? So, I translate this sentence as if I will eat. So it sounds like a future tense in English, right? Well, I will talk about this later on, but I want to mention it to you even right now, that the present tense in Japanese can both mean present and the future, depending on the context. So, if I don't have any clue that this action is happening right now, this might sound like a future action, that I will eat. Very good. Our next verb is to look, to watch. Miru, miru. Let's try to conjugate it as well. Okay, so it's also a verb, so we take away ru, we have stem mi, and to mi we need to add mas to make it present affirmative, so it's mimas, mimas. And to make it present negative, we add masen, so it will be mimasen. Perfect. Example sentence, terebi o mimasu, terebi o mimasu. I will watch TV. Okiru, okiru, okiru. To wake up, to get up. Now let's think, is it a ru verb or u verb? Which one is it? I'll give you 5 seconds. Okay, so it's also ru verb, so we take away ru and we have oki, oki left as a stem. To oki, again, we add mas, so we have present affirmative, okimasu, okimasu, and negative, okimasen. Example sentence, nanji ni okimasu ka? Nanji ni okimasu ka? Nanji means what hour. Nanji ni, at what hour? Do you get up? Do you wake up? So this could actually mean, at what time will you get up? Neru, neru, to sleep. Let's think, is it a ru verb or u verb, and how will we conjugate it into mas and masen forms? Give you 5 seconds again. Again, this was a ru verb, so after taking away ru, we have ne left. Ne plus mas is nemas, nemas, present affirmative, present negative, ne plus masen, nemasen. Itsu nemasu ka? Itsu nemasu ka? When will you sleep? When will you go to bed? Nomu, nomu, to drink. Is it a ru verb or u verb? How will we conjugate it? So this was actually u verb. So what do we do with u verbs? In the hiragana line of letter M, we need to go one step back. So let's think. Here we have mu. So we have ma, mi, mu, me, mo. So mu. Before mu, we have mi, mi. So our stem is nomi, nomi. So nomi plus mas is present affirmative, nomi mas. And nomi plus masen is nomi masen, present negative. Example sentence. Biru o nomimasu. Biru o nomimasu. I will drink beer. Yomu, yomu, to read. So it was also u verb, so this is mu, mu. So we have the M line. Let's think about the hiragana M line. Ma, mi, mu, me, mo. So before mu, we have mi. So mu changes into mi. So our word stem is yomi, yomi. So for present affirmative, we add mas. So we have yomi mas, yomi mas. And for negative, we add masen. So we have yomi masen, yomi masen. Very good. Example sentence. Hon o yomimasu. Hon o yomimasu. I will read a book. Hon, hon means a book. Hanasu, hanasu, to speak, to talk. Now let's think, is it u verb, ru verb? I'll give you 5 seconds. Yes, so it was verb, hanasu, so su. So this is S line. Let me think about hiragana S line. We have sa, shi, su, se, so. So before su, we have shi, shi. So hanasu will change into hanashi, hanashi. Hanashi will be word stem. So hanashi plus mas is present affirmative. Hanashimasu, hanashimasu. And when we add masen, hanashimasen, hanashimasen. Very good. Example sentence. Nihongo de hanashimasu. Nihongo de hanashimasu. I will speak in Japanese. Nihongo is Japanese. Nihongo, nihongo. Our next verb is kiku, kiku, to listen. Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds again. Verb, so kiku, kiku, this is K line, so ka, kiku, keko. So ku will change into ki, ki, kiki. So kiki is our word stem. So kiki plus mas, we have kikimasu, kikimasu, present affirmative. Kiki plus masen, we will have kikimasen, kikimasen, present negative. Example sentence. Ongaku o kikimasu, ongaku o kikimasu. I will listen to music. Ongaku is music. Ongaku, ongaku. Our next verb is iku, iku, to go. Now let's think about this one again. This is also verb. So iku, K line, ka, kiku, keko. We have ki before ku, so our stem will change into ki, ki, so iki, iki. So we have ikimasu and ikimasen. Very good. Example sentence. Shigoto ni ikimasu. Shigoto ni ikimasu. I will go to work. Shigoto. Shigoto means work or job. Kaeru. Kaeru, to return. Let's think about this one. Also, verb. So kaeru, ru will change into ri because it's not ru verb, it's verb. So our stem will be kaeri, kaeri. So kaeri plus mas will be kaerimasu, kaerimasu, present affirmative. Present negative will be kaerimasen, kaerimasen. Example sentence. Itsu kaerimasu ka? Itsu kaerimasu ka? When will you return? When will you come back? Itsu. Itsu means when. Suru. Suru, to do. Now let's think, what type of verb is this? Yes, this is our irregular verb to do. So shimasu, affirmative, negative, shimasen. We can only memorize this one. There are no rules for it. Example sentence. Mainichi undou shimasu. Mainichi undou shimasu. Mainichi means every day. Undo, exercise. So I exercise every day. Undo suru means to exercise. Kuru. Kuru, to come. What type of verb is this? Again, this is our irregular verb to come. Affirmative form would be kimasu, kimasu. Negative form would be kimasen, kimasen. Example sentence. Party ni kimasu. Party ni kimasu. I will come to the party. Party. Party is party. Now, let's talk about verb types in the present tense. So I told you that sometimes it can sound as if the present tense sounds as future tense in English. Now, let's think why. So, We can separate present tense into two parts. The first part would be habitual actions, your habits, what you do quite often. And the second one is future actions. So let's take a look. Our first sentence. 私はよく寿司を食べます。私はよく寿司を食べます。私は I, me, よく often 寿司 sushi 食べます eat. So I often eat sushi is our habit, right? We eat it quite often. So it's our present action, our habit. Another example can be ジョンさんは時々晩ご飯を食べません。ジョンさんは時々晩ご飯を食べません。John 時々 sometimes 晩ご飯 dinner 食べません doesn't eat. So sometimes John doesn't eat dinner. Okay? Now if we're talking about future actions, how can a present tense sound like a future action? Let's read the example. 私は明日大阪に行きます。私は明日大阪に行きます。私は I, me. 明日 tomorrow. 大阪 city in Japan, Osaka. 行きます will go. So to go. So I will go to Osaka tomorrow. We translate it as future tense because it has the verb tomorrow. Okay? Our next sentence is 彼氏は今日家に帰りません。彼氏は今日家に帰りません。彼氏 boyfriend 今日 today 家 home 帰りません will not come back, will not return. So boyfriend will not come home today, will not come back home today. Okay, so we know it's also future action. So these are the cases when, it might sound as future tense, but it's still the present tense. Okay, now let's talk about particles. So I think you have noticed already that very often we use some particles here. Okay, so let's take a look at this sentence. Ocha, ocha, tea, nomimasu, drink. Okay, so if I want to say I will drink tea, I need to insert this particle or here, because particle or points out our object, okay? Points out our object and what action do we take on the object. So let's say we have tea. Do we drink it? Do we look at it? Do we buy it? We need to identify what action do we take on it. So in between the noun and the verb, we need particle o. Okay? Our next sentence is 映画 movie, 見ます watch. Okay? 映画 movie. So what will I do with the movie? I will watch it. So I need o in between the object and the verb. And our last one is 音楽 music. 聞きます listen. So what will I do with music? I will listen to it. And again, we need particle o. Very good. Now we also sometimes use particle de. When do we use particle de? Let's take a look. So we have ie, house. Hon, book. Hon o yomimasu, will read the book. So where will I read the book? I need to identify the location. Where am I located at? And what am I doing? So, okay, I know that I'm reading a book, but where am I reading a book? At home. So I need to write particle de here. So it would be ie de hon o yomimasu. Okay, same goes with cafe, coffee shop. Where? Okay. Same goes for cafe or coffee shop. Cafe. コーヒーを飲みます. I will drink coffee. Where will I drink it? At the coffee shop. So I would write there here. And our last sentence is 図書館 toshokan, library. 勉強します。勉強します study. So where will I study? At the library. Okay, yes, you can see that we will write particle de everywhere. Okay, and also particle ni is very, very important. Let's take a look. So we have Tokyo, 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 the city, right? Ikimasu, will go. Where will I go? I will go to Tokyo. So now, there is a slight difference between the particle de that we have just discussed and particle ni. Do you remember it? So particle de, we use it when we are already in the location, we are there, and we're doing some action there, okay? Particle ni, we use it with motion verbs. So we are moving towards some location, but we are not there yet. So here we would need to write ni ikimasu. Tokyo ni ikimasu. Very good. Our second sentence is daigaku, university. And again, ikimasu, to go. So where will I go? I will go to university. Ni. Our third sentence is uchi, home. Kaerimasen, will not return, will not come back. So, where will I not come back? I will not come back home. Uchi ni kaerimasen. And our last two examples are with hours. So first one is 12 ji, 12 o'clock. Nemasu, will sleep. So at what time I will go to bed? At what time I will go to sleep? At 12 o'clock. So ni. And our last one is 1 ji, 1 o'clock. Aimasu, will meet. When will I meet? At 1 o'clock. So we would use ni everywhere. Very good. And also we have particle e. It's quite similar to particle ni when we're talking about movement towards somewhere. So if you use sometimes e instead of ni, only when you are talking about movement, it will be okay. Or if you use ni instead of e when you talk about movement, okay? But when we talk about hours, we can only use ni. Okay, so let's look at these examples. So, kyou, today, daigaku, university, ikimasen, will not go. Where will I not go today? To university. So I would write e. If you would write ni, it would also be correct. Our second sentence is uchi, home. Kaerimasen, will not return. Where will I not return? I will not return home. Uchi e kaerimasen. Could also be uchi ni kaerimasen. Perfect. Now about e, it is a bit more vague. So if I say I will not come back home or I will come back home, it's a bit more vague, and ni is a bit more strong, okay? Okay, so let's talk about time references. So when we have day of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc., hour like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or month, we will use ni. Ni, particle ni, is very important. Example sentence: 水曜日に会います。水曜日に会います。水曜日, Wednesday. 会います will meet. When will I meet? I will meet on Wednesday. We have particle ni. Our second example is 12月に帰ります。12月に帰ります。12月, December. 帰ります will return. So when will I return? When will I come back? In December. And our last example is 7時に帰ります。7時に帰ります。7時, 7 o'clock. So when will I return? At 7 o'clock. Particle ni is very important. Okay, and let's talk about the verb des. Des. It can be, is, are. Affirmative form of this verb is des in present tense. Des. Negative form in present tense can be じゃないです。じゃないです or ではないです。ではないです。They are both the same. ではないです sounds a little bit more soft. That's the only difference. Example sentence of affirmative with this. 学生です. 学生です. I am a student. Or someone is a student because it's not said who. And negative would be 学生じゃないです. 学生じゃないです or 学生ではないです. 学生ではないです. I'm not a student. ペンです. ペンです. It's a pen. ペンじゃないです. ペンじゃないです or ペンではないです. ペンではないです. It's not a pen. お疲れ様です. You have worked so hard and you have finished one of the most important lessons of this course. You have learned the present tense of verbs and how to conjugate them in the present tense. It's very important. So, おめでとうございます. Congratulations, and I'll see you in our next lesson. またね. 皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ. Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and without further ado, let's get started. So let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. I will repeat every word twice as always. 食べる 食べる 見る 見る 起きる 起きる 寝る 寝る 飲む 飲む 読む 読む 話す 話す 聞く 聞く 行く 行く 帰る 帰る する する 来る 来る 切る 切る いる いる 買う 買う Very good. Now, today we will learn more about grammar or 文法 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 Very good. So, let's talk about word order in Japanese sentences. So, in English, we have SVO, subject, verb, object. So, for example, if we have a sentence, it would be I eat sushi. I would be subject, eat would be verb, object would be sushi. And this is frequency, right? How often? So, I eat sushi. However, in Japanese, it's SOV. So it means that verb will always go at the end of the sentence. Let's take a look. 私はいつも寿司を食べます. 私はいつも寿司を食べます. So, I always sushi eat. So you can see the difference between SVO and SOV. Very good. Now let's take a look at this example. 私は今日大学で英語を勉強します。私は今日大学で英語を勉強します。So we have 私は topic 今日 today time 大学で place at the university 英語 object English 勉強します study will study verb okay so I will study English at the university today okay but the most important thing in this sentence is the order so we have topic time place object verb will always go at the end okay very good another example sentence 私はよく9時に家へ帰ります私はよく9時に家へ帰ります So we have 私は as for me yoku, often. 9時に at 9 o'clock. 家, home, so we have a goal. 帰ります, return. So I often return home at 9 o'clock. Again, the order is very important. We have topic here, frequency here, and time. So frequency comes before time. Then we have goal and verb, as always, at the end of the sentence. Very good. Now, today we will learn a few frequency adverbs. So let's get started. The first one is tokidoki, 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 sometimes. Second one is zenzen, 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 never, not at all. Third one is amari, 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 not very often. Yoku, 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 often. Now let's take a look at this sentence. 私は時々レストランに行きます。私は時々レストランに行きます。Okay, so we translate it as I sometimes go to the restaurant, but let's analyze it a bit. So 私は as for me, 時々 sometimes レストラン restaurant 行きます to go. Yeah, or will go, or I go. So very good. So as you can see, tokidoki comes here, okay? Comes here. Not at the end of the sentence, right? It comes here. Very good. 私は全然肉を食べません。私は全然肉を食べません。Okay, so we translate it as I do not eat meat at all. Okay, so 私は as for me, 全然 not at all, 肉 meat, 食べません don't eat. Okay, so I don't eat meat at all. Very good. アリソンさんはあまりビールを飲みません。アリソンさんはあまりビールを飲みません。Allison doesn't drink beer much. So let's take a look here. We have amari, well, not much, right? And with amari, we will use a negative form of the verb. Okay? So with tokidoki, right, we used affirmative form of the verb. But with amari, we use negative form of the verb. And same thing goes for zenzen. Okay, very good. 私はよく本を読みます。私はよく本を読みます。I often read books. Okay, now let's take a look here. So we have よく、時々, so よく often, 時々 sometimes, and 毎日 every day. With these three frequency adverbs, we will use affirmative form of the verb. Okay, so I wrote here shimasu just as an example of an affirmative form of the verb. Very good. Now with zenzen and amari, we will use negative form of the verb. So with not at all or not much, we will use negative form of the verb, and I wrote here shimasen as an example. Very good. Now let's take a look at this question. スポーツをしますか? スポーツをしますか? Do you play sports? Do you play any sports? And let's take a look at how we could reply to this question. 毎日テニスをします。毎日テニスをします。I play tennis every day. So with every day, with 毎日, we would use affirmative form of the verb します. Very good. 時々します。時々します。I sometimes play some sports. Sometimes. 全然しません。全然しません。I don't play sports at all. Now let's learn 3 more frequency adverbs. The first one is tamani, 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 occasionally. Second one is itsumo, 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 always. And the third one is taite, 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 usually. 私はそれをたまに使います。私はそれをたまに使います。As for me, that occasionally I use. So I occasionally use that. Very good. たまに料理をします。たまに料理をします。I cook occasionally. 料理をする means to cook, to make food. いつもラーメンを食べます。いつもラーメンを食べます。I always eat ramen. 大抵11時に寝ます。大抵11時に寝ます。I wrote 23 here, but I mean 11 o'clock. Okay, 11 p.m. So I usually go to sleep at 11 o'clock. Now let's practice. I would like you to try to translate these sentences written in yellow. I will give you 10 seconds to translate each sentence. If you feel like you need more time, feel free to pause this lesson, okay? Now, let's do it. Let's translate this sentence. I always eat sushi. 私はいつも寿司を食べます。私はいつも寿司を食べます。As for me, always sushi I eat. Very good. Next one is, I usually wake up at 8 o'clock. 私は大抵8時に起きます。私は大抵8時に起きます。Very good. Next one. I occasionally watch movies. 私はたまに映画を見ます。私はたまに映画を見ます。Okay, so 映画 is a movie. To watch a movie is 映画を見ます。映画を見る. Very good. Allison doesn't watch TV at all. Okay, so this is with a negative. Let's think, how will we make a negative? Okay. Alison さんは全然テレビを見ません。アリソンさんは全然テレビを見ません。So with 全然, we would use 見ません. Very good. I don't study much. 私はあまり勉強しません。私はあまり勉強しません。勉強する is to study. Very good. I often go to Japan. 私はよく日本に行きます。私はよく日本に行きます。Sometimes I go to the park. So park in Japanese is 公園、公園。私は時々公園に行きます。私は時々公園に行きます。Okay, and now let's learn some location words. So our first word is right. 右, 右, 右. So if we're talking about someone on our right side, right? Very good. Left would be hidari, hidari, hidari. Back or behind would be ushiro, ushiro, ushiro. In front would be mae, mae, mae. On would be ue, ue, ue. Or above, it could also mean above. Under would be shita, shita, shita. Inside would be naka, naka, naka. Near or nearby would be chikaku, chikaku, chikaku. Next or next to would be tonari, tonari, tonari. Between or in between would be aida, aida, aida. On the chair. So how would we say on the chair? It would be isu no ue, isu no ue. So we have isu, chair. On the chair would be isu no ue. So in between chair and this direction word, we need to add particle no, no. Very good. Under the table would be teiburu no shita, teiburu no shita. Inside of the bag would be kaban no naka, kaban no naka, kaban no naka. On the right of the chair would be isu no migi, isu no migi, isu no migi. On the left of the table would be teiburu no hidari, teiburu no hidari, teiburu no hidari. Near home would be ie no chikaku, ie no chikaku, ie no chikaku. Next to the chair would be isu no tonari, isu no tonari, isu no tonari. Now, let's take a look at this sentence. So we have A wa B no tonari desu. A wa B no tonari desu. Okay, so we have A wa. So A would be the location, the place that we are looking for. Okay, the main place. B would be location next to which something is located. Like, so we would say A is located on the right side of B. A is located next to B. Okay, so here would be, instead of tonari, it could be any location word. Example sentence. カフェは銀行の近くです。カフェは銀行の近くです。カフェ coffee shop, cafe. So as for the coffee shop, 銀行 bank の近くです。Nearby 近く, right? So the cafe is near the bank. Near the bank. Very good. So this is a location word. 大学は郵便局の左です。大学は郵便局の左です。大学、大学、university。郵便局、郵便局。post office。左、左 left. So university is on the left of the post office. Very good. 銀行はコンビニの上です。銀行はコンビニの上です。銀行 bank コンビニ convenience store 上 up, on or above. So the bank is above the convenience store. Very good. コンビニは公園の右です。コンビニは公園の右です。 Convenience store is on the right side of the park. 公園、公園。Very good. 銀行はスーパーの下です。銀行はスーパーの下です。The bank is under the supermarket. Very good. 薬局はスーパーの中です。薬局はスーパーの中です。薬局、薬局。Pharmacy. So the pharmacy is inside the supermarket. Super, super. Very good. スーパーは銀行の後ろです。スーパーは銀行の後ろです。The supermarket is behind the bank. 薬局はホテルの前です。薬局はホテルの前です。The pharmacy is in front of the hotel. ホテル、ホテル。Now let's do some translation exercises. You will see a sentence here written in pink, and I will ask you to translate it into Japanese. I will give you 10 seconds for each sentence. If you feel like you need more time, feel free to pause this lesson, okay? Let's get started. So the first sentence is, the bank is next to the convenience store. 銀行はコンビニの隣です。銀行はコンビニの隣です。Bank is next to convenience store. Very good. Our second sentence is, the library is on the right of the bank. 図書館は銀行の右です。図書館は銀行の右です。図書館 library 右 right 銀行 bank. Very good. The park is in front of the library. 公園は図書館の前です。公園は図書館の前です。公園 park 前 in front 図書館 library. University is on the left of the cafe. 大学はカフェの左です。大学はカフェの左です。University, left of the coffee shop, cafe. Very good. Hotel is behind the pharmacy. ホテルは薬局の後ろです。ホテルは薬局の後ろです。Hotel behind the pharmacy. Very good. お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished yet another class of this Japanese for Beginners course. I am so proud of you and I can't wait to learn even more new things with you in our next lesson. おめでとうございます。And I'll see you in our next class. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and without further ado, let's get to work. So, let's review our few new words that we have learned in our previous lesson. 会う、会う、取る、取る、待つ、待つ、わかる、わかる。Very good. And now, let's begin our new lesson. So today we will talk about verbs again, or 動詞、動詞、動詞. And we have number 2 written here. Why do we have it here? Because we have already learned a little bit about verbs. but today we will talk about the past tense. So, we will talk about the Japanese verb conjugation in the past tense, all right? So, let's review a little bit. Do you remember what types of verbs do we have in Japanese language? We have rule verbs, u-verbs, and irregular verbs. Very, very good. Now, let's get started. So let's start off from rule verb conjugation in the past tense. So let's take our verb taberu, to eat. So to get our word stem, we need to take away the ru, okay? So we take away the ru and we have tabe, which is our word stem, okay? And to that word stem, we will add the ending for affirmative and negative in the past tense. So let's start off with affirmative. So to tabe, we need to add past affirmative ending mashita. Although it is written mashita, we say mashita. Very good. So the full word ate would be tabemashita. Very good. Now for the past negative, to tabe, we need to add masen deshita. And then we would have didn't eat. Tabemasen deshita. Very good. So we have ate and didn't eat. Perfect. Now let's take a look at our verb miru. To look, to watch. So from miru, because it's a ru verb, we take away the ru and we have our word stem mi. And to make past affirmative to mi, we need to add mashita. So we will have mimashita. Very good. And for past negative to mi, we need to add masen deshita. So we will have mimasen deshita. So watched and didn't watch. Perfect. Now for my favorite verb, to sleep, neru. We take away ru and we have ne. And to that ne, we need to add mashita. So we have nemashita. Slept. Yeah, past affirmative. And past negative would be nemasen deshita. Because we added masen deshita. You see? Very easy. Now, let's take a look at u verb conjugation. So we have this verb au, to meet. Okay, so it ends in u. So what do we do if our u verb ends in u? We go one step back. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's ku, su, tsu, nu, etc. For u verbs, we will always go one step back in conjugation. So if it's u, it will turn into e. What do I mean by that? Let's take a look. Au, to meet. We take away u. Okay? We have a left. And because we moved one step back, it was e. So we add e. So we have I. Okay? Very good. So we have I. And for past affirmative to I, we need to add mashita. And our final result would be aimashita. Met. Okay? For past negative to I, we would add masen deshita. So our final result would be aimasen deshita. Didn't meet. Okay? Our next verb, kaku, to write. For ku, we move one step back, it will be ki. So let's take a look at kaku, right here, kaku. we take away ku or u, right? And we move one step back. So we have to have ki, okay? So we have kaki as our word stem. And to kaki, for past affirmative, we need to add mashita. So we will have kakimashita, wrote. Now for past negative, to kaki, we need to add masen deshita. So we will have kakimasen deshita. Didn't write. Okay, let's take a look at toru, to take a picture. So for u verbs that end in ru, we will move to ri, if you can see at the bottom. So toru will become tori. This is our word stem, okay? So for past affirmative, to tori we add mashita, and we have torimashita, took. And for past negative, to tori we add masen deshita, so we will have torimasen deshita, didn't take. Another u verb, matsu, to wait. So tsu will change into chi. Let's take a look. So from matsu we turn into machi. So to machi, for past affirmative, we will add mashita, so we will have machimashita, waited. And for negative, machimasen deshita, didn't wait. Another u verb that ends in ru, wakaru, to understand. So ru would move into ri. So from wakaru, we move to ri, so we will have wakari. And to make past affirmative to wakari, we need to add mashita, and we will have wakarimashita, understood. And now if we want to make past negative to wakari, we need to add masen deshita, so we will have wakarimasen deshita, didn't understand. Now for irregular verb conjugation, as you can remember, we have only two irregular verbs, suru, to do, and kuru, to come. So let's start off with suru, to do. Past affirmative would be shimashita, And to past negative would be shimasen deshita, So did and didn't do. Very good. Okay, so let's take a look at an example. Let's say play tennis. In Japanese is to do tennis, tennisu o suru. So affirmative, past affirmative would be tennisu o shimashita, I played tennis. Now negative would be tennisu o shimasen deshita, I didn't play tennis. Very good. Now for kuru, to come, past affirmative would be kimashita, For past negative, it would be kimasen deshita, Nice. Now let's take a look at some examples. Past affirmative, daigaku ni kimashita, I came to the university. Past negative would be daigaku ni kimasen deshita, Now we have one more verb that we use it very often. It's des, which means is, are, am. So the past affirmative of des would be deshita, and past negative would be janakatta desu. Very good. Example sentence. Gakusei deshita, 学生でした was a student. 学生じゃなかったです。学生じゃなかったです wasn't a student. Now let's practice. Let's try to translate these sentences. I will give you 10 seconds for each sentence. So the first one is, I wasn't a student. Feel free to pause the video here if you feel like 10 seconds isn't enough for you. Feel free to go back and review it, okay? So let's start. Okay. 私は学生じゃなかったです。私は学生じゃなかったです。So as for me, I, student, wasn't. So I wasn't a student. Very good. Another sentence. I didn't wait. 待ちませんでした。待ちませんでした。Okay, so here you can add 私は as for me. 待ちませんでした. So as for me, I didn't wait. But if we know that you're talking about yourself, you don't necessarily need to, use 私はall the time, okay? So you can write 私は or you can skip 私は in this situation. Okay, moving on. I returned or I came back home at around 9 o'clock. Okay, so home would be uchi, and around would be goro. 私は9時頃家に帰りました。私は9時頃家に帰りました。As for me, at around 9 o'clock, home, came back. So I came back home at around 9 o'clock. Very good. Our next sentence is, I wrote a book. 本を書きました。本を書きました。Very good. I took a photo in Kyoto. Kyoto would be 京都。Photo would be 写真。京都で写真を撮りました。京都で写真を撮りました。京都で in Kyoto, 写真 photo, 撮りました took. So I took a photo in Kyoto. Very good. お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished your second lesson about verbs and their tenses. I'm really, really proud of you because you will be able to make so many new sentences and communicate in Japanese way better. おめでとうございます。And I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. It's your teacher Rosie again. And now let's get started. Let's review our few new words that we have learned in our previous lesson. 会う、取る、待つ、わかる。Very good. And now let's start our new topic. Our new topic is adjectives, or in Japanese, 形容詞。Very good. So the first thing we need to know about Japanese adjectives is that there are two types of adjectives. The first type is e-adjectives, and the second type are not adjectives. So how are they different? So e-adjectives will end in letter E, and we will be able to see that soon. For not adjectives, they do not end in E. They are a little bit different. So let's take a look at how both of them look like so we would know how to distinguish them. So we have 4 E adjectives as examples. Let's take a look. Oki, oki, big. Kawaii, kawaii, cute. Oishii, oishii, delicious. Muzukashii, muzukashii, difficult. As you can see, all of them end in E. That's why they're called E adjectives. For na adjectives, we have ski, ski, kirai, kirai, hima, hima, shizuka, shizuka, and kirei, kirei. Now, for na adjectives, we can see ski, hima, shizuka. They don't end in E, they just end in random letters. And that's how we know that they are not E adjectives. For other ones like kirai and kirei, these are the 2 exceptions. So they end in E, but they are not adjectives. So we need to remember them because especially kirei, beautiful, we will use this word very often. So that's why we need to memorize it. So let's start off with the present tense of the adjectives. So this might sound a bit weird, but in Japanese, adjectives have tenses. So while in English, if we want to say, oh, this was delicious, we would say was delicious. So we would just add a verb to the adjective itself, right? However, in Japanese, we will change the adjective itself. So we would see in what tense are we right now and about what tense are we talking about. Are we talking about that it is delicious now, or we are talking about that it was delicious, okay? So let's start off with present tense, affirmative and negative forms. So the short form, the basic form of adjective oishii, oishii, delicious, is oishii. If we want to make present tense, we would say oishii desu, oishii desu. Okay, both of them are present tense. However, oishii is the short form. Oishii desu is a bit more formal because we have this. So the only thing you need to do, you need to add this, or just leave it like that if you're talking to your friends, okay? So that would be present tense affirmative. For present tense negative, we have a little bit of a conjugation. So from oishii, we need to take away the last I. And then we will be left with oishii, oishii, only with shi. And to that oishii, we need to add kunai, kunai, negative form. And then we would have oishikunai, oishikunai. And we add this at the end. So it would be oishikunai desu, oishikunai desu. It's not delicious. Very good. Okay, now let's take a look at another adjective. Adjective oki, oki, big. So if we want to make it a bit more formal, in affirmative form, we would add this. So it would be oki desu, oki desu. It's big. Now, if we want to make negative form in the present tense, we need to take away the last I, and we will be left with oki, oki. Very good. To our oki, we need to add negative form kunai, kunai, and we will have oki kunai, oki kunai. With this, oki kunai desu, oki kunai desu. It's not big. Another adjective, muzukashii, muzukashii, difficult. So for affirmative, we would add this, muzukashii desu, muzukashii desu. And for negative, we need to take away the last I. So we would have muzukashi, muzukashi left. And to muzukashi, we need to add negative form kunai, kunai. So we will have muzukashi kunai desu, muzukashi kunai desu. It's not difficult. Very good. Now, for the past tense of adjectives. For the affirmative form, from oishi, we need to take away the last i. So we will have oishi left. Oishi. To oishi, we need to add katta. Katta, past form. So we will have oishikatta. Oishikatta. It was delicious. And to make it a bit more formal, we need to add this. So it would sound like this. Oishikatta desu. Oishikatta desu. It was delicious. For negative form, we need to take the negative form of present tense, which would be oishikunai. And from that oishikunai, we need to take away the last i. So we will have oishikuna left. Oishikuna. And to that oishikuna, we need to add past tense ending katta. Katta. So we will have oishikunakatta. Oishikunakatta. And we add this, so oishikunakatta desu. It wasn't delicious. For oki, past affirmative, we take away the last i, we have oki left. Oki. To oki, we add past tense ending katta. Katta, we have okikatta. Okikatta desu. And for negative, in the past tense, we need to take negative in the present tense, which is okikunai. Okikunai. And take away the last i. So we will have okikuna. Okikuna left. And to that okikuna, we need to add past tense ending katta. So we will have okikunakatta. Okikunakatta desu. Very good. Now for difficult, muzukashi. To make past affirmative, from muzukashi, we take away the last i. We have muzukashi left. To muzukashi, we add past ending katta. And we have muzukashikatta. Muzukashikatta. And then we have muzukashikatta desu. For negative, we take away negative from the present tense, which would be muzukashikunai. And we take away last i, so we have muzukashikuna left. And to that muzukashikuna, we add past tense ending katta, and we have muzukashikunakatta. Muzukashikunakatta desu. It wasn't difficult. Very good. Now, let's take a look at na adjectives in the present tense. So we have adjective hima. Hima. Okay? So hima is like, to have a lot of free time, kind of bored time. So hima would be plain adjective. And hima desu would be a bit more formal, but in affirmative form. So hima desu. For negative, we need to add janai. Janai desu. Is not. Is not. So we would have hima janai desu. Hima janai desu. Now we have a big star here, so it means it will be one of our exceptions. Kirei. Kirei. Beautiful. So kirei desu. Kirei desu is beautiful. So it means that this adjective ends in i, but it's a na adjective. Okay, and for negative form, to kirei, we need to add janai desu. Janai desu, the negative, is not. So kirei janai desu is not beautiful. Ski, ski, to like. Ski desu, ski desu, I like. So we only add this. For negative ski, janai desu is not. So ski janai desu, I don't like. I don't like. And now for the past tense. So for affirmative, we had ski. It was ski desu before, but now it will be ski deshita. Ski deshita. I liked. Now for negative, we need to take the negative from the present tense, which was skijanai. From skijanai to take away the last e, and we will have skijana left. To that skijana, we need to add past ending katta, and we will have skijanakatta desu. Skijanakatta desu. I didn't like. For hima, also the same. So before it was hima desu, now it will be hima deshita. Hima deshita. And for negative, we take away negative from the present tense, hima janai. Take away e from it, we have hima jana. And to hima jana, we add past ending katta. So we will have hima janakatta. Hima janakatta desu. I didn't have a lot of free time. Okay. Kirei, kirei, beautiful. This is our exception. So before this was kirei desu, now it will be kirei deshita. Kirei deshita. It was beautiful. For negative, we take away negative from the present tense, which was kirei janai. Kirei janai. From kirei janai, we take away last e. So we have kirei jana. Kirei jana. And kirei jana, we add katta, past ending. So we have kirei janakatta. Kirei janakatta. It wasn't beautiful. Kirei janakatta desu. Now we have a special adjective, adjective e, which means good. So in the present tense, it would be ii desu. Ii desu. Oh, it's good. And present negative would be yokunai desu. Yokunai desu. It's not good. For past, affirmative would be yokatta desu. Yokatta desu. It was good. For past negative, it would be yokunakatta desu. Yokunakatta desu. It wasn't good. So what you can do for this special adjective, just to memorize its present and past forms. Now, let's practice. Renshu. So we have adjective isogashi. Isogashi, busy. Now we need to think, is it a na adjective or id adjective first? And let's take a look at this little table. So in the present, it would be isogashi desu. Isogashi desu, right? Present affirmative. Now let's think about past affirmative, later on present negative, and past negative. Okay, I will give you 5 seconds for each. Okay, let's start off with past affirmative. What would we write here? Isogashikatta desu. Isogashikatta desu. Was busy. So what we did, we took away the last e and we added katta, katta, past ending. Isogashikatta desu. Very good. Now let's take a look at present negative form. Isogashikunai desu. Isogashikunai desu. So we took away last e and we added kunai, kunai negative form. Isogashikunai desu. I'm not busy. And our last part, past negative. Isogashikunakatta desu. Isogashikunakatta desu. I wasn't busy. So we took isogashikunai, we took away e, and we added katta. So we have isogashikunakatta desu. Perfect. Let's move on to happy. Ureshii. 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 Now let's think, is it na adjective or e adjective? Okay. And let's try to write down present affirmative, past affirmative, present negative, past negative. We will do this one by one. We will start here. I will give you 5 seconds. Ureshii desu. Ureshii desu. I'm happy. So we only add des here. Very good. Now let's try past affirmative. 嬉しかったです。嬉しかったです。So we took away less e and we added past ending かった。かった。嬉しかったです。Now let's try present negative. 嬉しくないです。嬉しくないです。So we took away less e and we added negative form くない。嬉しくないです。I'm not happy. And last one, past negative. 嬉しくなかったです。嬉しくなかったです。I wasn't happy. Now, our next one, cute. かわいい。かわいい。かわいい。Present affirmative. かわいいです。Now let's try past affirmative. かわいかったです。かわいかったです。Very good. Let's try present negative. かわいくないです。かわいくないです。It's not cute. And past negative. かわいくなかったです。かわいくなかったです。Wasn't cute. Cool. かっこいい。かっこいい。Present form. かっこいいです。かっこいいです。Now let's take a look. かっこいい. This part at the ending is e. Good. Do you remember the special adjective that we took a look at? So it will be very important to conjugate only this part, okay? So let's try past affirmative. かっこよかったです。かっこよかったです。よかった、よかった is past affirmative of e. Very good. Now let's try present negative. かっこよくないです。かっこよくないです。So よくない is negative in the present tense of e. And past negative. かっこよくなかったです。かっこよくなかったです。よくなかった past negative form. Very good. Now, another adjective, quiet. 静か、静か、静か。Present tense, 静かです。静かです。Now let's think, is it a na adjective or e adjective? And let's try to write down past affirmative. 静かでした。静かでした。So this was a na adjective and des turned into deshita, into past tense. Now let's try to write down present negative. 静かじゃないです。静かじゃないです。Okay, it's not quiet, so we add じゃない、じゃない。And last one for past negative. 静かじゃなかったです。静かじゃなかったです。So we added じゃなかった here. お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished our lesson about adjectives and their conjugation in different tenses. I'm so proud of you and おめでとうございます。And I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to yet another class with this Japanese for beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie again, and I'm so excited about this lesson. Now, without further ado, let's get started. So let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. 大きい、大きい、かわいい、かわいい、おいしい、おいしい、難しい、難しい、好き、好き、嫌い、 嫌い。暇、暇。静か、静か。きれい、きれい。いい、いい。忙しい、忙しい。嬉しい、嬉しい。かっこいい、かっこいい. Very good. So now that we have reviewed everything, what we learned in our previous lesson, let's start our new lesson. So today we will also learn about adjectives or 形容詞, 形容詞, 形容詞. And we will talk about top 30 most commonly used adjectives. Are you ready? Let's get started. Number 1. Many, a lot. 多い、多い、多い。いい adjective. Example sentence. 人が多いです。人が多いです。There are many people. Another example sentence. 人が多くないです。人が多くないです。There aren't many people. Number 2. Big. 大きい、大きい。いい adjective. 大きい家です。大きい家です。It's a big house. このテレビは大きくないです。このテレビは大きくないです。This TV isn't big. Number 3. Small. 小さい、小さい、小さい。いい adjective. それは小さいです。それは小さいです。That is small. Number 4. Cheap. 安い、安い、安い。いい adjective. 安いスカートです。安いスカートです。It's a cheap skirt. 安くないです。安くないです。It's not cheap. Number 5. Expensive or tall. 高い、高い、高い。いい adjective. あの服は高いです。あの服は高いです。服 means clothes. So it's this one. 服、服. So those clothes are expensive. そんなに高くないです。そんなに高くないです。It's not that expensive. 背が高いです。背が高いです。is tall, talking about height. Number 6. New. 新しい、新しい、新しい。いい adjective. 新しいコートです。新しいコートです。It's a new coat. 新しくないセーターです。新しくないセーターです。It's not a new sweater. 7. Old. 古い、古い、古い。いい adjective. And this adjective cannot be used talking about people's age. So like if you want to say that someone is elderly or someone is old, please don't use this. This adjective is used only for things. Okay? Example sentence. 古い時計です。古い時計です。It's an old watch. 8. Hot. 暑い、暑い、暑い。いい adjective. 今日は暑いです。今日は暑いです。It's hot today. 今年の夏は暑くなかったです。今年の夏は暑くなかったです。 This year's summer wasn't hot. 今年 this year 夏 summer 暑くなかった wasn't hot, so it's past negative tense of the adjective. Number 9, cold 寒い寒い寒い いい adjective. カナダは寒いです。カナダは寒いです。As for Canada, it's cold, or Canada is cold, or it's cold in Canada. エジプトは寒くないです。エジプトは寒くないです。As for Egypt, it's not cold. Very good. 10. Long, 長い長い長い いい adjective. 髪は長いです。髪は長いです。It's long hair. 11. Fast or early. 早い早い早い いい adjective. ゆきさんは走るのは早いです。ゆきさんは走るのは早いです。Yuki-san is fast at running. 12. Like 好き好き好き I know that we write 好き but when we say it, we say 好き好き It's as if the U, the U disappears. Okay? This is not adjective, and although in English to like is a verb, in Japanese it's an adjective. Let's take a look. 走るのが好きです。走るのが好きです。I like running. スイカが好きです。スイカが好きです。I like watermelon. 13. Hate, to hate. 嫌い嫌い嫌い Not adjective, to hate. 野菜が嫌いです。野菜が嫌いです。I hate vegetables, or I dislike vegetables. 14. Bad, 悪い悪い悪い いい adjective. 悪くないです。悪くないです。It's not bad. 15. Few, a little. 少ない少ない少ない いい adjective. Example sentence. 人が少ないです。人が少ないです。There are very few people here. 16. Important, essential. 必要必要必要な adjective. 必要なことです。必要なことです。It's an important thing. 17. Delicious. うまいうまいうまい いい adjective. And this one is more commonly used by males. And it's to emphasize that something is super, super, super delicious. Let's take a look. めっちゃうまいです。めっちゃうまいです。めっちゃ means like really, very. So めっちゃうまいです。It's super delicious. It's very delicious. However, we have another word for delicious. おいしい。おいしい。おいしい, which is also an adjective. And it's used by everyone, both by males and females. Okay? このピザはとても美味しいです。このピザはとても美味しいです。This pizza is really delicious. It's very delicious. 19. Cool. すごい。すごい。すごい。いい adjective. あなたはすごいです。あなたはすごいです。You are amazing. You are so cool. 20. Near, close, 近い近い近いいい adjective 学校から家は近いですね学校から家は近いですね The house is really near from the school or very near to school 21 far 遠い遠い遠いいい adjective ここから遠いですここから遠いです It's far from here 22 easy 簡単簡単簡単な adjective 簡単な質問です簡単な質問です It's an easy question 23 fun 楽しい楽しい楽しいいい adjective 昨日は楽しかったです昨日は楽しかったです Yesterday was fun 24 kind 優しい優しい優しいいい adjective 私の妹は優しいです私の妹は優しいです My youngest sister is very kind or my youngest sister is kind 25 scary 怖い怖い怖いいい adjective 英語の先生は怖いです英語の先生は怖いです English teacher is scary 26 cute かわいいかわいいかわいいいい adjective あの女性はかわいいですあの女性はかわいいです That girl is cute 27 boring つまらないつまらないつまらないいい adjective つまらない授業ですつまらない授業です It's a boring class It's a boring lesson 28 interesting funny 面白い面白い面白いIt's also e adjective. So I know that it's written interesting and I know that beginner learners often use it like, oh, it's an interesting movie, it's an interesting book, but it's very important to keep in mind that it can also mean funny. So in some contexts, it might be difficult to understand. So let's be careful when we use this word because we might want to say that someone is interesting, but it might come out that someone is funny, you know? Let's take a look at examples. 面白い映画です。面白い映画です。It's an interesting movie or it's a funny movie, depending on the context. 29. Low or short if we're talking about height. 低い、低い、低い。背が低いです。背が低いです is short. So we haven't said who, but someone is short. We're talking about height. 30. Bright. 明るい。明るい。明るい。明るい色が好きです。明るい色が好きです。I like bright colors. お疲れ様です。You worked so hard and you have learned most popular 30 adjectives. I hope that this was useful for you. おめでとうございます and I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie again and I'm so excited to learn even more new things with you today. Now, before starting our new lesson, I would like us to review what we have learned in our previous class. Are you ready? Let's get started. I will repeat every word twice. 多い、多い、大きい、大きい、小さい、小さい、安い、安い、高い、高い、新しい、新しい、古い、古い、暑い、暑い、寒い、寒い、長い、長い、早い、早い、好き、好き、嫌い、嫌い、悪い、悪い、同じ、同じ、少ない、少ない、必要、必要、うまい、うまい、おいしい、おいしい、すごい、すごい、近い、近い、遠い、遠い、新しい、新しい、簡単、簡単、楽しい、楽しい、優しい、優しい、怖い、怖い、かわいい、かわいい、つまらない、つまらない、面白い、面白い、低い、低い。Now that's all for our review of our previous lesson. Now, let's learn more about emotions. Are you ready? Let's go. Now, how do we say happy in Japanese? 嬉しい、嬉しい、嬉しい。How would you say, oh, I'm not happy? 嬉しくない、嬉しくない、嬉しくない。Lonely in Japanese can be 寂しい、寂しい or 寂しい、寂しい。So it can be either with me, 寂しい or with be, 寂しい. And it means exactly the same thing, lonely. Now, how would we say not lonely? 寂しくない、寂しくない or 寂しくない、寂しくない。sad 悲しい、悲しい、悲しい。not sad 悲しくない、悲しくない、悲しくない。tired 疲れた、疲れた、疲れた。not tired 疲れてない、疲れてない、疲れてない。sleepy 眠い、眠い、眠い。not sleepy 眠くない、眠くない、眠くない。boring or bored つまらない、つまらない、つまらない or in a shorter way, more informal way つまんない、つまんない、つまんない。I don't recommend using the second one with anyone unless they are your very, very, very close friends. Not boring つまんなくない、つまんなくない、つまんなくない。So this つまんなくない from this one, from tsumanai, from bored. So we make the negative form of the adjective tsumannakunai. If we would talk about this one, tsumaranai, then it would be tsumaranakunai. Tsumaranakunai. Very good. Angry. So we have the verb okoru. Okoru. To get angry. Okotteru. Okotteru is continuous form. So if you want to say that you're angry, you would say okotteru. Okotteru. Not angry. Okottenai. 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 Shy or embarrassed. Hazukashii. 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 Not shy or not embarrassed. Hazukashikunai. 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 To worry about something. Shinpai suru. Shinpai suru. Shinpai suru. Not to worry. Shinpai shitenai. Shinpai shitenai. Shinpai shitenai. Surprised, to be surprised. Bikkuri suru. Bikkuri suru. So if you want to say to your friend that you got surprised, you can just say bikkuri, bikkuri. But if we're talking about someone who got surprised, we say it as a verb. Bikkuri suru. Bikkuri suru. Not surprised. Bikkuri shitenai. Bikkuri shitenai. Bikkuri shitenai. Hungry. Onaka ga suita. Onaka ga suita. Onaka ga suita. Thirsty. Nodo kawaita. Nodo kawaita. Nodo kawaita. Nervous, to get nervous, to be nervous. Kinchou suru. Kinchou suru. So if you're nervous, you can tell your friend, kinchou, kinchou, or kinchou suru. To fall in love. Koi ni ochiru. Koi ni ochiru. Koi ni ochiru. To feel unwell. We can say it in two ways. The first one is choushi ga warui. Choushi ga warui. The second one is guai ga warui. Guai ga warui. Now, so we have learned different ways to call our emotions, right? And different verbs to describe the way we are feeling. Like, are we nervous? Are we hungry? Are we thirsty? But now, let's learn how to express our happy, sad, nervous emotions. And what things would we say in those situations when we're feeling like that? So the first emotions that we will try to express are happy emotions. So let's learn some happy expressions. Yatta ne. Yatta ne. Yatta ne. It's like, yay, when you're happy about something, or when you were looking forward to something, you were waiting for something and it happened, you're like, yatta. Or when you're happy for your friend, like, yatta ne, like, yay. Next one is ine. Ine. Nice. Like when your friend tells you about something nice that happened to them, and you're like, ine. That's nice, isn't it? Sugoi. 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 It's like, wow, that's so cool. That's amazing. Yaba. 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 It's like, wow, crazy in a good way. It's like OMG, because yaba can be used also in a bad way. Raki. Raki. So this is written in katakana, and if we translate it like from English, it would mean lucky. But it also means like, yes, lucky, like lucky. So imagine your friend tells you, for example, I don't know, they got a boyfriend or a girlfriend and they went out on a really nice date and you're like, lucky. It's like, so nice. Wa, wa, wa. This is just like a sound expression when you're like surprised and happy at the same time, like, wow. Like, wow. Maji? Honto? Maji? Honto? Really? So both of these questions mean really. So you can use whichever you want. Now let's learn how to express our excited emotions. So let's take a look. Doki doki. Doki doki. Oh, this is exciting. So it's like when your heart is beating a bit fast, it's like doki doki, doki doki. So when I'm excited for something, I can say, doki doki. So it expresses my feelings. Kya, kya, kya. It's like, oh my goodness, that's so nice. Kya. Especially if you're on a date and something nice happens or you receive a gift, you're like, kya. It's quite a cute expression and a lot of Japanese girls use this. Waku waku, waku waku, waku waku. They can't wait, looking forward to it. It also kind of expresses the way your heart feels in that moment, like waku waku. Now let's move on to sad or disappointed expressions. Sokka, sokka, sokka. It's like, oh, right, I understand. So for example, your friend promised you something and they forget and you're like, sokka, I see, right, I understand, but you're angry, you're disappointed. Shoku, shoku, shoku. It's like, oh, I'm shocked, I'm crushed. Eh? What? It's like when something unexpected happens, something bad, you're like, eh? Like, oh, too bad. Uso, uso, uso. No way. Uso actually means a lie in Japanese. But when someone says uso, it's like, oh, no way. Now, some angry, annoyed expressions. Mattaku, mattaku, mattaku. Oh, unbelievable that this happened. Muri, muri, muri. So actually, muri means impossible, but it can also mean like, nope, it's impossible, I will not do that. Hotoite, hotoite, hotoite. It's like, oh, leave me alone. He, ha, what? So you can use one or the other. It means what? Maji, maji, maji. Seriously? So before we used maji in an excited way, like maji, like really? But if you say it in a different tone, it can express a different emotion. So using your tone correctly is really important with these expressions. And in this one, it means like, oh, seriously? Dame, 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 no. Or not allowed, but in this situation, it's more like no. More, more, more. It's like, ugh. もういい。もういい。もういい。Like, oh, that's enough. I had enough. That's it. Otsukaresamades. You have worked so hard and you have finished yet another lesson with this Japanese for Beginners course. After this lesson today, you will be able to express your emotions way better. So, omedetou gozaimasu, and I will see you in our next lesson. Mata ne! 皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ Hello and welcome to yet another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. It's your teacher Rosie again, and I'm so excited to learn even more new things with you today. So without further ado, let's get started with our review. As always, I will repeat every word twice. 嬉しい、嬉しい、寂しい、寂しい、寂しい、寂しい、悲しい、悲しい、疲れた、疲れた、眠い、眠い、つまらない、つまらない、つまんない、つまんない、怒ってる、怒ってる、恥ずかしい、恥ずかしい、心配する、心配する、びっくりする、びっくりする、お腹がすいた、お腹がすいた、緊張する、緊張する、恋に落ちる、恋に落ちる、調子が悪い、調子が悪い、具合が悪い、具合が悪い、やったね、やったね、いいね、いいね、すごい、すごい、やば、やば、ラッキー、ラッキー、わ、わ、マジ、本当、マジ、本当、ドキドキ、ドキドキ、キャー、キャー、ワクワク、ワクワク、そっか、そっか、ショック、ショック、えー、ああ、ああ、うそ、うそ、まったく、まったく、無理、無理、ほっといて、ほっといて、へえ、へえ、はあ、はあ、マジ、マジ、ダメ、ダメ、もう、もう、もういい、もういい。So today we will talk about family. And family in Japanese is 家族、家族、家族. Now, firstly, I will explain Japanese words for your family members. There will be different names for family members of your family and someone else's family. Because when we're talking about our family, we use particular terms. And when we're talking about someone else's family, we use different terms because we use these special words to pay more respect to someone else's family. All right, let's get started. 両親、両親、両親、parents、母、母、母、mom、父、父、父、dad、祖父、祖父、祖父、grandfather、祖母、祖母、祖母、grandmother、私、私、私、I、me、兄、兄、 Ani, older brother. Ane, 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 older sister. Ototo, 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 younger brother. Imoto, 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 younger sister. Oji, 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 uncle. Oba, 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 aunt. Otto, 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 husband. Tsumma, 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 wife. Kodomo, 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 children. Musko, 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 son. So I know that we write musko, but when we're speaking we say musko. Musme, 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 daughter. Oi, 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 nephew. May, 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 niece. Mago, 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 grandchild. Itoko, 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 cousin. Now we learned the words to describe our own family. And now we will learn how to describe other people's family. So we will learn other person's family members. So how do we call other person's family in Japanese? Gokazoku, gokazoku, gokazoku. We add an extra go to make it sound more polite before the word. Mother, okasan, okasan, okasan. Father, otosan, otosan, otosan. So be careful with using these words, okasan and otosan. Don't use them when you're talking about your own family. Older sister, one-san, one-san, one-san. Older brother, ni-san, ni-san, ni-san. Younger sister, imoto-san, imoto-san, imoto-san. Younger brother, ototo-san, ototo-san, ototo-san. Grandfather, oji-san, oji-san, oji-san. Grandmother, oba-san, oba-san, oba-san. Uncle, oji-san, oji-san, oji-san. So be careful. As you can see, the difference between grandfather and uncle is one letter. So if we say oji-san, it's uncle. But if we say the G plus E, so it's prolonged, like this, oji-san, it will be grandfather. So be careful of these two words, okay? Aunt, oba-san, oba-san, oba-san. So this is the same case as with grandfather and uncle. So when you say aunt, you say oba-san. When you say grandma, you say oba-san, oba-san, okay? Very good. Husband, goshujin, goshujin, goshujin. Wife, okusan, okusan, okusan. So here it is written okusan. When we say it, we say okusan, okusan. Children, okosan, okosan, okosan. San, musko-san, musko-san, musko-san. Daughter, ojo-san, ojo-san, ojo-san. Grandchild, omago-san, omago-san, omago-san. Now, how do we ask how many people are there in your family in Japanese? We say, ご家族は何人ですか? ご家族は何人ですか? Okay. And if we want to reply, we would say, let's say there are 4 people in my family, okay? So I would reply like this. 家族は4人です。家族は4人です。Very good. So what we need to do here, we need to say the number of how many people are in our family and add this word nin, nin, person, people, okay? So if there are 4 people, I say yonin. If there are 5 people, I say gonin. 6 people or rokunin, okay? And now let's say I want to name these people. 父と母と妹と私です。Father, mother, younger sister, and me. Okay? So use the words that you learn for your own family members because there's a difference, between when you're talking about your family and someone else's family. Okay? Another question that might come up when you're talking to native speakers is 兄弟がいますか? 兄弟がいますか? Do you have any siblings? And you can reply います or いません. います or いません. So exist or doesn't exist, or to be there is, there isn't, okay? And if you remember how we can use this verb, sometimes we can use it in the sense that, oh, I have something. So I have a younger sister, I have a younger brother, okay? So in my case, I would say います, います, I have. Or if you don't have, you can say, I am the only child. 一人っ子です。一人っ子です。一人っ子です。Very good. Now, let's review what we have learned. 家族、家族。両親、両親。母、母。父、父。祖父、祖父。祖母、祖母。私、私。兄、兄。姉、姉。弟、弟。妹、妹。おじ、おじ。おば、おば。夫、夫。妻、妻。子供、子供。息子、息子。娘、娘。おい、おい。めい、めい。孫、孫。いとこ、いとこ。ご家族、ご家族。お母さん、お母さん。お父さん、お父さん。お姉さん、お姉さん。兄さん、兄さん。妹さん、妹さん。弟さん、弟さん。おじいさん、おじいさん。おばあさん、おばあさん。おじさん、おじさん。おばさん、おばさん。 ご主人、ご主人。奥さん、奥さん。お子さん、お子さん。息子さん、息子さん。お嬢さん、お嬢さん。お孫さん、お孫さん。お疲れ様です。You worked so hard and you have learned how to talk about your family members. So, おめでとうございます。And I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie and I'm so excited about our lesson today. But before starting our lesson, I would like us to review what we have learned in our previous class, alright? So I will repeat every word twice, as always. Let's go. 家族、家族。両親、両親。母、母。父、父。祖父、祖父。祖母、祖母。私、私。兄、兄。姉、姉。弟、弟。妹、妹。おじ、おじ。おば、おば。夫、夫。妻、妻。子供、子供。息子、息子。娘、娘。おい、おい。めい、めい。孫、孫。いとこ、いとこ。ご家族、ご家族。お母さん、お母さん。お父さん、お父さん。お姉さん、お姉さん。兄さん、兄さん。妹さん、妹さん。弟さん、弟さん。おじいさん、おじいさん。おばあさん、おばあさん。おじさん、おじさん。おばさん、おばさん。ご主人、ご主人。奥さん、奥さん。お子さん、お子さん。息子さん、息子さん。お嬢さん、お嬢さん。お孫さん、お孫さん。兄弟、兄弟。一人子、一人子。Great job on this review. And let's start a new lesson. So today we will learn about body or 体、体、体 in Japanese. Are you ready? Let's go. Head 頭、頭、頭。Face 顔、顔、顔。Mouth 口、口、口。Lips 唇、唇、唇。Throat 喉、喉、喉。鼻、鼻。Nose ears 耳、耳、耳。Eye or eyes 目、目、目。Tongue 舌、舌、舌。Tooth or teeth 歯、歯、 ha. Hair, kami, kami, kami. Eyebrow or eyebrows, mayu, mayu, mayu. Nail or nails, tsume, tsume, tsume. Hand, te, te, te. Wrist, tekubi, tekubi, tekubi. Elbow, hiji, hiji, hiji. Arm, ude, ude, ude. Armpit, waki no shita, waki no shita, waki no shita. Belly, onaka, onaka, onaka. Leg, ashi, ashi, ashi. Ankle, ashikubi, ashikubi, ashikubi. Knee, hiza, hiza, hiza. Neck, kubi, kubi, kubi. Shoulder or shoulders, kata, kata, kata. Breast or chest, mune, mune, mune. Back, senaka, senaka, senaka. Skin, hada, hada, hada. Thigh, futomomo, futomomo, futomomo. Muscle, kinniku, kinniku, kinniku. Bone, hone, hone, hone. Buttocks, oshiri, oshiri, oshiri. Heart, shinzo, shinzo, shinzo. Lungs, hai, hai, hai. Liver, kanzo, kanzo, kanzo. Stomach, i, i, i. Kidneys, jinzo, jinzo, jinzo. Brain, no, no, no. And now it's time for grammar. So today we will learn a very important part of Japanese grammar, and it's te form. So first of all, we should know what do we use te form for. So it is used for many types of different expressions. For example, when we are making requests, or we are asking for permission, or we are giving permission, or when we have two different actions in the same sentence, or when we state that something is forbidden. In all of these cases, we need to use the te form of the verb. So we need to conjugate the verb into te form. So let's take a look first of all at an example of making a request. So in English, when we want to say please look, we just need to add please to verb look, and then we have our request. But in Japanese, it doesn't work that way. So let's say we have our verb miru, miru, to look, to watch. If we want to make a request, we need to turn it into te form, so it will become mite, mite, and then we need to add kudasai, kudasai, please. So please look would be mite kudasai. But we cannot do it with miru. We cannot say miru kudasai. It wouldn't make any sense. So we always need to put the verb into te form if we are making requests. So let's take a look at the rule verbs. So we have taberu, taberu, to eat, neru, neru, to sleep, and okiru, okiru, to get up, to wake up. If we want to make te form, what do we need to do is to take away ru from the base form of these verbs. So if we have taberu, take away ru. If we have neru, take away ru. Okiru, take away ru for ru verbs. And to what's left, so to tabe, to ne, to oki, we need just to add te, and we will have our te form. Let's take a look. So from taberu, we take away ru. What we have left is tabe, tabe, our verb stem. To tabe, we need to add te, and then we have tabete, tabete. This is our te form of the verb to eat, tabete. From taberu, it turns into tabete. Very good. Another example, neru, to sleep. So from neru, we take away ru, and we have ne left. And to the stem ne, we need to add te, and then we have nete, nete. This is our te form. And our last one, okiru, to wake up, to get up. After we take away ru, we have oki left. And to oki, we add te, so we have okite, okite. Perfect. Now for u verbs, it's a bit different. So let's take a look at u verbs that end in u, tsu, ru. So kau, kau, to buy, matsu, matsu, to wait, and kaeru, kaeru, to return. So it ends in ru, but it's u verb. Okay? So let's take a look at how we would conjugate them. So what we would do, we would take away their ending. So we would take away their u, their tsu, their ru. Okay? So we would have only the stem left. So we have ka left after we take u. And to ka, we need to add small tsu with te. So then it will sound like this. Katte, katte. Because small tsu will make the consonant te sound like double. Okay? Katte, katte. And this tsu, when you're writing, is very important. Because if you wouldn't write it, it would be a mistake. Same goes for matsu. When we take away tsu, we have ma left. And we need to add te, te, with small tsu. And same goes with kaeru. Kaete, kaete, kaete. Very good. For u verbs that end in mu, bu, and nu, like nomu, nomu, to drink, tobu, tobu, to fly, shinu, shinu, to die, we need to take away mu. So we have no left, right? No. And then we need to add nde. Nde. So our te form of the verb to drink, nomu, would be nonde. Nonde. Now for tobu, tobu, to fly, we take away bu. So we have to left. And to to, we need to add nde. Nde. So we have tonde. Tonde. So tonde is te form of the verb to fly, tobu. And the last one, to die, shinu, shinu. We take out nu, we have she left, she, and then we add nde, and shinde would be te form of verb shinu. Very good. Now for u verbs that end in ku, ku. So like kiku, kiku, to listen, or kaku, kaku, to write. So from kiku, to listen, we need to take away ku. So we have only ki left, ki. And to ki, we need to add ite, ite. So our te form to listen would be kite, kite. So we have ki here and one more e here, so it's prolonged. Kite, kite. Very good. For kaku, to write, we take away ku, we have ka left. And to ka, we add ite. So our te form would be kaite, kaite. Nice. Now there are also u verbs that end in gu, like oyogu, to swim. So for oyogu, we would take away gu and we would have oyo left. And to oyo, we would add ide, oyoide. So oyoide would be our te form of oyogu, to swim. And there is u verb with an exception. So the exception is iku, to go. So this verb is u verb that ends in ku. However, it doesn't have a typical te form ending. So usually when we have ku, we add ite. But here, we need to add small tsu with te. And then we will have ite. So this is our exception that we need to remember, because we will use this verb to go very often. So iku will become ite. Now there are u verbs that end in su, like osu, to push, or hanasu, to speak. So if from osu we take away su, we only have o left. And to o we need to add shite. So oshite. So su will change into shite, and this will be our te form. For hanasu, to speak, we have hana left after we take away su, and to hana we add shite, so we have hanashite, to speak. And lastly, our two irregular verbs, suru, to do, and kuru, to come. So you just need to memorize this one because there are no rules. So suru, for te form, it will change into shite. And kuru, to come, will change into kite. So suru shite, kuru kite. Very good. Now let's practice. So you can see a verb on your screen, and I want you to turn it into te form. I will give you 5 seconds for each verb. Are you ready? Okay. So please turn this verb miru into te form. It will be mitte, because it's ru verb. Okay, our next verb is taberu. Tabete, again because it's ru verb. Utau. Utate. Very good. Because it ends in u, it's u verb that ends in u. So we add small tsu and te. Matsu. Mate. Very good, because it's also u verb that ends in tsu, so we need to add te. Our next verb is asobu. So what would be the te form for asobu? Asonde, because bu changes into unde. Very good. Our next verb is hanasu, to speak, to talk. Hanashite. So su changes into shite. Oyogu. Oyoide. Gu changes into ide. Iku. Our exception, do you remember? So although it's u verb, it ends in ku, we write it like this with small tsu and te, itte. Itte. Very good. 料理する to cook, to make food. So suru is our irregular verb. How would we change it? Ryori shite. Kuru, to come, another irregular verb. Kitte. Very good. Now let's review our vocabulary for today's class. Karada, atama, kao, kuchi, kuchibiru, nodo, hana, mimi, me, shita, ha, kami, mayu, tsume, te, tekubi, hiji, ude, waki no shita, onaka, ashi, ashikubi, hiza, kubi, kata, mune, senaka, hada, futomomo, kinniku, hone, oshiri, shinzo, hai, kanzo, i, jinzo, no. お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have learned not only a lot of new vocabulary but also a very important part of Japanese grammar. So, おめでとうございます and I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher, Revsi, and let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. I will repeat every word twice. 体 頭 顔 口 唇 喉 鼻 耳 目 舌 歯 髪 眉 爪 手 手首 肘 腕 脇の下 お腹 足 足首 膝 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 首 肩、肩、胸、胸、背中、背中、肌、肌、太もも、太もも、筋肉、筋肉、骨、骨、お尻、お尻、心臓、心臓、肺、肺、肝臓、肝臓、胃、胃、腎臓、腎臓、脳、脳。Good job on your review or on our fukushu. And today we will start our new topic. We will learn about physical and personality descriptions. Are you ready? Let's go. So the way we will describe a person, we have a structure. So we have person wa, body part ga, description. So person wa, we will have a person's name, body part ga, so hair, eyes, nose, and etc. And description will be an adjective describing it, okay? Let's take a look at how that would look in practice. Rio-san wa mega ga kuroi desu. Rio-san wa mega ga kuroi desu. Rio-san wa, as for Rio-san, me, eyes, mega, kuroi desu, black. So Rio's eyes are black. Very good. Atama ga ii. Atama ga ii. So in our previous class, we learned this word, atama. Atama, head. I is an adjective and it means good. So, good head, atama ga ii, means smart, intelligent. Atama ga warui. Atama ga warui. Warui means bad. So, having a bad head would mean stupid in Japanese. Ashi ga nagai. Ashi ga nagai. Ashi ga nagai. Long legs. Ashi ga mijikai. Ashi ga mijikai. Short legs. I know this might sound weird, but Japanese people might often give you compliments about height or about how long your legs are. Kami ga nagai. Kami ga nagai. Kami, hair, nagai, long, so long hair. Kami ga mijikai. Kami ga mijikai. Short hair. Se ga takai. Se ga takai. Tall. Se ga hikui. Se ga hikui. So hikui means low and se means back. So before we had a tall back, a high back, and here we have a low back. So having a low back means being short. Se ga hikui. Me ga aoi. Me ga aoi. Blue eyes. Me ga kuroi. Me ga kuroi. Black eyes. Me ga ookii. Me ga ookii. Big eyes. Me ga chisai. Me ga chisai. Small eyes. Now, let's take a look at other words to describe appearances. Kirei. Kirei. Beautiful. Hosoi. Hosoi. Skinny, thin. Futoi. Futoi. Fat or being a bit overweight. Kakkoi. Kakkoi. Cool. Oshare. Oshare. Stylish. So you can say, oh, that person is very stylish. Oh, you can say, oh, that person is so stylish. Oshare desu ne. Oshare. Ikemen, ikemen. Handsome for guys. Ikemen. Bijin, bijin. Beautiful woman. Kawaii, kawaii. Cute. Wakai, wakai. Young. Mirokuteki, mirokuteki. Attractive. Aojiroi, aojiroi. Pale. And now, in our previous lesson, we have learned te form. And in this lesson, we will learn te form grammar. So in which ways we can use te form. So I have mentioned it a little bit in our last lesson, but we use te form for making requests like, oh, please do something for me. Could you please do something? So what we will need is we will need to put our verb into te form and then add word kudasai, kudasai, which means please. Let's take a look at it. So we have our verb taberu, taberu, to eat. If we turn it into te form, it will be tabete, tabete. And if we will add kudasai, please, it will become tabete kudasai, tabete kudasai. Please eat. Very good. Our another verb would be hanasu, hanasu, to speak. U verb ending in su. So te form would be hanashite, hanashite. Plus kudasai would be hanashite kudasai, hanashite kudasai. Please speak, please talk. Kau, kau, to buy. Te form would be katte, katte, because it's u verb ending in u. So we have te. Katte kudasai, katte kudasai. Please buy. Miru, miru, to watch, to look. Te form would be mite, mite. And plus kudasai would be mite kudasai, mite kudasai. Please watch. Very good. Yobu, yobu, to call someone, as in call someone by their name. Yobu. So because it ends in bu, te form would be yonde, yonde. Plus kudasai would be yonde kudasai. Please call. Kuru, kuru, to come, irregular verb. Te form would be kite, kite. Plus kudasai, kite kudasai, kite kudasai. Please come. Now, it's practice time. So you will see a verb in its basic form on the screen, and I will give you 10 seconds to think how could you make it into te kudasai form, into please do something form, okay? So our first verb is miru, miru, to look, to watch. How could we say please look? Mite kudasai, mite kudasai. Very good. Our next verb is kiru, kiru, to wear. How could we say please wear? Kite kudasai, kite kudasai. Iru, iru, to exist, to be, for living things. How could we say please stay? Ite kudasai, ite kudasai. Our next verb is to write, kaku, kaku. How could we say please write? Kaite kudasai, kaite kudasai. Our next verb is tatsu, tatsu, to stand. How could we say please stand? tatte kudasai. Tatte kudasai. Very good. Shiru. Shiru, to know. How could we say please know something? Shitte kudasai. Shitte kudasai. This one, we wouldn't use it when speaking to someone, or we wouldn't use it in general. Just for practicing your te form conjugation and for practicing this grammar, I chose this verb, but we wouldn't use it if we would want to say, oh, please know something, because that would seem a bit weird. So this is just for your practice. Suru. Suru, irregular verb. How could we say please do? Shite kudasai. Shite kudasai. And kuru, our irregular verb. How could we say please come? Kite kudasai. Kite kudasai. To buy, kau. Kau, how would we say please buy? Katte kudasai. Katte kudasai. Hanasu, to speak. How would we say please speak? Hanashite kudasai. Hanashite kudasai. Neru, to sleep. How could we say please sleep? Nete kudasai. Nete kudasai. Very good. Another type of grammar with te form is te mo ii desu ka? Te plus mo ii desu ka? It is used when we are asking for permission. May I do something? So again, we need to turn our verb into te form, and then we need to add mo ii desu ka? Mo ii desu ka? Okay? So let's take a look at some examples. We have taberu again, to eat. So we have tabete, te form of taberu, plus mo ii desu ka, and our result would be tabete mo ii desu ka? Tabete mo ii desu ka? Can I eat? Can I eat this? Our next verb is hanasu. Hanasu, to speak, to talk. Te form would be hanashite. Hanashite plus mo ii desu ka? And our result would be hanashite mo ii desu ka? Can I speak? Can I say something? Kau. Kau, to buy. Te form would be katte. Katte plus mo ii desu ka? Katte mo ii desu ka? Can I buy? Miru. Miru, to look, to watch. Te form would be mite. Mite plus mo ii desu ka? Mite mo ii desu ka? Can I watch or can I see? Yobu. Yobu, to call someone by their name. Yonde. Yonde would be te form plus mo ii desu ka? Yonde mo ii desu ka? Yonde mo ii desu ka? Kuru. Kuru, te form would be kite. Kite plus mo ii desu ka? Kite mo ii desu ka? Can I come? Practice time. Now I want you to turn these verbs into asking for permission. May I do something? So if we have miru, to watch, to look, how would I say may I watch? May I look? So we need to turn it into te form and add mo ii desu ka? I will give you again 10 seconds to figure it out. Okay, ready? Let's go. Mite mo ii desu ka? Mite mo ii desu ka? Can I take a look? Very good. Kiru. Kiru, to wear. How would you say can I wear it? Can I wear? Kitte mo ii desu ka? Kitte mo ii desu ka? Kaku, to write. How can I say can I write? Kaite mo ii desu ka? Kaite mo ii desu ka? Very good. Tatsu, to stand. How can I say can I stand? Or can I stand here? Tatte mo ii desu ka? Tatte mo ii desu ka? Suru, to do. How would I say can I do? Can I do this? Shite mo ii desu ka? Shite mo ii desu ka? Kuru, to come. Can I come? How would I say that? Kitte mo ii desu ka? Kitte mo ii desu ka? Kau, to buy. How would I say can I buy? Katte mo ii desu ka? Katte mo ii desu ka? Hanasu, to speak. How can I say can I speak? Hanashite mo ii desu ka? Hanashite mo ii desu ka? Very good. Neru, to sleep. How would you say can I sleep? Nette mo ii desu ka? Nette mo ii desu ka? Otsukaresama desu. You have finished another important lesson with many important parts of Japanese grammar. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, and I will see you in our next lesson. Mata ne. Minasan, Nihongo course e yokoso. Hello and welcome to this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Herzi, and we are already in our 20th lesson. I'm so proud of you because you're halfway through this course. Now let's get started. Today we will learn about weather and natural disasters, and we will learn how to talk about it in Japanese. Are you ready? Let's go. So weather in Japanese is tenki, tenki, tenki. Weather forecast would be tenki yoho, tenki yoho, tenki yoho. Good weather is tenki ga ii, tenki ga ii. So you can be walking with your friend and you're like, oh, tenki ga ii ne, tenki ga ii ne. It's like, oh, it's such a good weather. Bad weather would be tenki ga warui, tenki ga warui. Sunny or clear, fine weather is hare, hare. And the verb is hareru, hareru. Especially when we're talking about the weather clearing up after rain, after bad weather, or just the weather being sunny in general, but when we're using it as a verb. Cloudy, komori, komori, komori. Cloud, kumo, kumo, kumo. Rain, ame, ame, ame. To rain, as in we're talking about the verb, ame ga furu, ame ga furu, furu, to fall down like from the sky, ame ga furu, to rain. Yuki, 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 snow. Yuki ga furu, to snow, as a verb. Yuki ga furu. Yuki ga furu. Thunder, lightning. Kaminari, kaminari, kaminari. Wind, kaze, kaze, kaze. The wind is strong would be kaze ga tsuyoi, kaze ga tsuyoi. Tsuyoi means strong, adjective. Storm, arashi, arashi, arashi. Fog, kiri, 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 typhoon, 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 tidal wave, tsunami, 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 earthquake, jishin, 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 season, kisetsu, 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 4 seasons, shiki, 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 spring, haru, 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 summer, natsu, 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 autumn or fall, aki, 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 winter, fuyu, 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 rainbow, niji, niji, niji. Now, how could we ask, how's the weather today? 今日の天気はどうですか? 今日の天気はどうですか? 今日 today, 今日の today's, 天気は weather, どう how is it? So how's the weather today? 今日の天気はどうですか? So this is one way of asking. Another way you can just say 天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? How's the weather? Now let's practice. I will ask you what's the weather and you will need to reply to me. I will give you 5 seconds to think about the answer, okay? So the first one will be it's cloudy, okay? So 天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? 曇りです。曇りです。It's cloudy. 天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? How would you say it's rainy in Japanese? 雨です。雨です。天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? It's sunny. 晴れです。晴れです。天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? It's snowy. 雪です。雪です。天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? How could we say it's snowing? 雪が降る。雪が降る。天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? 雨が降る。雨が降る。天気はどうですか? 天気はどうですか? The wind is strong. 風が強い。風が強い。And now it's time to learn some new grammar or 文法。文法。So today we will learn grammar called そうです。そうです。I heard that or it is said that. So we use it when we are reporting what we have heard. So for example, we heard on the news during a weather forecast that it will rain tomorrow. And then we would use it. So we use it like this, verb, casual form, so it means short form. Like 食べる、飲む、見る, not must form, not this must, okay? Plus そうです. Let's take a look at some examples. Okay, so we have noun. If we use a noun, then we need to add da in between そうです and noun. If we use na adjective, we also need da in between そうです and adjective. But if we use e adjective, then we use just e adjective and そうです. 雨が降るそうです. 雨が降るそうです. I heard that it will rain. So probably I watched a weather forecast and heard that it will rain. So I need to use the short form furu. Furu. Ame ga furu, to rain. So desu. I heard. So I heard that it will rain. Ame ga furu so desu. Taifu ga kuru so desu. Taifu ga kuru so desu. I heard that a typhoon is coming. 明日は大雨だそうです。明日は大雨だそうです。Tomorrow, 大雨, big rain, heavy rain. Because this is a noun, we need to add da. So, 大雨だそうです。I heard that tomorrow it will rain heavily. 明日のテストは難しそうです。明日のテストは難しそうです。明日のテストは難しそうです。明日のテストは難しそうです。I heard that tomorrow's test will be difficult. So maybe my teacher told me that there will be a difficult test. And then I can say 難しそうです。Let's practice. Let's translate this sentence. I heard that it will snow heavily tomorrow. Well, by that I mean it will be heavy snow. Okay? I give you 5 seconds to translate this sentence into Japanese. 明日大雪だそうです。明日大雪だそうです。So 大雪 is big snow, a lot of snow. 大雪だそうです。Also, you can say 明日雪が降るそうです。That would also be okay. Now, I heard that it will rain heavily tomorrow, or it will be heavy rain. 明日大雨だそうです。明日大雨だそうです。大雨 means big rain, heavy rain. And because it's a noun, we need to add da. 大雨だそうです。I heard that it will be hot tomorrow. 明日は暑いそうです。明日は暑いそうです。I heard that it will be cold this summer. 今年の夏は寒いそうです。今年の夏は寒いそうです。お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished your 20th lesson. おめでとうございます。Congratulations, and I will see you in our other half of lessons. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to your 21st lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie again, and I'm so proud of you because we're starting our second half of this course. Now, without further ado, let's get into it and let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. Review in Japanese is fukushu, fukushu. And now I will repeat every word twice as always. Let's go. Tenki, tenki, tenki yoho, tenki yoho, tenki ga yoi, tenki ga yoi, tenki ga warui, tenki ga warui, hare, hare, hareru, hareru, ame, ame, ame ga furu, ame ga furu, kumori, kumori, kumo, kumo, yuki, yuki, yuki ga furu, yuki ga furu, kaminari, kaminari, kaze, kaze, kaze ga tsuyoi, kaze ga tsuyoi, arashi, arashi, kiri, kiri, taifu, taifu, tsunami, tsunami, jishin, jishin, 季節季節四季四季春春夏夏冬冬秋秋虹虹 Good job! And now let's start our new lesson, and today we will learn about the house and the rooms that we have inside a house and appliances and etc. So house in Japanese is ie, ie, ie. Very good. Kitchen in Japanese is daidokoro, daidokoro, daidokoro. Or kitchen, kitchen, kitchen in katakana. Bedroom will be shinshitsu, shinshitsu, shinshitsu. Living room will be ima, ima, or living room, living room, living room. Dining room might be dining room, dining room. Bathroom will be ofuro, ofuro, ofuro. So this is the room where the bath is. But the restroom or the washroom, it will be otearai, otearai, otearai. Or it can also be like toire, 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 like toilet. Entrance or hallway, so the first room, like right away when you enter the house, where all the shoes are left, especially in Japan, will be called genkan, genkan, genkan. Garden will be niwa, niwa, niwa. Basement, chika, chika, chika. Door, doa, doa, doa. Window, mado, mado, mado. Ceiling, tenjo, tenjo, tenjo. Clock or watch, tokei, tokei, tokei. TV, terebi, terebi, terebi. Closet, oshire, oshire, oshire. Closet, closetto, closetto, closetto. Refrigerator, 冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫。Sink, the one in the kitchen, is called nagashi, nagashi, nagashi. To clean, 掃除する、掃除する、掃除する。To wash, 洗う、洗う、洗う。So this word can be used to wash things like, dishes and etc. To wash clothes or to do laundry would be a different verb. It would be 洗濯する、洗濯する、洗濯する。Floor, 床、床、床。Stairs, 階段、階段、階段。Wall, 壁、壁、壁。Air conditioner, エアコン、エアコン、エアコン。Electric fan, 扇風機、扇風機、扇風機。Pillow, 枕、枕、枕。Key, 鍵、鍵、鍵。 sofa, 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 sofa. Bookshelf, hondana, hondana, hondana. Washing machine, sentakuki, sentakuki, sentakuki. Dishwasher, sara araiki, sara araiki, sara araiki. Iron, 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 iron. Ironing board, iron dai, iron dai, iron dai. Stove, 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 stove. Rubbish bin, gomibako, gomibako, gomibako. Electricity or light, denki, denki, denki. And now let's learn some grammar or bunpo, bunpo. So today we will learn grammar, how to say let's. Let's do something. In Japanese it would be mashouka or masho, masho. Okay, let's take a look. So we would need word stem of our verb plus mashouka. Do you remember what our word stem looks like? Let's take a look. So let's say we have our verb taberu, to eat. The stem would be tabe, tabe, and then we would need to add masho or mashouka. So our result would be tabemasho, tabemasho. Let's eat. Now we have verb miru, to look, to watch. Our stem would be mi, mi. We add masho and then we have mimasho, mimasho. Let's watch, or mimashouka. Our next verb is neru, neru, to sleep. Our stem would be ne, ne. We add masho and we have nemasho, nemasho. Let's sleep. For verbs, let's take a look. We have our verb kaku, kaku, to write. Stem would be kaki, kaki. Then we would add masho and we would have kakimasho, kakimasho. Let's write, or kakimashouka. Then we have yomu, yomu, to read. Stem would be yomi, yomi. We would add masho and we would have yomimasho. Let's read. Then we have kau, to buy. A stem would be kai, kai, plus masho, kaimasho. Let's buy. Oyogu, to swim. Stem would be oyogi, oyogi, plus masho, oyogimasho. Let's swim. And now that we have analyzed our ru and u verbs, let's take a look at our two irregular verbs. So before we had suru, to do. So we would have shimasho, shimasho. Let's do it. And kuru, to come. It would become kimasho, kimasho. Let's come. So now it's practice time, or renshu time, renshu time. You will see a sentence in English in color blue on your screen, and I'll ask you to translate it into Japanese. I will give you 5 seconds. If you feel like it's not enough time, feel free to pause the lesson as always and take as much time as you need, okay? So now let's translate this. Let's watch. Mimashou, mimashou. Very good. Let's translate this. Let's sing. Utaimashou, utaimashou. Very good. Let's play. Asobimashou, asobimashou. Let's eat. Tabemashou, tabemashou. Let's listen. Kikimashou, kikimashou. Very good. Let's read. Yomimashou, yomimashou. Let's go. Ikimashou, 行きましょう。Let's drink. 飲みましょう。飲みましょう。Let's swim. 泳ぎましょう。泳ぎましょう。Let's meet. 会いましょう。会いましょう。Let's sleep. 寝ましょう。寝ましょう。お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished your 21st lesson of this course. おめでとうございます。And I'll see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and let's start off with reviewing what we have learned in our previous lesson. I will repeat every word twice. Let's go. いいえ、いいえ、台所、台所、キッチン、キッチン、寝室、寝室、今、今、リビングルーム、リビングルーム、ダイニングルーム、ダイニングルーム、お風呂、お風呂、お手洗い、お手洗い、トイレ、トイレ、玄関、玄関、庭、庭、地下、地下、ドア、ドア、窓、窓、天井、天井、時計、時計、テレビ、テレビ、押し入れ、押し入れ、クローゼット、クローゼット、冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫、流し、流し、掃除する、掃除する、洗う、洗う、洗濯する、洗濯する、床、床、階段、階段、壁、壁、エアコン、エアコン、扇風機、扇風機、枕、枕、鍵、鍵、ソファ、ソファ、本棚、本棚、洗濯機、洗濯機、皿洗い機、皿洗い機、アイロン、アイロン、アイロン台、アイロン台、ストーブ、ストーブ、ゴミ箱、ゴミ箱、電気、電気。Now, very good job on your review, and let's start our new topic, and our new topic is bathroom, or as you already know, お風呂、お風呂、お風呂. So now we will learn vocabulary related to bathroom. So bathroom sink would be 洗面台、洗面台、洗面台。Towel、タオル、タオル、タオル。Hair dryer、ヘアドライヤー、ヘアドライヤー、ヘアドライヤー。Bath mat、バスマット、バスマット、バスマット。Toilet paper、トイレットペーパー、トイレットペーパー。So pay attention here, we have a small tsu, and here we have prolonged pe, pe. Mirror, kagami, kagami. Body soap, body soap, body soap, shampoo, 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 conditioner, 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 toothpaste, 歯磨き粉、歯磨き粉、歯磨き粉、toothbrush, 歯ブラシ、歯ブラシ、歯ブラシ、to brush, 磨く、磨く、磨く、to brush teeth, 歯を磨く、歯を磨く、歯を磨く。Bathroom scale to check your weight. 体重計、体重計、体重計。Bathtub, バスタブ、バスタブ、バスタブ。And also it could be called お風呂 as well. Just like the bathroom, the bath itself could be called お風呂。Shower, shower, shower, shower. To dash over oneself or to bathe in, so we will use this for saying that to take a shower. 浴びる、浴びる、浴びる。To take a shower, シャワーを浴びる、シャワーを浴びる。To take a bath, お風呂に入る、お風呂に入る。入る means to enter. So enter the bath means to take a bath. お風呂に入る。And now let's learn some grammar. So our grammar for today is から、から、から, which means because. So we have reason, which goes first. So reason, から. So because of this reason, result this. We have a result. Or instead of this, there could be any other verb. So first of all, if we have から, but before it we have a verb, so we have just simple verb plus から. But if we have a noun, in between から and in between noun, we have だ、だ. Same goes for な adjectives like きれい、元気, and etc. We need だ in between から and adjective. And for い adjective is just like for the verb, we just add adjective plus から. So for noun and な adjective, we need だ. And for verb and い adjective, we don't need だ. And now let's take a look at some example sentences so you would understand it better. 雨が降るからテニスをしません。雨が降るからテニスをしません。雨が降るからテニスをしません。So 雨が降る, do you remember what it means? To rain. So 雨が降るから because it's raining. テニスをしません。tennis, しません to not do something. So I will not play tennis because it is raining. Alright? So vice versa to English. In English we would have because and the reason here afterwards in the second part of the sentence. But in Japanese we have our reason in the first part of the sentence. Our next example is 熱があるから仕事に行きません。熱があるから仕事に行きません。熱がある 熱 means a fever. 熱がある to have a fever. So 熱があるから because I have a fever. 仕事に行きません。仕事 means work or job. 行きません will not go. So I will not go to work. Why? Because I have a fever. Very good. 病気だから運動しません。病気だから運動しません。病気 means sick. and we need da here in between. 病気だから運動 to exercise 運動しません So I will not exercise. Why? Because I am sick 病気だから One more example 暑いから窓を開けました暑いから窓を開けました暑い means hot, so because it's hot 窓を開けました窓 means window 開けました opened So I opened the window because it's hot 暑いから And now let's review our vocabulary Bathroom お風呂お風呂お風呂洗面台洗面台タオルタオルヘアドライヤーヘアドライヤーバスマットバスマットバスマットトイレットペーパートイレットペーパー鏡鏡ボディソープボディソープシャンプーシャンプーコンディショナーコンディショナー歯磨き粉歯磨き粉歯ブラシ歯ブラシ磨く磨く歯を磨く歯を磨く体重計体重計バスタブバスタブシャワーシャワー浴びる浴びるシャワーを浴びるシャワーを浴びるお風呂に入るお風呂に入るお疲れ様です You have worked so hard and you have finished another class with this Japanese course for beginners おめでとうございます and I will see you in our next lesson またね皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for beginners course This is Rosie, your teacher, and I'm so excited about today's class But before we start it, let's review what we have learned in the previous lesson Let's do 復習復習 Let's go 洗面台洗面台タオルタオルヘアドライヤーヘアドライヤーバスマットバスマットトイレットペーパートイレットペーパー鏡鏡ボディソープボディソープシャンプーシャンプーコンディショナーコンディショナー歯磨き粉歯磨き粉歯ブラシ歯ブラシ磨く磨く歯を磨く歯を磨く体重計体重計浴槽浴槽バスタブバスタブシャワーシャワー浴びる浴びるシャワーを浴びるシャワーを浴びるお風呂に入るお風呂に入る Great job on this review and today we will learn about the supermarket or in Japanese スーパースーパースーパーVery good. So price in Japanese is 値段値段値段 or it can also be called 価格価格価格 Discount in Japanese is called 割引 Discount in Japanese is called 割引 waribiki, waribiki. Now, if you see something like this written in Japan, ichi waribiki, ichi waribiki, ichi waribiki. Ichi wari would mean 10%. Ichi wari. Biki is discount, so like off. So ichi waribiki would be 10% off. If we have ni waribiki, it would be 20% off. Now, 50% off would be hangaku, 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 because han means half. Sale would be seru, seru, seru. Aisle would be tsuro, tsuro, tsuro. Money would be okane, okane, okane. Cash, genkin, genkin, genkin. Or cashu, cashu, cashu. Card would be kado, kado, kado. Credit card would be kuredito kado, kuredito kado, kuredito kado. Bag, fukuro, fukuro, fukuro. Register, reji, reji, reji. Cart or trolley, kato, kato, kato. Milk, gyunyu, gyunyu, gyunyu. So some of these words you have learned in the very, very first lessons of this course, but just so we would review it, okay? Because we're talking about supermarket and what we are buying there. Soy milk would be tonyu, tonyu, tonyu. Almond milk, amondo milk, amondo milk, amondo milk. Yogurt, yogurto, yogurto, yogurto. Butter, bata, bata, bata. Cream, 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 cream. Alcohol, sake, sake, sake. But very often you will see it with o in front of it to make it sound more polite, like osake, osake. And also, while in the West, when we hear the word sake, we think of Japanese alcohol in particular. In Japanese, sake just means alcohol in general. It doesn't mean the real Japanese sake. It just means alcohol. Rectangular shaped bread, shokupan, shokupan, shokupan. Whole grain, zenru, zenru, zenru. Sugarless, muto, muto, muto. Gluten free, gluten free, gluten free. Wheat, komugi, komugi, komugi. Rye, raimugi, raimugi, raimugi. Rice flour, komeko, komeko, komeko. Rice, this is uncooked rice. Kome, kome, kome. Brown rice, genmai, genmai, genmai. White rice, hakumai, hakumai, hakumai. Rice that doesn't have to be washed, musenmai, musenmai, musenmai. Meat, niku, niku, niku. Chicken, toriniku, toriniku, toriniku. pork 豚肉豚肉豚肉 beef 牛肉牛肉牛肉 lamb meat ラム肉ラム肉ラム肉 salmon 酒酒酒 or salmon 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 tuna マグロマグロマグロ so it can be written in kanji and it can be written in katakana マグロ tofu 豆腐豆腐豆腐 Japanese pickled vegetables so like carrots and other vegetables like cucumbers 漬物漬物漬物 sweets or snacks お菓子お菓子お菓子 organic オーガニックオーガニックオーガニック or 有機有機有機 salt 塩塩塩 pepper 胡椒胡椒胡椒 oil 油油油 olive or olives オリーブオリーブオリーブ vinegar 酢酢酢 to buy 買う買う買う to pay 払う払う払う shopping 買い物買い物買い物 frozen food 冷凍食品冷凍食品冷凍食品 canned food 缶詰缶詰缶詰 household needs so the things that you need for your everyday life for cleaning and etc 日用品日用品日用品 dairy products 乳製品乳製品乳製品 and another thing apart from the supermarket that is very very popular in Japan is 100 yen store or something like $1 or it's something like $1 store or €1 store. It's called 100均 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 I highly recommend visiting one. And now what to expect when shopping in Japan. So these are some phrases that you might hear when you will be entering the store. So the first one is いらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませ and they will be like saying it very very loudly too like いらっしゃいませ it means welcome. Another thing that they might ask you when you will be entering the store is what are you looking for 何をお探しですか何をお探しですか何をお探しですか Certainly. So when you ask something from them, they will say かしこまりましたかしこまりましたかしこまりました And if you ask something from them and they kept you waiting, they will say お待たせいたしましたお待たせいたしましたお待たせいたしました How do you like it? Or how is it? They would ask it like this. They wouldn't say どうですか They would say いかがですかいかがですかいかがですか Now, questions you might want to ask while shopping. So the first one is, do you have something something? So something はありますか Something はありますか You could also say something がありますか You might also want to ask, where is something? Where is something? Something はどこにありますか? Something はどこにありますか? Now, if you want to ask how much is it, you would ask it like this. これはいくらですか? 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 Now, if you want to take a look at something, you can ask, 見てもいいですか? 見てもいいですか? So, て plus もいいですか form that we have already learned. 見てもいいですか? And if you want to take something, you will say, これにします。これにします。これにします。I'll take this. お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard, and I think now you can go shopping in Japan. おめでとうございます。And I'll see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and let's get started. Let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. Let's do our 復習. Let's go. スーパー、値段、割引、半額、セール、通路、お金、現金、カード、クレジットカード、袋、レジ、カート、牛乳、豆乳、アーモンドミルク、ヨーグルト、バター、クリーム、酒、食パン、全粒、無糖、グルテンフリー、小麦、ライ麦、米粉、米、玄米、白米、無洗米、肉、牛肉、鶏肉、豚肉、ラム肉、鮭、サーモン、マグロ、豆腐、漬物、お菓子、オーガニック、有機、塩、胡椒、油、オリーブ、酢、買う、払う、買い物、冷凍食品、缶詰、 日用品、日用品、乳製品、乳製品. And now, let's learn more about the kitchen. In Japanese, we call kitchen daidokoro, 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 or kitchen, kitchen, kitchen in katakana. Breakfast, asagohan, asagohan, asagohan. Lunch, hirugohan, hirugohan, hirugohan. Lunch can also be called ohiru, 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 or ranchi, ranchi, ranchi in katakana. Dinner, bangohan, bangohan, bangohan. Stove, 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 stove. Electric microwave, denshi renji, denshi renji, denshi renji. Tableware, shokki, shokki, shokki. Bowl, 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 bowl. Plate, sara, sara, sara. Fork, 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 fork. Spoon, 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 spoon. Knife, 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 knife. Chopsticks, ohashi, ohashi, ohashi. Glass, gurasu, gurasu, gurasu. Cup, kappu, kappu, kappu. Pot, nabe, nabe, nabe. A funny fact, nabe can also be called a Japanese dish, which is cooked in a pot, and then you put a lot of vegetables inside and meat as well. It's similar to soup, but it's a bit different. Sweet, amai, amai, amai. Sour, suppai, suppai, suppai. Bitter, nigai, nigai, nigai. Spicy or hot, karai, karai, karai. To cook, ryori suru, ryori suru, ryori suru. To boil, wakasu, wakasu, wakasu. To cut, kiru, kiru, kiru. To grill or to bake can also mean to cook. Yaku, yaku, yaku. Cabinet, cabinetto, cabinetto, cabinetto. Counter, 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 counter. Toaster, 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 toaster. Rice cooker, soihanki, soihanki, soihanki. Frying pan, fry pan, fry pan, fry pan. Sponge, spongy, spongy, spongy. To mix, mazeru, mazeru, mazeru. Very good. To freeze, koru, koru, koru. To defrost, kaito suru, kaito suru, kaito suru. Now it's practice time. Let's try to translate this sentence. I will mix vegetables. I will give you 10 seconds to think about it, okay? Let's go. 野菜を混ぜます。野菜を混ぜます。Very good. I will cut a tomato. トマトを切ります。トマトを切ります。I will cook or I will make food tonight. 今晩料理します。今晩料理します。I will wash dishes, plates. 皿を洗います。皿を洗います。And now let's review today's vocabulary. 台所、台所、キッチン、キッチン。朝ごはん、朝ごはん。昼ごはん、昼ごはん。お昼、お昼。ランチ、ランチ。晩ごはん、晩ごはん。ストーブ、ストーブ。電子レンジ、電子レンジ。食器、食器。ボール、ボール。ボール、ボール。皿、皿。フォーク、フォーク。スプーン、スプーン。ナイフ、ナイフ。お箸、お箸。グラス、グラス。カップ、カップ。鍋、鍋。甘い、甘い。酸っぱい、酸っぱい。苦い、苦い。辛い、辛い。料理。料理する、料理する。沸かす、沸かす。切る、切る。焼く、焼く。キャビネット、キャビネット。カウンター、カウンター。トースター、トースター。炊飯器、炊飯器。フライパン、フライパン。スポンジ、スポンジ。混ぜる、混ぜる。凍る、凍る。解凍する、解凍する。お疲れ様です。You have finished yet another lesson of this course. おめでとうございます。And I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another lesson of this course. This is Teacher Rosie. Are you ready? Let's get started. So let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. 台所、台所。キッチン、キッチン。朝ごはん、朝ごはん。昼ごはん、昼ごはん。ランチ、ランチ。晩ごはん、晩ごはん。ストーブ、ストーブ。電子レンジ、電子レンジ。食器、食器。ボール、ボール。皿、皿。フォーク、フォーク。スプーン、スプーン。ナイフ、ナイフ。お箸、お箸。グラス、グラス。カップ、カップ。甘い、甘い。酸っぱい、酸っぱい。苦い、苦い。辛い、 辛い料理する料理する沸かす沸かす焼く焼く切る切るキャビネットキャビネットカウンターカウンタートースタートースター炊飯器鍋鍋フライパンフライパンスポンジスポンジ混ぜる混ぜる凍る凍る解凍する解凍する Great job. And let's start a new topic, which is clothes or 服服服 Shirt would be シャツシャツシャツ T-shirt T シャツ T シャツ T シャツ Underwear 下着下着下着ブラウスブラウスブラウス Blouse Suit スーツスーツスーツ Swimsuit 水着水着水着 Sweater セーターセーターセーター Pajamas パジャマパジャマパジャマ Shoes 靴靴靴 Boots ブーツブーツブーツ Slippers スリッパスリッパスリッパ Hat 帽子帽子帽子 Belt ベルトベルトベルト Coat コートコートコート Mall or shopping center can be モールモール or ショッピングセンターショッピングセンター To shop 買い物する買い物する買い物する Glasses メガネメガネメガネ Dress ワンピースワンピースワンピース or ドレスドレスドレス Scarf マフラーマフラーマフラー High heels ハイヒールハイヒールハイヒール Sandals サンダルサンダルサンダル Sneakers スニーカースニーカースニーカー Socks 靴下靴下靴下 Ring 指輪指輪指輪 Necktie ネクタイネクタイネクタイ Necklace ネックレスネックレスネックレス Jeans ジーンズジーンズジーンズ Skirt スカートスカートスカート Shorts 短パン短パン短パン Umbrella 傘傘傘 Great job. And now let's learn some vocabulary for wearing different clothes because we will have different verbs, okay? So pay attention here. So we have a verb to wear for clothes that cover your upper body and more. So above your waist. And this word would be kiru, kiru, kiru. And this verb would be okay for clothes like shatsu, blouse, jacketto, doresu, t-shirts. Okay? Now we have to wear for clothes that cover your lower body and feet. Haku, haku, haku. So this would be okay for jeans, kutsushita, boots, kutsu. To cover for items such as hats, well, mostly hats. Kaburu, kaburu, kaburu. For boshi, for hat. To hang, like accessories that hang, glasses, sunglasses. Kakeru, kakeru, kakeru. Megane, sunglasses. Now, to wrap around yourself, clothes that wrap around, such as scarves, like maku, maku, maku. Scarf or mafura. Now, to tie, like a belt or a necktie, would be shimeru, shimeru, shimeru. Necktie or beruto. For items that attach, such as earrings or wigs, it would be tsukeru, tsukeru, tsukeru. So we have earrings or piercings. Very good. Now to insert, this is mostly for rings, accessories that stick to your finger, would be hameru, hameru, hameru. Yubiwa, ring. So what I want to say that before all of these verbs, we would use particle o, okay? O, something o hameru, something o kiru, something o tsukeru. And to do for things like gloves, earrings, necklaces as well, suru, suru, suru. So for gloves like tebukuro or necklace. Now, there are different clothes sizes in Japan, so there's small, medium, large, and they might be called sometimes like this: sho, chu, dai, sho, chu, dai. Very good. Or size can also be called in a katakana way: size, 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 and S, M, R. So you would just make the English letters sound Japanese. And now these are useful phrases to know when shopping in Japan. 違うサイズがありますか? 違うサイズがありますか? Do you have a different size? 他の色がありますか? 他の色がありますか? Do you have a different color? お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished another lesson. So, おめでとうございます and I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to your 26th lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie and let's get started. Let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. Fuku, fuku, shatsu, shatsu, t-shirts, t-shirts, shitagi, shitagi, blouse, blouse, suits, suits, mizugi, mizugi, seeta, seeta, pajama, pajama, kutsu, kutsu, kutsushita, kutsushita, boots, boots, slipper, slipper, ハイヒール、ハイヒール。帽子、帽子。ベルト、ベルト。コート、コート。モール、モール。ショッピングセンター、ショッピングセンター。買い物する、買い物する。メガネ、メガネ。ワンピース、ワンピース。ドレス、ドレス。マフラー、マフラー。サンダル、サンダル。スニーカー、スニーカー。指輪、指輪。ネクタイ、ネクタイ。ネックレス、ネックレス。ジーンズ、ジーンズ。スカート、スカート。短パン、短パン。傘、傘。And now, today's topic is directions. But before learning directions, let's learn some names of locations, okay? Let's get started. Shop or store. Mise, mise, mise. Supermarket. Super, super, super. Building. Tatemono, tatemono, tatemono or biru, biru, biru in katakana. Train station. Eki, eki, eki. Bus stop. Basutei, basutei, basutei. Beach or seaside. Umibe, umibe, umibe or beach, beach, beach. Restaurant. Restaurant, restaurant, restaurant. Park. 公園、公園、公園。Library. 図書館、図書館、図書館。Cinema. 映画館、映画館、映画館。Museum. Like historical type of museum. 博物館、博物館、博物館。Art museum. 美術館、美術館、美術館。Post office. 郵便局、郵便局、郵便局。Police station. 交番、交番、交番。Hotel. ホテル、ホテル、ホテル。Japanese style hotel. 旅館、旅館、旅館。Parking. 駐車場、駐車場、駐車場。School. 学校、学校、学校。University. 大学、大学、大学。High school. 高校、高校、高校。Middle school. 中学校、中学校、中学校。Elementary school or primary school. 小学校、小学校、小学校。Street. 道、道、道。Road or avenue. 通り、通り、通り。Bank. 銀行、銀行、銀行。City Hall. 市役所、市役所、 市役所 hospital 病院病院病院 right 右右右 left 左左左 straight まっすぐまっすぐまっすぐ north 北北北 south 南南南 east 東東東 west 西西西 corner 角角角 traffic light 信号信号信号 to turn 曲がる曲がる曲がる to cross the street 渡る渡る渡る How could we ask where is something? Where is the... So here we would need to put our location はどこですかどこですかどこ Where is it? Something はどこですか Very good. Now, if we would like to say I need to go to, we would say our location に行かなくてはいけないのですが、行かなくてはいけないのですが。So this is a very formal way to ask for where to go, you know, because どこですか is very simple, but this one is very formal. 行かなくてはいけないのですが。So for example, here I want to put bank. 銀行に行かなくてはいけないのですが。Now another way to ask would be how do I go to? So let's say we put bank here. 銀行にはどうやって行きますか銀行にはどうやって行きますかどうやって How do I go there? Okay, so how do I say go straight? I would say it like this. まっすぐ行くまっすぐ行く Turn right 右に曲がる右に曲がるTurn left 左に曲がる左に曲がる To cross the street 道を渡る道を渡る Left side of the street would be 道の左側道の左側側 means side Right side of the street would be 道の右側道の右側 Now, if you want to tell directions to someone, this is the way to do it. You would use ください For example, turn left. We would say 左に曲がってください左に曲がってください Turn right would be 右に曲がってください右に曲がってください So, please turn right. Go straight would be まっすぐ行ってくださいまっすぐ行ってください It's on your right would be 右にあります右にあります It's on your left would be 左にあります左にあります Very good. Cross the street would sound like this. 道を渡ってください。道を渡ってください。Please cross the street. お疲れ様です。You have learned a very important lesson about directions. So, おめでとうございます。And I will see you in our next lesson. またね。 皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ. Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and I'm so excited about today's lesson because today we will talk about sports, as you can see from the pictures on your screen. But before that, let's do our fukushu, our review, okay? Let's go. Mise, mise, super, super, 建物、建物、ビル、ビル、駅、駅、バス停、バス停、海辺、海辺、ビーチ、ビーチ、レストラン、レストラン、公園、公園、図書館、図書館、映画館、映画館、博物館、博物館、美術館、美術館、郵便局、郵便局、交番、交番、ホテル、ホテル、旅館、旅館、駐車場、駐車場、学校、学校、大学、大学、中学校、中学校、小学校、小学校、高校、高校、道、道、通り、通り、銀行、銀行、市役所、市役所、病院、病院、右、右、左、左、まっすぐ、まっすぐ、北、北、南、南、西、西、東、東、角、角、信号、信号、曲がる、曲がる、渡る、渡る。And now let's start our new lesson, which is all about sports, or sports, sports, sports. Very good. Baseball in Japanese would be yakyū, yakyū, yakyū. Soccer, 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 soccer. Football, 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 football. However, in Japan, the first one, soccer, is more popular. Basketball can be said in two different ways. The first one is this one, basketball, basketball, basketball. And the second one is basket, 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 basket. Golf, 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 golf. Ice hockey also can be said in two different ways. First one is hockey, hockey, hockey. And the second one is ice hockey, ice hockey, ice hockey. Volleyball, 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 or ballet, ballet, ballet. Pool, 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 pool. Gymnasium, 体育館、体育館、体育館。Match, 試合、試合、試合。Like a football match or basketball match. ball, boru, boru, boru. Net, ami, ami, ami. To practice, to practice. 練習する、練習する、練習する。To win, 勝つ、勝つ、勝つ。To lose, 負ける、負ける、負ける。To kick, 蹴る、蹴る、蹴る。To throw, 投げる、投げる、投げる。So in Japanese, when we're talking about sports, we don't say play sports, we say do sports. And then in English, we translate it as to play sports. So we wouldn't say asobu, which actually means to play. We would do it like this. We would say the name of the sport, then particle o, and then suru, to do. Okay, for example, tennis. Tennis o suru, tennis o suru, and etc. Tennis o suru, tennis o suru, to play tennis. Sakka o suru, sakka o suru, to play soccer. Basketball o suru, basketball o suru, to play basketball. Very good. Now for renshu, for practice, we usually don't use o, but sometimes you can see people using it. It would just be renshu suru. Now let's learn some grammar for today. So it's te form for joining sentences. So I know that we have learned te form for verbs, however, adjectives and nouns apparently also have te forms. So let's take a look at how it would look like. So for e adjectives, we would need to add ending kute, kute. For na adjectives, we would just need to add de, de. For irregular adjective e, good, we would just change it into yokte, yokte. We write it as yokute, but we say yokte. And for nouns, we would also add de, just like for na adjectives. Okay, let's take a look. So let's say we have an e adjective, kawaii, kawaii, cute. Now, we would take away the last e, and instead of the last e, we would add kute, kawaikute, kawaikute. Okay, take away last e, add kute. Now for na adjective, let's say we have adjective genki, energetic, lively. We would just add de, genki de, genki de. Irregular adjective, e would just change into yokte, yokte. And if we have a noun like Italian person, Italiajin, Italiajin, we would just add de at the end, Italiajinde, Italiajinde. Very good. So, te form for joining sentences for e adjectives. So, we have 4 e adjectives. Let's take a look at them one by one. The first one is samui, samui, cold. If we take away the last e, we have samu, samu left, okay? So to samu, we need to add kute. So our result would be samukte, samukte. Very good. Now our second adjective is kawaii, kawaii, cute. If we take away the last e, we have kawaii, kawaii left. But we add kute, and we have kawaikute, kawaikute. Now we have yasui, yasui, cheap. If we take away e, we have yasu, yasu left. To yasu, we add kute, and we have yasukte, yasukte. And for takai, expensive or tall, we have taka, taka, and we add kute, so we have takakte, takakte. Easy, right? Very good. Now for na adjectives, it's even easier. You don't need to take away anything. You just need to add de, okay? So we have kirei, kirei, which means beautiful. and we add de, so we have kirei de, kirei de. Then we have kirai, to hate, plus de, kirai de, kirai de. Benri, benri, benri. Convenient, comfortable. We add de, we have benri de, benri de. And last one, shizuka, quiet. We add de, we have shizuka de, shizuka de. So here we don't need to think at all. If we know how to distinguish e adjective from na adjective, and if we know it's a na adjective, we just add de for connecting sentences, okay? For nouns, it's the same as for na adjectives. We only need to add de. So let's take a look at the first word. Sensei, sensei, teacher. We add de, we will have sensei de, sensei de. Second word is isha, isha, doctor. We add de, we have isha de, isha de. Perfect. Gakusei, gakusei, student. We add de, we have gakusei de, gakusei de. And last one is nihonjin, nihonjin, Japanese person. De would be nihonjin de, nihonjin de. Now let's take a look at some example sentences. Why do we need the connectors? Because when we need to connect the sentences where we have two adjectives or adjective and a noun, we need to connect them, so we use this te form. Let's read the sentence. このホテルは安くてきれいじゃないです。このホテルは安くてきれいじゃないです。This hotel is cheap and not clean. Or and not beautiful. Okay? あの公園は広くて静かです。あの公園は広くて静かです。That park is spacious or wide and quiet. 静かです。So 広くて静かです。Very good. このレストランはすごく高くて美味しいです。このレストランはすごく高くて美味しいです。This restaurant is extremely expensive and delicious. すごく means like, oh, expensive. Very, very, very something. 東京はきれいで賑やかです。東京はきれいで賑やかです。Tokyo is beautiful and lively. あの人は韓国人で25歳です。あの人は韓国人で25歳です。That person is Korean and he or she is 25 years old. Okay? So 韓国人 we have a noun, so we need で。ジョンさんは背が高くてかっこいいです。ジョンさんは背が高くてかっこいいです。John is tall and cool. So 背が高い would change into 高くてかっこいいです。Cool. Another example. 花さんはきれいで優しいです。花さんはきれいで優しいです。Hannah is beautiful, so not adjective. きれいで優しいです and kind. 天気が良くて気持ちいいです。天気が良くて気持ちいいです。So the weather is good. 良くて this is the irregular adjective e, which changes into 良くて。気持ちいいです。It's like, oh, a nice feeling, good feeling. Now, let's try to practice. It's practice time, 練習タイム. Let's try to translate this sentence and many more sentences. I will give you 10 seconds to translate each, okay? Let's go. So, my mom is quiet and beautiful. 母は静かできれいです。母は静かできれいです。So 静か quiet is not adjective, so we add で and then きれいです。We don't change the second adjective at all. My dad is tall and handsome. 父は背が高くてイケメンです。父は背が高くてイケメンです。イケメン is handsome for men, if you can remember. Very good. I am short and cute. 私は背が低くて可愛いです。私は背が低くて可愛いです。背が低い means short, so we change it into 低くて because it's e adjective. My Japanese teacher is strict and scary. Strict in Japanese is 厳しい、厳しい e adjective. 私の日本語の先生は厳しくて怖いです。私の日本語の先生は厳しくて怖いです。So, 私の my Japanese teacher, teacher of Japanese language, 日本語の先生. So, は as for teacher of Japanese language, 厳しくて strict and scary, 怖いです。The library is big and quiet. 図書館は大きくて静かです。図書館は大きくて静かです。大きい is e adjective for big, so it changes into 大きくて。お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and finished yet one more lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. おめでとうございます and I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to another class with this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie and I'm so excited about today's lesson because we will learn a lot of new grammar today. So without further ado, let's get into it. Let's review what we have learned in our previous lesson. 野球、野球、サッカー、サッカー、フットボール、フットボール、バスケットボール、バスケットボール、バスケ、バスケ、ゴルフ、ゴルフ、ホッケー、ホッケー、アイスホッケー、アイスホッケー、バレーボール、バレーボール、バレー、バレー、プール、プール、体育館、体育館、試合、試合、ボール、ボール、網、網、練習、練習、勝つ、勝つ、負ける、負ける、蹴る、蹴る、投げる、投げる。Great job. And today we will learn just a few new words, okay? So the first one is movie. 映画、映画、映画。To get married. 結婚する、結婚する、結婚する。To be crowded, to be packed. 混む、混む、混む。To carry or to have something. 持つ、持つ、持つ。To lose weight. 痩せる、痩せる、痩せる。To gain weight. 太る、太る、太る。Music. 音楽、音楽、音楽。Video games. ビデオゲーム、ビデオゲーム、ビデオゲーム。Great job. Okay, so today's grammar or bunpo will be ている、ている and verb stem plus に行く. Verb stem plus に行く. So let's start off with ている. Why do we use it and why do we need it in general and what does it express? So I separated 4 different parts that it plays in grammar. So first, it can play a part of progressive tense, so what I'm currently doing. The second one can be continuous, that I have been doing something, okay? I have been doing something for a period of time. Then frequent actions, and it might be condition or a state of the subject. For example, if someone is married, it's like a continuous state, it's a condition, so we would use teiru, okay? So now, how do we make teiru? So basically, we need the te form of the verb, and then we add iru, okay? So if we have the verb to eat, taberu, te form would be tabete, tabete. So then we would add iru, and we would have tabeteiru, tabeteiru. That would be our teiru form, continuous form. For yomu, to read, te form would be yonde, yonde. So then we would add iru, and we would have yondeiru, yondeiru. To write, kaku, te form would be kaite, kaite. So we would add iru, and we would have kaiteiru, kaiteiru. Tabeteiru, yondeiru, kaiteiru. Now for two irregular verbs, suru and kuru, suru would change into shiteiru, shiteiru, and kuru would change into kiteiru, kiteiru. So shiteiru and kiteiru. Let's take a look. So we would have affirmative, negative, present, and past, okay? So affirmative present tense would be miteimasu, miteimasu. So remember, miru means to look, mite, te form, miteimasu. So this is present affirmative. Miteimashita, past affirmative. Negative would be miteimasen, miteimasen. And past negative would be miteimasen deshita, miteimasen deshita. So please remember these endings. They will be very useful for making sentences and conjugating. Okay? So miteimasu, miteimashita, miteimasen, miteimasen deshita. So let's take a look at the sentence so we would figure out when do we use it. So, asagohan o tabeteiru, asagohan o tabeteiru. So eating breakfast now, asagohan o tabeteiru, in the process of eating right now, yes? Very good. Okay, or we can say hiru gohan o tabeteimasu, hiru gohan o tabeteimasu, eating lunch now. But if we use teimasu, not teiru, it would be more formal. Teiru you can use among your friends, but teimasu is a bit more formal. Hon o yondeimasu, hon o yondeimasu. I am reading a book now. Hon o yondeimasu. Okay, and now if I want to say that I have been doing something for a period of time, this would be a very good example. 2年間日本語を勉強しています。2年間日本語を勉強しています。2年, 2 years, 間, period of time. So for period of 2 years, 日本語, Japanese language, 勉強, study. So 勉強する would change into している。勉強している。So 勉強しています。have been studying. So I have been studying Japanese for 2 years. 2 years. 2年間. Now if we're talking about habits, what we're doing every day, for example, 毎日映画を見ています。毎日映画を見ています。Then we can also use ている form. 毎日 every day, 映画を movie, I watch. So I watch movies every day. Or for a state or condition, as I have mentioned before, 田中さんは結婚しています。田中さんは結婚しています。So Mr. Tanaka is married. 結婚しています。窓が開いています。窓が開いています。So 開いている to be open. So the window is open. or has been left open by someone. So then we would say Mado ga aiteimasu. Tokyo eki wa totemo kondeimasu. Tokyo eki wa totemo kondeimasu. Tokyo train station is very crowded. So it's condition. It's very crowded right now. Okay, now we have some verbs with which teiru is very often used, okay? So our first verb is kiru, to wear above your waist, the clothes above your waist. So if you're talking about wearing something, so like, oh, today I'm wearing a t-shirt or a hoodie, whatever, you wouldn't use kimasu, you would use kiteimasu. Kiteimasu, you would use teiru form of this verb, okay? So it means wears. Now we have another verb, sumu, sumu, to live somewhere. So let's say someone asks you, where do you live? You wouldn't say sumimasu, you would reply by sundeimasu because you're continuously living there. Sundeimasu. For example, Tokyo ni sundeimasu, I live in Tokyo. Now motsu, to have, motsu. If you're talking about having something, you would use not mochimasu, because mochimasu would sound like you're carrying something. Motteimasu would sound like you have something. Now another verb, futoru, to gain weight. If someone is overweight, you would say futotteimasu. Futotteimasu, again, teiru form. Yaseru, to lose weight. So if someone is very thin, you could say yasetteimasu. Yasetteimasu. So we would use teiru form. Now shuru, to know. Shuru. So if someone knows something, we would say shiteimasu. Shiteimasu. Even if we would want to ask something, do you know? We would ask shiteimasu ka? Shiteimasu ka? So teiru, teimasu ka? And okiru, to wake up, to get up. If you're talking about that someone is awake, you would say okiteimasu, okiteimasu, okiteiru. Again, continuous form. So these ones will be very often used with teiru. Now it's practice time. I will ask you a question. Nani o shiteimasu ka? Nani o shiteimasu ka? What are you doing? And you'll need to translate what you can see here in black, okay? So I will give you 10 seconds for each question, and if you feel like you need more time, feel free to pause the lesson, okay? Let's go. So how would you translate I'm swimming? Oyoideimasu, oyoideimasu. I'm reading. Yondeimasu, yondeimasu. Very good. I'm drinking. Nondeimasu, nondeimasu. Perfect. I'm sleeping. Netteimasu, netteimasu. I'm listening to music. Ongaku o kiiteimasu, ongaku o kiiteimasu. I'm taking a photo. Shashin o totteimasu, shashin o totteimasu. I'm singing. Utatteimasu, utatteimasu. I'm playing tennis. Tennis o shiteimasu, tennis o shiteimasu. I'm playing video games. Video game o shiteimasu, video game o shiteimasu. Very good. Okay, so our second grammar for today is to go to do something, and it's verb stem plus ni iku. So it's movement and its purpose. So let's say we want to say to go to eat. We would say tabe ni iku. So we need verb stem. For tabemas, word stem would be tabe, and tabe would be purpose of our movement. So why are we going somewhere in general? Because we want to eat. Yeah, so we will eat. So this is our purpose. So tabe ni iku. Let's take a look at some examples. Tabe ni ikimasu. Tabe ni ikimasu. I will go to eat. Kaban o kai ni ikimasu. Kaban o kai ni ikimasu. I will go to buy a bag. Supa ni tomato o kai ni ikimasu. Supa ni tomato o kai ni ikimasu. I will go to the supermarket to buy tomatoes. スペインにスペイン語を勉強しに行きます。スペインにスペイン語を勉強しに行きます。I will go to Spain to study Spanish. So I will go somewhere to do something. 図書館に本を読みに行きます。図書館に本を読みに行きます。I will go to library to read a book. カフェにコーヒーを飲みに行きます。カフェにコーヒーを飲みに行きます。So I will go to the cafe to have coffee, to drink coffee. Now it's practice time, 練習タイム. Let's try to translate the sentences in black. I will give you 10 seconds, okay? So try to translate this. I will go to swim. 泳ぎに行きます。泳ぎに行きます。Very good. 泳ぎ is our stem. Perfect. I will go to eat. 食べに行きます。食べに行きます。Very good. I will go to study Japanese. 日本語を勉強しに行きます。日本語を勉強しに行きます。So, します. The stem would be し. That's why we say 勉強しに行きます. I will go to meet someone. 会いに行きます。会いに行きます。I will go to exercise. 運動しに行きます。運動しに行きます。Perfect. I will go to see a movie. 映画を見に行きます。映画を見に行きます。Amazing, very good. お疲れ様です。You have worked so hard and you have finished yet another lesson full of grammar. So now you will be able to say more things freely. おめでとうございます。And I will see you in our next lesson. またね。皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ。Hello and welcome to your 29th lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie, and let's get started. So let's review our words from the last lesson. 映画、映画、結婚する、結婚する、混む、混む、持つ、持つ、痩せる、痩せる、太る、太る、音楽、音楽、ビデオゲーム、ビデオゲーム。Good job. And now let's learn even more grammar. bunpo. So today's grammar is called mada teimasen. Mada teimasen. So in our last lesson we learned teiru form. So teimasen is the negative form of the thing we have learned in our last lesson. Mada means yet or still. So this grammar will be called have not done something yet. Mada teimasen. So what we will need here, we will need our verb in its te form with inai or imasen. So te inai or te imasen. So te inai is informal, te imasen is formal, and tenai, with skipping e, would be in spoken language. Okay, so let's say we have tabete, taberu to eat, tabete te form, so tabete inai, informal, tabete imasen, formal, tabete nai, spoken, have not done, so haven't eaten yet. Let's take a look at some examples. Haha wa mada kite imasen. Haha wa mada kite imasen. So mom still hasn't come. So haha, mom, mada, still, yet. Kiteiru would be continuous form to come, but kiteimasen would be continuous form negative, okay? So haha wa mada kiteimasen, still hasn't come. Atarashii kanji o mada oboete imasen. Atarashii kanji o mada oboete imasen. I still haven't memorized the new kanji. Atarashii kanji, new kanji, mada, still, yet, oboeru, to memorize. So oboete imasen, I still haven't memorized the new kanji. Mada kimete imasen. Mada kimete imasen. Mada kimete imasen. So kimeru, to decide. Kimete imasen, I haven't decided yet. Mada tabete imasen. Mada tabete imasen. I haven't eaten yet. Mada okite imasen. Mada okite imasen. I haven't woken up yet, because okiru means to get up, to wake up. Okite imasen, I haven't done it yet, so I haven't woken up yet. And now it's renshu time, practice time. Let's translate these sentences in blue. I'll give you 10 seconds. How would you translate this? Haven't read that book yet. Ano hon o mada yonde imasen. Ano hon o mada yonde imasen. Ano hon, that book. Mada, not yet. Yonde imasen. So I haven't read that book yet. Haven't memorized the new words yet. Atarashii tango o mada oboete imasen. Atarashii tango o mada oboete imasen. Very good. I haven't finished my homework yet. Mada shukudai o owatte imasen. Mada shukudai o owatte imasen. So as you can see, mada can go before the verb, or it can go at the very beginning of the sentence. Mada shukudai o owatte imasen, or shukudai o mada owatte imasen. My younger brother hasn't cleaned his room yet. Ototo wa heya o mada souji shite imasen. Ototo wa heya o mada souji shite imasen. My friend hasn't eaten breakfast yet. Tomodachi wa asa gohan o mada tabete imasen. Tomodachi wa asa gohan o mada tabete imasen. Haven't finished work yet. Mada shigoto o owatte imasen. Mada shigoto o owatte imasen. Very good. Now, another part of grammar that we will need to learn today is short forms. And we have short forms of verbs, nouns, and adjectives. And in adjectives, we have short forms for I, for E adjectives, and for na adjectives, okay? So let's start off with ru verbs, okay? So our first ru verb would be taberu, to eat. So the short form affirmative would be taberu, taberu. So this is the basic form of the verb that we know, okay? So it's very easy to know the short affirmative form because it's the basic form. Now the short negative would be taking away the ru and adding nai. So it would be tabenai, tabenai. This is short negative form. And the long forms you already know, tabemas, tabemasen. So today we need to learn the short form. So taberu, tabenai. And for all ru verbs like neru, to sleep, miru, to look, we will just take away ru, add nai, and it will be our short negative form. Okay? For u verbs, a bit different. So we have kaku, kaku, to write. So the negative form will become anai, anai. So we had kaku, it will be kakanai, kakanai. So here we have ku, so it's K line. So we will need the K lines, K with A, okay? So if we have ku, we need ka. So it would be kakanai, kakanai, okay? Kaku, kakanai. For sagasu, sagasu, to look for, to search, ends in su. Same thing, we need S from S line with an A, so it would be sa, sagasanai. Sagasanai would be negative form, short negative form. Sagasu, sagasanai. Now yomu, yomu, to read. So we have M line, so we need M with A, so we need ma. So it will be yomanai, yomanai. Okay, yomu, yomanai, short negative form. Tatsu, so this is T line, tsu, so we need T with an A, ta. So it would be tatanai, tatanai, negative form. Tatsu, tatanai. Or motsu, to have, to hold, motanai. Very good. Shinu, to die, ends in nu, so N line, N with A would be na, so shinanai, shinanai. Shinu, shinanai. Very good. U verbs that end in ru, like kaeru, to return, to come back. So R line, R together with A, ra, kaeranai, kaeranai, kaeru, kaeranai. Very good. Now oyogu, oyogu, to swim, gu, gu. So we need g, gu, this G sound, together with a. So oyoganai, oyoganai. Very good. Oyogu, oyoganai would be negative short form. Now asobu, asobu, to play, to have fun. So this is b, b, b. So we need b together with a. So it's ba, ba. So asobanai, asobanai, asobanai. Okay, so now guys, I wrote you a little note. So we have here that u will always change into a, a. So if we have ku, we will take away u and it will always be ka, ka. If we have su, always be sa, mu, ma, and etc. Okay? And if we have utau, utau, to sing, this will be an exception. So u will change into wa, wa. So it will be utawanai, utawanai. So if we had kau, to buy, it would be kawanai, kawanai. This is an exception, so please memorize this, okay? Now for our two regular verbs, suru and kuru. The suru first, to do. Suru would be short affirmative, short negative would be shinai, shinai. Suru, shinai. And for kuru, to come, kuru would be konai, konai. So it changes into ko, ko. Kuru, short affirmative, konai, short negative. And there's one exception. So we have aru, aru, to be. Arimasu, arimasen. So short form for aru would be nai, nai. please memorize it, okay? Aru, short form, negative would be nai, nai. Now let's practice. Try to make the negative short form of this verb. I will give you 10 seconds, okay? So what would be the negative short form of kaku? It would be kakanai, kakanai. Very good. Short form negative of hanasu, hanasu. Hanasanai, hanasanai. Very good. Matsu, matanai, matanai. Very good. Shinu, shinu. Shinanai, shinanai. Perfect. Yomu, yomu, to read. Yomanai, yomanai. Tsukuru, tsukuru, to make. Tsukuranai, tsukuranai. Yobu, yobu. Yobanai, yobanai. Kau, kawanai, kawanai. So we have learned short forms of verbs, and now let's learn short forms of nouns. So we have our noun gakusei, gakusei, student. So long form has been gakusei desu, gakusei desu, or gakusei janai desu, gakusei janai desu. Is a student, isn't a student. Now for short forms, for gakusei, instead of des, we will have da, gakusei da, gakusei da. This will be our short form. And short negative will be gakusei janai, gakusei janai. So we have gakusei da, gakusei janai, gakusei da, gakusei janai. So for any noun that you can imagine, you just put a noun here and add da. Put a noun here and add janai. And this is your short form, okay? For e adjectives, however, like oishii, delicious, we had long forms like this. Oishii desu, oishii desu, and oishikunai desu, oishikunai desu. So the short form would be just oishii without anything. Oishii, that's it. And short form negative will be oishikunai, oishikunai. So we just dropped this. So oishii and oishikunai. And this is valid for all e adjectives, okay? Now for na adjectives, it's very similar to nouns. Long form we had genki desu and genki janai desu. For short form, we will just add da and janai. So genki da, and genki janai, genki janai, genki da, and genki janai. And it's valid for all na adjectives. Now let's practice. Try to make a negative short form of these words that you will see in yellow, okay? I will give you 5 seconds. Let's go. So negative short form of isogashi, isogashikunai, isogashikunai. Very good. Negative form of kawaii, kawaii, kawaiikunai, kawaiikunai. Very good. Negative form of nagai, nagai, nagakunai, nagakunai. Negative form of kirei, kirei, kirei janai, kirei janai. Negative form of shizuka, shizuka, shizuka janai, Shizuka janai. Negative form of genki. Genki. Genki janai. Genki janai. Negative form of sensei. Sensei. Sensei janai. Sensei janai. Negative form of Nihonjin. Nihonjin. Nihonjin janai. Very good. Now let's try to make an affirmative short form of isogashi. Let's go. Yes, it would be the same. It would be isogashi. We don't need to add anything for i adjectives. Okay, so for kawaii. Yes, and here as well we don't need to add anything. It stays the same. Nagai. Nagai also stays the same. Very good. Kirei. Kirei. Kirei da. Kirei da. Because this is not adjective. Shizuka. Shizuka. Shizuka da. Shizuka da. Because this is also not adjective. Genki. Genki. Genki da. Genki da. Very good. Sensei. Sensei. Sensei da. Sensei da. Because this is a noun. Nihonjin. Nihonjin. Nihonjin da. Because this is also a noun. Otsukare-sama desu. You did a very, very good job and you have worked so hard. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations. And I will see you in our next 30th lesson. Mata ne. 皆さん、日本語コースへようこそ. Hello and welcome to your 30th lesson of this Japanese for Beginners course. This is your teacher Rosie and today we will learn a lot of new grammar. So let's get into it. So our first bunpo or grammar is from, to, until. So, kara, made. Kara, made. So we use this grammar when we're talking about going, let's say from point A to point B, or when we're talking about time from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and etc. Okay, so let's take a look at our first example. Point A kara point B made. So from point A to point B, from A to B. So instead of point A or point B, we would put names of locations, right? Let's take a look at some examples. 家から図書館まで歩きました。家から図書館まで歩きました。家から図書館まで歩きました。So, 家から from home, 図書館まで to the library, until the library. 歩きました I walked. So I walked from home to the library. 家から図書館まで. So here we put name of location and here as well. Very good. And 歩きました is the past tense of the verb 歩く. 歩く to go on foot. Very good. 昨日から明日まで勉強します。昨日から明日まで勉強します。So it's kind of hard translating this one. 昨日から means from yesterday. 明日まで until tomorrow. 勉強します I will study. So we could say I have been studying from yesterday and I will also study tomorrow. So it's kind of hard to translate, but it means that I will study from yesterday until tomorrow. Very good. 朝から夜まで働きます。朝から夜まで働きます。朝から from morning. 夜まで until evening. 働きます will work or I work. So I will work from morning until evening. ここから東京駅までどのぐらいかかりますか？ここから東京駅までどのぐらいかかりますか？ここ means here. ここから from here. 東京駅 Tokyo station, Tokyo train station まで So from here to Tokyo station どのぐらい How much かかりますか？ So how long does it take? How much time does it take to get from here to Tokyo station? ここから東京駅までどのぐらいかかりますか？ Perfect. 1時から4時まで働いています。1時から4時まで働いています。1時から from 1 o'clock 4時まで until 4 o'clock 働いています。We have ている continuous form. So I work continuously, so it's like a habit. I do it every day. So I work from 1 to 4 o'clock. And remember that yoji is yo, not yon. Yoji, 4 o'clock. Very good. Now, second grammar for today is と思います。と思います。と思います。And と言っています。と言っています。So, と思います means I think when we are expressing our opinion. And と言っています means someone said that. So, how do we use it? So, we need a basic form of the verb. So, like する、来る、読む、書く plus と思います or と言っていました。と言っていました is a past tense and it means said that. So someone said that or they said that. Okay, so と思います I think and と言っていました someone said that. It's like indirect speech. So basic form of the verb plus V's. If we're talking about e-adjective, also we would use e-adjective like かわいい、おいしい、難しい and we would add と思います or と言っていました So if I want to say I think it's difficult, I would say 難しいと思います難しいと思います or someone said that it is difficult 難しいと言っていました However, if we're talking about not adjectives, in between the not adjective or a noun and と思います or と言っていました we need to add the in between them. So let's say we have a not adjective きれい beautiful きれいだと思いますきれいだと思います I think something is beautiful. Now, if someone said that something is beautiful, we would say きれいだと言っていましたきれいだと言っていました Or if we have a noun, let's say a Japanese person 日本人日本人 So, then we would say 日本人だと思います日本人だと思います I think someone is Japanese. Very good. Now, example sentences. I think it's difficult. 難しいと思います。難しいと思います。So because this is e-adjective, 難しい, in between the adjective and と思います, we don't need to add anything. So just plain e-adjective and と思います。難しいと思います。Very good. Now, if we have not adjective, it's different. Like 大変, hard. Something is hard. 大変だと思います。大変だと思います。Oh, I think it's hard for you, you know, talking about life or something. So, when we have not adjective, we need to add だ。あの人は日本人だと思います。あの人は日本人だと思います。あの人は that person. That person. So I think that person is Japanese. So because Japanese is a noun, Nihonjin, in between Nihonjin and tomoimasu, we also need to add da. Very good. 明日雨が降ると思います。明日雨が降ると思います。I think it will rain tomorrow. So because this is just a simple verb, we need its basic plain form and then tomoimasu. We don't need da. Very good. Now, it can also be used with negative forms. For example, たけしさんは吸わないと思います。たけしさんは吸わないと思います。吸わない means doesn't smoke. So I think Takeshi doesn't smoke. たけしさんは吸わないと思います。You can also say タバコを吸わないと思います。たけしさんは明日テストがあると言っていました。たけしさんは明日テストがあると言っていました。Takeshi-san, so Takeshi-san, Takeshi said that tomorrow there is a test. 明日テストがある。明日テストがある。So Takeshi said that there will be a test tomorrow. Okay. 来週日本に行くと言っていました。来週日本に行くと言っていました。So here, because we don't see who's talking, I didn't write a translation. So someone said that 来週 next week 日本に行く will go to Japan. So someone said that they will go to Japan. We don't know who, so I didn't translate it here. We're just stating in direct speech. おいしいと言っていました。おいしいと言っていました。おいしい means delicious. So someone said something is delicious. おいしいと言っていました。So let's say there's 3 of you hanging out, you and your 2 friends, and 2 of your friends can speak Japanese and 1 can't. And you are translating, and you say, that person says, oh, it's delicious in English, and then you would translate, oh, おいしいと言っていました。He or she said that it's delicious. 東京は静かじゃないと言っていました。東京は静かじゃないと言っていました。東京、so Tokyo, 静かじゃない is not quiet と言っていました。So someone said that Tokyo is not quiet. Now it's practice time. So I want you to translate some sentences. I will give you 10 seconds for translating them, okay? So let's translate this. I think Takeshi cooks often. たけしさんはよく料理すると思います。たけしさんはよく料理すると思います。So, よく means often. 料理する cook, to cook と思います。So I think Takeshi cooks often. I think Takeshi is not tall. たけしさんは背が高くないと思います。たけしさんは背が高くないと思います。背が高い would be tall. 背が高くない is negative form of tall, so not tall. So I think Takeshi is not tall. I think Takeshi doesn't drink tea much. どうぞ. Let's try this one. たけしさんはあまりお茶を飲まないと思います。たけしさんはあまりお茶を飲まないと思います。あまり means not much, if you can remember our frequency adverbs. Ocha means tea, and 飲まない is negative short form of to drink. So, this is our answer. Let's try next one. I think Takeshi is quiet. たけしさんは静かだと思います。 Takeshi-san wa shizuka da to omoimasu. So because shizuka, quiet, is not adjective, we need to add da. Very good. Next one. I think Takeshi hates sushi. Takeshi-san wa sushi ga kirai da to omoimasu. Takeshi-san wa sushi ga kirai da to omoimasu. So because kirai, to hate or to dislike, is an adjective and it's not adjective, we need to add da in between. And when we're talking about liking something or hating something like suki or kirai, we need to use particle ga. Very good. I think Takeshi is very busy. Let's go. Takeshi-san wa isogashii to omoimasu. Takeshi-san wa isogashii to omoimasu. Isogashi is adjective, so we don't need to add anything in between isogashi and to omoimasu. I think Takeshi has a younger sister. Let's go. Takeshi-san wa imoto-san ga iru to omoimasu. Takeshi-san wa imoto-san ga iru to omoimasu. So imoto means younger sister when you're talking about your family. If you're talking about someone else's family, you need to make it more polite. So imoto-san. Imoto-san. And to have, when we're talking about family members, is someone ga iru. Very good. I think Takeshi is Japanese. Let's go. Takeshi-san wa Nihonjin da to omoimasu. Takeshi-san wa Nihonjin da to omoimasu. Nihonjin is Japanese and it's a noun. So in between Nihonjin and to omoimasu, we need to add da. Okay. Takeshi said that there is a test tomorrow. Or there will be a test tomorrow. Okay, let's translate this one. Takeshi-san wa ashita testo ga aru to itte imashita. Takeshi-san wa ashita testo ga aru to itte imashita. Very good. Otsukare-sama desu. You have worked so hard and you have finished your 30th lesson of this course. Omedetou gozaimasu, and I will see you in our next lesson. Mata ne. Congratulations, you did it. I'm so proud of you on making it through this entire course. What an accomplishment. I hope you have learned all the basics that we have discussed in this course and you're ready to learn even more. Remember, you can always leave a question in this course discussion and I will try to answer to all of them as soon as possible. Now, if you don't have any questions but you want to let us know what you thought of the course, feel free to leave us a review. This means so much to us because we can improve this course even more for our other students. Now, this course was just the first one of this beginner series, so there's so much more to get into. Thank you so much for joining me on this course, and I hope to see you in our next one. Mata ne!